my gosh, I love you.
I'm thinking about you, muffin. When I wake up, I'm thinking about you, muffin. You know our love was 10 times sweeter than candy, 10 times sweeter than cake. Thinking about you. Ding dong, trick or treat. I was knocking at your door every week, and I saw you in my fortune cookie. What a great gift, like a basket of goodies. But you were cold as an ice sea, and I got a little bit of a brain freeze. I can speak your language. If you just let me in. I don't need a dating app, 'cause I got a candy crush on you. But you broke me like a Kit Kat. Let my heart now fell running in the trash. Now I'm scrolling and paroling through your Instagram feed. No more trolling, but you're all I wanna see. Insanity approaching, man, I'm drinking dusty like a Coca-Cola. Are we? I'm gonna keep the doctor away, 'cause you're my apple every day. Every day I'm thinking
Hello, chat. Good morning, chat. Today is Lauren's first event ever. I'm literally late. Here we go.
Here we go.
All right. In chat. Excuse me, chat. One.
And then I'm going to say some things in English real quick, and then our team will describe the event in more details and any instructions that you'll need. And if you have any questions, let us know. Peely, I'm sorry to hear that. Right. Hello everyone, hola buenas, bom dia. Welcome to our Stealing Hearts event. I would just like to thank the Screaming Labs team for the hard work they've done. I'd like to thank all of you for taking the time to play in this event. I've wanted to create an experience for community for a while now, ever since I became an active member in the Spanish-speaking event space. And I'm so grateful for this opportunity and for the response we've received. There are going to be 3 main sections of the event today. There is no cash prize, so there's no high stakes. So let's just have a fun and respectful time with each other. As you know, we all come from different backgrounds. There's going to be instructions and cutscenes in Spanish. We have translations on hand in English and Portuguese. They will most likely be put in the chat after the cutscenes. I don't think we're able to get them into the actual visual of the cutscene yet. So if you want to know what they're saying, there will be translations posted in the chat. So that everyone's able to understand the games and enjoy themselves. I would like to emphasize that no matter what happens today, the most important thing we can do is respect each other during the event. It's all in good fun, no prize. Let's just respect each other, have a great time. If you have any questions or concerns, please let the team know. You can open a ticket in the Discord so that they can keep track of your issues and work diligently to solve it. Instructions for each game will be provided in the game via a cutscene, but if there's an issue with the translations or anything at all, if you need any clarification, feel free to ask. With all that said, thank you again for coming to our event, and I hope you enjoy yourselves.
Yep. So I will be adding a few more clarifications about the games. You might notice that some cutscenes might not play that well, and you might face lag or something. That is pretty much a Minecraft limitation itself. So there's nothing we can do about that. Videos will be maybe delayed or something. That's pretty much a Minecraft limitation, as I said. There's nothing we can do about it. So you might have to deal with that. But no worries. The the game's instructions will be on the chat as well. We only have English at the moment. But besides that, I don't think there is any other big issues we have. But yeah, I
Chat.
can like
I'll be right
explain it
back.
in Spanish
Just
if you
keep
want.
listening. I'm gonna be
I
watching
don't
too.
think that everyone
Yeah,
speaks
yeah.
Spanish here. I mean English. Bueno, hay un bug que es muy común de Minecraft. Tengan en cuenta que esto se usa con plugins. Para los que conocen, en el que van a ver que hay cinemáticas en las que se le laguea o que tarda mucho en cargarle. Bueno, es una limitación de Minecraft. Realmente no hay mucho que se pueda hacer con eso. Espero que lo entiendan. De todas formas, la explicación para los juegos van a estar escritas en el chat. Son juegos muy sencillos, son 3. Están muy, muy simples todos. Así que nada, esperamos que puedan disfrutar a partir de lo que nosotros creamos, que fue claramente creado en poco tiempo, pero si bien se hizo en poco tiempo, hicimos lo que pudimos. Do I do it in Portuguese now?
Sure, yeah, that'd be great if you could.
No,
You don't
no,
have
no,
to
I'm
though.
good. No, I'm good, I'm good. Meu português é muito ruim, mas você acha que eles vão poder compreender que eu vou querer falar com eles, assim? Tá. I think we're done now. That's it.
Okay,
Not much to say.
perfect. All right.
Okay, so do you want me to allow the whitelist now?
Yes, yes. If you could
Okay.
allow that and let everyone know when it's ready to enter, that'd be great.
Okay. Sure. A moment, please. Okay, now showing the server, I think. You should be able to. If not, just hold a minute.
Okay.
Yep, everything. I mean, everyone should be whitelisted now. I think you should be able to log in now.
Okay. Let me send
Intenten
out
entrar ahora.
invite.
Deberían de tener whitelist todos ya. Si no tienen todavía, ok. No problem. Ahí lo fixamos. Un momentinho, por favor. Y claramente, si son suplentes, no intenten entrar al servidor porque no van a jugarlo de todas formas. A menos que sea necesario, ¿sí? Tranquilo, ni se arregla eso.
Quack.
I think it's taking a bit for the whitelist to activate.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's pretty much because there's like quite a few players to be whitelisted, so it's
Gotcha,
automated,
gotcha,
so
gotcha.
takes time. Gatilgo, el problema que tenés vos es porque no instalaste el launcher como corresponde. Si quieres hacer un ticket que se te explica muy rápido cómo hacerlo. O descargate la versión Java e instalala en una carpeta distinta y listo. No pasa nada, es muy simple. Tranqui ese fixea eso.
If needed, I think. Will staff be handling substitutes? By the way.
Yes.
Cool. Awesome.
No worries.
Quack.
Tranqui, si no los deja entrar, esperen un momento que acuérdense que esto es automático. Entonces se tiene que poner uno por uno para que se suban.
Back chat. Alright. Let's try to join. We're in. Ooh. Hello.
Buenas chavales, ahora estoy adentro.
Oh.
¿Qué pasó, papu?
Ah, ¿qué onda?
Qué guapo.
Está mi vieja la Gucci.
Tengo la pregunta, ¿qué te pasó en el ojo?
¡Ay, la bestia! Oye, amigo, ¿qué le
Ya
pasó?
vino ella
Ah, marico, estaba silenciada, ahora sí.
¿Qué
trae en la cara?
Para todos lados.
Yo me acuerdo
No. Sí se está regalando, marico. La de los pantalones...
Pelado, pelado de mierda, algo así.
Hola, papus.
Bueno, sí,
Hola.
y la mentira.
Hola.
¡Hola!
Hola, Serpi.
Alright. Hello. Oh my gosh. Chat, what is this? Why am I pink? This skin was gifted to me, chat. I did not pick this
we're
one.
almost there now.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
Minecraft,
Help me.
so...
Alright, let's fix
Sí,
controls.
es normal.
Write this down.
El nick está bien.
Coupons. This is crazy. There you go. Alright. Should work. Alright, let's turn off V-bobbing. There we go. Alright. I think everything's working. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Shiny. Oh, I can't punch. Hold on. Controls. Mouse settings. Keybinds. Attack, destroy. Left button. Huh. Hello? It's not working. Let's reassign this. I think this is interfering with it. There we go. Test. Nope. Something happened, chat. Options, controls, keybinds. Left button. There we go. Now it works. Okay. Perfect. How loud is it? I know I'm muted. Sorry.
A mí un siglo,
¡Ture!
So just...
Listo, brother. Hola, espera, un minuto.
Boludo.
What
What the muffin?
Hola.
What the muffin?
Hola. Estamos aquí con todo que miren, somos la dulce princesa de Marcel.
Perdón, pero primero es que me estoy
You are fair. You are fair.
Porque el resto...
Oh,
¿Quién no te copió la esquina, Martín? ¿Qué pasó, amigo de Rich? ¿La pirámide?
Muchas cosas.
Sí, bájale, me cago.
Nice skin.
Thank you. I'm pink. Hi, bud. Hello.
How are ya?
estás?
I'm good.
Bro, I'm a big fan since the Realm SMP.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
I really love you, bro.
Oh, thank you. You're too kind.
You're amazing.
Oh, stop. Stop. Thank you.
No, Losito.
Oh. Thank you very much. It's nice to meet you.
qué bonito.
It's a pleasure to be in the same event as you.
Yeah. Let's do it. This is gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Wait,
what? What's happening?
What the hell is that? Wait a second,
Yo te vi en los streams, estaba preparando todo.
How do I get rid of this? How do I get rid of
No
this?
Whoa, crazy.
Te deseo suerte, papu. No
Yeah,
se
I
puede
can
morir,
see it.
pero bueno.
I can see it. Are you...
I found my twin over here.
Oh, hello, Bad.
That's crazy.
Hello.
It's
Hello, hola.
incredible outfit, like a 10 out of 10.
Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you.
it's Badboy. Hello.
Hey. Hello.
Oh my god.
How are you, bro?
Nice to meet you. I'm doing good. I'm very nice to meet you. I'm doing really good. I'm very pink. Very pink. Oh, goodbye.
No, don't worry. You
Que los que
can...
tengan menos, que los que tengan menos de 100 viewers se callen, por favor, tío. Por
Yeah, I
favor.
saw.
Oh, thank you.
Why
It's
does
so
anyone joining us?
cute.
Hi again.
Hi!
How
Oh
are
my
you
gosh.
doing?
I am
Good,
not.
good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you excited?
Yes, yes. I put on my maid outfit today, so I'm prepared.
It's gonna be a fun day. Gonna be a fun day. Good luck.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes. Surely you keep me safe, right?
I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
Thank you.
You've got this.
Appreciate it.
Good luck.
I always forget how loud it is joining these lobbies.
Hello. It is. It's very loud.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Sí, sí, te oye, sí.
Ay, qué bueno.
No custom skin.
Ya me estoy quedando sordo ya por los gritos.
Yeah. Why am I so much more pink
Toda
than you?
suerte, no se puede morir. Mucho más, pero bueno.
It's ridiculous.
Gracias.
How do I get one of those halos? Everybody's
Oh, I actually don't know. I spawned in with them.
Oh, I have one?
Yeah, you have one. You have one.
Huh. See, I
I mean,
don't
it
have
is in
one
your
for
name,
me.
right? So I
understand.
kind of
Vai ser estranho, amiga. Vamos ouvir tipo 3 línguas. Vamos responder em 3 línguas. Vai ser complicado.
Look at your head.
Espera aí,
Give me the property.
Can't see
I don't think we've ever really
Yeah, I guess we
talked.
can't say our own, but some people don't have them.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me?
Hi, Bad.
Hey!
I don't know if you remember me.
Good.
We were
Hi,
in
nice to
Squid
meet
French.
you.
We were team.
I don't think we've
Oh,
really
yeah.
talked.
I
I
was the one
remember.
who got like the bomb first, like 8 different times.
I think so too.
Nice,
I
nice.
think so too.
No, mi mamá.
Everybody's so shy, chat.
Oh,
Everybody's
fair
so
point,
shy.
fair point, 100%.
You bet.
Yes. But we should connect up as well.
Okay.
I'm doing good, I'm doing good, thank you. I had a long day. For you, it's
Then
not
there's
that
a-
bad.
Kitsu, hola, ¿qué dices?
Pero, ha habido problemas, ¿eh?
Giant head.
Really? Yeah.
Pero mucho.
Your head is muy grande.
It is Friday.
Yes, yes.
But you did it, you did it.
Yeah, Gumi is somewhere.
Yo dije, sí, adelante, güey. Estamos sin hacer nada, ¿vale? Y...
Oh,
Sound good to me.
Amigos, necesito amigos. Lili,
Sí, ¿qué pasó?
¿quieres ser mi amiga?
Estoy muy emocionada, es mi primera vez.
Shadow.
Hola. Do you want to be my friend?
No soy judío. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Todo bien? ¿Todo
Very
bien?
cool.
No soy judío. ¿Todo bien, vos?
Lili.
Miren, chicos, somos la dulce princesa y
Oh, pero
Marcelín
bien.
porque somos
I have no
lesbianas,
idea
somos
what this is
lesbianas,
about.
somos lesbianas.
Volvemos a ver.
Somos lesbianas, lesbianas, lesbianas. No somos judíos.
Y te... Pero a ver,
Mientras ustedes están acá, le están raideando la base.
Ojalá.
Tenemos al pro en la base que haga lo que quiera.
Amigo, literalmente, vi media hora, él hace todo, boludo.
Muchas voces.
Hola,
I think the fire is decoration.
Oh
no!
Y eso me entré después, ¿sabes?
Ah, sí, la chabona esa rompió todo.
Hola.
Sí, le rompió la caravana y empezó a decir, haz otra caravana, que la voy a romper, yo qué sé, así una hora.
Cara, ele é dos nossos.
Maxi con Ezequiel. Somos la dulce princesa y Marcelín.
Hablabas de eso, más fácil.
Rompemos pared. Rompemos pared.
Rompemos pared.
Rompemos pared.
A muffin?
Come home, bad boy.
A Neo?
¡Lucky! ¡Hola, hermano!
¡Hola, bad boy!
Hola,
todo, hermano.
Hi.
No me había dado
Serpias.
Vamos esta mierda más tarde.
You're going down, Serpias.
Hola. ¿Qué tal?
Re puedo decir yo.
Sí, todo bien.
Me re gustó, boludo.
Oye, ¿cómo tú tienes
The parkour calls to me. So much. Yeah, it's so much quieter up here.
Like you can get over all the way there.
Yo sabía que en este evento iban a robar.
Escucha, comparación con lo demás.
No. No shot. That's crazy.
Tem muita gente. Tem uns microfones que tá muito alto.
Amilcar.
Enjoy
Espera un momento. Ligar con una chica que se llama Luni. Dame algún piropo para decirle.
Tonoto. ¡Ay! Se arregló el chat de voz. Dicen en el chat.
Oh no, please tell me I can get up. Yes.
Hey. Huepa. Sí, llega a ser un poco.
Sí, la van a llamar a romper.
¡No!
No te escucho casi nada.
¡Hola! ¡Ahí me escuchas!
Obsessed with parkour.
¿Qué lo que? I'm back, hello.
Ahí.
It's Sandy.
Alguém escuta e tá
Just one jump.
Marico.
Oh my gosh.
Tole, perdón que no te haya saludado, me estaba tratando de...
No, escucha.
Hey, while we're on the subject chat, any of you guys see the Severance episode that released last night? Son of a muffin. It was probably the weirdest, but also more depressing one I think I've seen in the show. It's, oh boy, pretty crazy. Like, what the muffin? No spoilers, but it was something else. Very depressing episode. Oh my gosh.
Yo.
No, because I don't have Apple TV, unfortunately. Yes, and obviously, chat, all of us follow the rules. No one would ever think of not buying a service to watch the show, chat. We all follow the rules, right? Right? Yes. Yes. Here we go. It's good, because you should, chat. You should.
Amigo, what the fuck?
Now, what the muffin? A double Neo?
Hit the F10, Bad. Hit the F10.
You can do it, bad boy.
Hit the
How you gonna
F10?
do this?
That's crazy.
Remember-
I haven't... double Neo.
Hey, go to the front corner. Go to the front corner.
front corner.
And hit F3 and aim it at one.
Oh, yeah. That's gonna be hard. I don't know. I think I got this.
Hit it.
Do the triple Neo.
I don't know I can do triple Neo.
Hay una enanísima.
I could not do it, chat. A double Neo? There's a double Neo after the single. I really need to master the double Neo, chat. Who puts these parkours together? That's actually crazy. We need to have a talk with them.
Es una mujer,
Oh, look at that.
Está muy mal
Look at
colocado. Sí, pero me da paja, no sé. Estoy bien aquí no escuchando tantas voces, la
There
verdad.
you go. Dang it!
I think that's a good idea. We just hold hands. We just hold hands.
This how you okay.
And then we hide behind tanks.
That's actually a great idea. Panks, you're the meat.
Hola, bro.
No, eso no.
¿Cómo va todo? Bien, bien.
Al bloque y ya.
Nice. Okay. Hello. Technically, I wonder if I can make that jump.
I'm good, how are you? I have no idea where to
And then
go.
like slip out. I
Lily,
don't
Lily,
think so.
the pillars.
Hello.
No.
This way? How are you? I'm good.
There's no barrier, bro, so maybe you can do it.
Yeah.
Hang on.
I don't think it'll work. I think I'll smack my head against the ceiling.
Yeah.
Fudge. F10.
O sea, tú que haces parkour el puto oso.
Tutti, but
El oso se pasó eso y nosotros no.
Try it.
no, but I don't think that's working.
Fudge. No. You just gotta get it perfectly.
No, you gotta get him here and do Tutti.
Somebody just splashed.
Oh, that was so close.
Good job,
That was so
Good
close.
job.
Thank you.
¿Por qué, güey?
I can do it. I can do it.
Pero bájale con la V a los volúmenes.
Ya no, ya lo he bajado, pero es que esto es increíble.
Sí, hay mucha gente.
Honestly, that's so depressing, chat. Trying to do it is so depressing. Oh my gosh. Kill me, chat. I can't.
Look, the Cubs are sitting here like there's so many voices. I'm like saying, you got this. You're used to this. Go back to your roots.
You've got this. You can do it. You just gotta believe in yourself. Okay, there's a little bit of a shortcut.
Pero cuando estás quieto moviéndote,
I don't know what I'm doing.
Si llega soy joto.
I don't know. Well, let me check. It could be a me thing.
Yeah, I think everybody has one, but it's just like for someone shows up and
I officially give up.
Oye, Luz, no te quiero ofender, pero tú aquí buenas pasadas.
Soy Marcelín de la Aventura. Mira, está la princesa,
Mira, voy a hablar con
Nos vamos a lamer las vaginas. No, va a callar.
Luna. Soy fan, por favor. Una foto.
Cállate, Kulki, bueno, una foto.
Soy fan, por favor.
Solo para
Hola.
Hola.
Está re bien.
You are a
¿Cómo
bad
está?
boy?
No, se puso.
Yeah, I'm a bad boy.
Oh no.
Va una foto.
Don't kill me, please.
Bad boys. What you gonna do?
Do you have a song named Bad Boy?
No, I have a song named Muffin.
Sí, sin mayonesa, sin mayonesa.
You're
Sin mayonesa, no,
You're
no
a
mayonesa, no,
boy.
no.
I like you.
¿Entiendes?
No. Bad boy.
I know. Bad boy.
Very bad boy.
Bro. ¿Cómo decir eso?
¡Qué bonito el mono!
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
¿Qué pensás de Israel?
Do you remember me?
Your name looks familiar.
We played together in the Euphonia hardcore.
Oh yeah.
No sé.
I remember. Holy Muffin. Hi.
It's nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you too. Hope you're doing well.
Good luck.
I don't think we need to say
Good luck.
Parece son minions.
You too. Good luck. You got this.
Ahora empezar, güey.
La puta madre, boludo. Estaba re nervioso.
Mal que no se puede morir a la gente.
You're bald.
No escucho. I'm not bald.
Am I quiet?
No, I mean I trimmed you up. Am I quiet?
No.
¡Esta no!
You're good.
Una verga, tú sordo, boludo.
¡Me encanta, tío!
That's crazy.
Soy. Pero quiero dejarle ¿Para qué te iba a dejar?
Oh, there was an
Bro, I can
announcement.
carry you.
We're starting in a few minutes.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
I know.
Hay poquita gente, hay poquita gente.
Hello.
Gritando no se puede entender. A ver, grita.
Hi.
Hello? Wait, I can't hear you. Give me a second. There it is. Hello? Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am fine. I can't hear you because of all the screaming in the background.
Over here? Aquí?
Here. I can listen. I can. Wait, no, wait. I can't.
How are you?
I am fine. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I am doing very good. Muy bien.
Awesome. I'm big fan.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. See ya.
Oh, nice to meet you.
No.
Maybe just because I nearly everyone is screaming except for you.
Oh yeah, it's very loud.
I hope it's really loud for you. I really hope that you can't hear anything. That would be so awful for you. It would be really bad if you couldn't hear anyone over someone being really loud in your ears, wouldn't that?
Okay.
Yo quiero una Aurora, yo quiero una.
¡Ay, mucho ruido, la puta! ¡Bad! How are you? Why are we pink? Why are we pink?
I don't know.
Oh, you
They
can't.
sent me this.
Are you Barbie Boy Halo?
No, I'm Badboyhalo.
Why are you so pink?
I don't know.
What happened to you?
Mira quién está acá.
Why are you pink?
What? I don't hear you. I actually don't hear you. Yeah, I'm Cupid.
Nice to meet you.
No escucho nada.
Emil, this is my friend Barbie Boy Halo.
Hello, Barbie boy.
Hi. No,
Hello,
that's not my
Barbie.
name.
I'm Ken.
That's literally your name.
Voy a aprender stream.
Is that not your name? In a Barbie world, I'm plastic. It's the dancing. You can buy my hair. I don't remember the lyrics. Na, 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 na.
Life is your creation. Go.
See?
Oh god.
Let's go, bad boy. Let's go, bad boy Halo.
That's crazy.
Do you know any of the games? Can you spoil?
I do not. I do
Really?
not. Do you?
No, I don't. That's why
me
I'm
neither.
asking.
No, I don't know. I'm gonna be surprised, just like you.
He doesn't know. Él lo sabe. He doesn't know.
What the fuck? No Barbie.
Yeah, yes, Barbie. Yes, Barbie. Yes.
No.
You're not Barbie.
Oh my god. I
You're
don't know.
not Barbie.
No Barbie. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
¿Qué sos? Es una piñata.
Hi.
Porque sos un crack.
Piñata, nada, no, sí,
¿Sos una piñata?
I nearly had it, no?
Ah, ok. Bueno, I don't speak English.
No problem.
¿Qué pasa, Peboy? Hermano, ¿todo bien?
One moment.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Ayúdame, no sé hablar inglés.
Estoy practicando my English.
Ahí voy a intentar.
You understand Spanish?
Very little.
Lunita, ¿qué dijo?
Qué poco.
Ah, you understand very little. Okay. What word you say in Spanish?
Hola, me llamo Badboyhalo.
Okay, very good. Vamos. Okay. Another
I don't
word.
hear you.
Shelly, que le acabo de decir por favor.
Hello, Julie.
Ahorita me estoy quedando sordo.
Yo también.
Inosat is not.
Your skin is very pink.
It's very pink, yes. I didn't make it.
Yeah.
It was given to me, a gift. Oh, thank gosh. It was so loud, chat. Oh, good. I don't have to talk to anyone anymore. I'm way too shy. Did you expect a soft and sweet voice? This is what you get. So deal with it. This is wild, chat.
Y otros que están muy solos. San Valentín pasó hace unos días, pero nunca es tarde para el mundo del romance. Empecemos con los juegos que podrían cambiar su suerte. ¡Síganme!
This is a good voice actor, I like it. Oh, hold on. Good a second, chat. Hold on.
Sigue la princesa, pendejo, síguela.
Alta cinemática, amigo.
Tiene cinemática, boludo, tiene cinemática.
Estoy viendo la princesa todavía.
Buen doblaje,
¡Vamos! I can't see.
¿Para dónde?
Help.
Por acá. Are you good, bro?
I'm still bad as two. Okay, I'm stuck on the screen. I can't see.
Help. Same.
Okay, I'm stuck.
Help me.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm stuck.
In what?
On a on the video screen.
Yeah, it's like stuck on the last frame for me.
Should I relog?
I have no idea.
I don't know, but you can try it.
Oh no, I can't log out.
Oh man.
Uh-oh. I guess we wait?
Yeah, I assume we wait.
Okay. Is anyone else stuck?
Velvet sent something in the Discord. I think he's stuck as well.
Oh, perfect.
Ai, eu sei quem tá... Ah, não se conseguir desmover. Tu consegues sobreviver. Tu consegues sobreviver a cutscene.
Oh, there we go. I think I'm good now.
Oh,
we survived.
It worked. Yay, me too!
Yay!
Freedom!
Let's go!
Are we okay?
I'm free!
Did we? Was there anything that I should have seen? I mean, Princess Soleil slays, but other than that, did I miss anything?
There was just a cutscene.
You're going down.
No. You don't see me. I'm not
Right
here.
there,
Look at
right.
Panks. Look at Panks.
Panks.
Yeah. Panks is going down. I'm not here.
Okay, you're going down.
No, you're definitely not.
Me?
I'm not
You're
here.
definitely not
Yeah.
brightly
You're going
colored
down
or
first.
anything.
No, I'm just part of
Pancakes
the
are going
decoration.
down.
I'm just like
yeah.
really
Partially
the decoration.
leaders.
Yeah.
Down with
I'm a model.
pancakes.
I can already see it. I can already
Feel
see
free
it.
to explore for a bit. Have fun.
Oh, we can explore? Alright.
Okay.
Oh, we can explore.
Where are we going then?
Oh my god, the running animation is skipping. That's so cute. Wait. You're you're skipping. That's so cutie.
Tra-la-la.
Okay, let's see. There's probably Easter eggs, chat. I want to see if there's like any Easter eggs we can find. Or like stuff like that.
No.
Oh, look at that, chat!
Déjate llevar.
An allay with a heart. That's so cute.
Déjate llevar nomás.
There. Oh. Parkour top 20. Okay, there's a parkour somewhere. Ew. Oh, let me turn the music off. Okay. Oh, hello.
Guapa hoy, princesa.
Fancy.
No, amigo, lo espantaste.
You and me were gone.
No point.
La mataste.
This is cool, chat. Love the map. Love the parrots. Oh, we got somebody here. Hello. Okay, let's check over here. Shot.
That's so cute.
Very cool. This is very cool, chat. I want to fly. Fly, baby, fly. I want to find the parkour.
No, yo creo que se
There you go. That is cool. Okay. So far, I'm loving the build. The build is very pretty. Trying to find any Easter eggs that are
Gracias
hidden.
por invitar. Hey, Badboyhalo.
Hello?
Stinky.
Hello?
Oh, you look so cute. Look at your little outfit.
No, don't look at me.
Oh, look, you're so cute. Look how small you are.
I'm looking for Easter eggs. Easter eggs, Pilly. Wait, Pilly, where have you been?
Oh
You're
my
not
god,
gonna
it's me, Pilly One.
You're not gonna believe it. This horrible monster replaced you.
A horrible monster. Oh my god,
Horrible,
tell me more
horrible
about it.
monster. They're awful. I keep trying to kill them. I put poison in their food, but it's not working. They won't die.
That's crazy. Maybe you should try harder. Maybe it's a skill issue on your end.
I'll try drowning them while they sleep instead. That's a good idea. How are you doing, Billy?
Oh yeah, me, awesome.
Here, let's look for Easter eggs. Come on. Hello, bear. Well, there's bears walking around.
O orçamento dessa
Hola, Dulce. Te extraño, Dulce.
Hello, Badboyhalo.
Hi, hello. How are you?
Eu jurei que era uma pessoa parada aqui.
Olha
I was gonna call you a friend, but I don't think we're friends.
Eu falei, caralho, por que esse pessoal tá encarando ali?
Wait, are you talking about Badboyhalo or are you talking about me?
Talking about you.
Ela é do nosso time.
No, no.
I think it's talking about you. To be honest.
No, it's you.
Yeah, no, we're mortal enemies, Badboyhalo.
That's crazy.
Ela já foi, e quem nem existiu.
No, besties.
Besties.
Yeah,
besties.
I like your color.
Já abriu o Valorant.
Yeah, what is that color? Rose?
Pink?
Pink, yeah. Yeah. Nothing less, Billy. Nothing
Wait,
less.
I am pink? Oh my gosh, I'm pink. No.
You're
servir.
seeing baby girl and all that, you know?
No. This is blue. Blue.
No.
Imagina assim, se tu já vens para aqui com a tua skin normal e já estás a servir tanto no tema como
Amílcar me ayuda a ponerle como nombre gordo metalúrgico, pero algún día me dejó de seguir.
Le hablo en inglés. Hello.
Mira,
You look also, ¿dónde?
I'm gonna keep exploring. I want to see the rest of the build. There are a lot of bears everywhere, chat.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like the build's like a flip, so it looks like a mirror. So all the... Is that mine? Hello?
Hello? Hi, Ben.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. You're going down.
Oh, I am going down. There's parkour. I'm fucked.
No, you can do it.
I'm sorry. I can't. I'm
No, you
terrible at
can't.
parkour. I can't even
Also-
I can't do anything in Minecraft, honestly.
You're pink.
Yeah, I am pink,
Oh.
but I'm naturally pink.
Oh.
You're like mimicking me.
Wait, am I pink?
You are pink.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Oh no. Pasa todo.
No, but
Oh. No. Pasa todo. We gotta commit a robbery, chat.
¡Ya estuvo bien! ¡Van a ensuciar mi reino!
Llegó la hora de mostrarles el por qué los traje a este lugar. Diviértanse y sobre
Chat,
todo,
someone translate this for me.
queridos.
Oh, Oh, what do we do? Wait, what do I do? Wait, hold on. Stop.
Bienvenidos jugadores al primer
Welcome
minijuego,
players to the first
Stealing
minigame.
Hearts. En
Oh,
este
no.
mapa tendrás que luchar para recolectar una cierta cantidad de corazones y las únicas formas de conseguirlos son los Heartalays. Los Heartalays aparecerán por todo el mapa. Para obtener su corazón, haz clic derecho sobre ellos. El Heart Balloon. Encontrarás Heart Balloon dispersos por el mapa. Para conseguirlos, deberás pegarles hasta que exploten. Pero también hay otros jugadores. Con el Cupid Bow podrás congelar a los jugadores por 3 segundos. Con el Heart Snatcher podrás robarle el corazón a los demás jugadores siempre y cuando tengan uno. Jump Pads y Speed Pads que te ayudarán a atrapar a los Heartalays más fácilmente. ¡Mucha suerte, jugador!
Okay, this will be fun. Can't move yet. Did you guys see that? You saw that, right? Here we go. Stealing Hearts event. I see it now. Heart stealing thievery. Let's go. Find the imposter ghosties and rip their heart out. That's the game? Hold on. Oh, here we go. That didn't work. Oh, hello. I take it we can't steal hearts from them. Oh, it's like a speed boost. Okay. Let's figure out where the hearts are. Okay. That did not work. Okay. Come on, man. Let's go up here. Oh, here we go. Oh my goodness, let me out. No!
Hi, Bad.
Goomy, die!
Don't do it, don't do it.
Die! Oh, wait a minute. Hey! No! Goomy, what the muffin? Come on. How do I get it? Give me the heart. Oh, right click, right click. Okay. Right click. Nice. Got him. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna go around and right click him. Come on, come on. Let's just keep going. We need more. They're spawning here. This is good. This is good. Woo. Is it worth trying to steal from other people? Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Good luck.
Good luck. Oh, we can break those too. Ooh, okay. Wait, do I have to take these somewhere? What do you guys think? Do I have to take them somewhere to cash them in? Take them to the middle? Okay. Oh, well, that's a good place to steal. Okay. Here's the middle. Oh! Fudge. How many do we have? We're not on the leaderboard. Okay.
¡Hijo de puta! ¡Te va a matar!
I want to steal more from people. Alright, let's get some more.
All of me.
trying to be a thief, chat, but it's not working. It's not working. Balloons with 5, go for them? Okay. Thank you for the input. Let's go. Oh my goodness, that we went too fast, chat. Okay, how do we get to the balloons? We gotta figure out how to get, like, up. How much time do we have? We got 12 minutes. Okay. Okay, let's think about this strategically. If balloons are just that good, we gotta go up there. Come on. Jump. Go up. Ah! I'm so used to the Elytra chat. Okay. I feel like hitting up here is gonna be the best strat. You know what I mean? Like, hitting, like, up here and stealing from people as they come up.
¡No, ese no! ¡No, tu puta madre! ¡No!
Congelado. ¿Qué pasó?
¡No! ¡Bad boy, no!
Give me up! Yeah! Dang it, that wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. Ah. Okay, let's just... I feel like stealing doesn't give us enough. We gotta focus on just collecting. Let's just focus on collecting, chat. I keep trying to steal, but it's not working. Come on! Well, or... Oh, here we go. How do we get to that one? Oh my gosh, come on. Nice. Okay, we got 5 there. I don't think we can target the balloons as well as I thought we could. Like, they're just out of reach. Okay, I think we just run circuits. Going to places that other people aren't really going in is the best strat. And then kind of circle back towards the middle. Oh, we're full, we're full. Okay, run to the middle. Oh, okay. Fudge! Some people are cooking. Alright, let's speed run to the middle. Okay. Go. Nice. Okay, I think I figured it out now. Alright, nice. Nice, thank you. Okay. Yeah, it's not even worth it to dedicate energy. How do I get up to these higher buildings, chat? Maybe if we go up here? Because if I can get onto the roof, that's where I need to get. I gotta get on the roof somehow. Come on. Oh my gosh, come on. Okay. Yes! Oh my goodness. Oh, yes, nice. Okay, +5. Yes. Okay, +5. There's another heart. Yes. Yes. Oh, let's go! Come on! Run! Hey, now you can run up to the top. Oh, nice. Alright, let's go. Ooh, this is kind of cool. Okay, I think we're cooking. Like, it makes sense now. I know how to best play the game. So, but other people are gonna figure it out too. So we gotta be speedy, chat. We gotta be speedy. There's not a lot good on this side. We should head back to this side. Come on. Oh, you son of a gun. Come on. Alright, where do we go? Fudge.
Badboyhalo, damn it.
Hello.
Take my...
Here we go. That's where we gotta go. Come on. Nice. Nice. Oh, yes. Nice. Let's go for the hearts, chat. Nice, +4. That was from last time. Fudge. I don't see any more. I should probably just take these up. Because we're running a long time. Oh. I think it's better to just submit a lower amount than to waste a bunch of time hunting. Come on, faster! There's gotta be a better spot on the map! Oh my gosh. You've gotta be kidding. You've gotta be kidding, that's hilarious. Okay. Nice. Let's do that. Oh, what if it, like... What if it trickles, like, down chat? Like, what if the more people there are, like, the worse or the harder it gets to, like, collect? Like, what if we're kind of forced to steal chat? That'd be kind of fun. Oh my goodness, come on. Nice. Come on. I don't know how many I've got. Oh, here we go. Oh, you've got to be kidding. What? Oh my gosh, chat. Hold on. What? That would have been good to know. Oh my gosh. Nice. Okay, I think we're full. Oh, that's a good thing to know. Oh my goodness. I know I wasn't reading the chat. Thank you. Dun, dun, dun. Alright, let's head up. Come on. Come on. Jump! Dang it! They come up. Hurry, hurry, hurry. No, you don't. Nice. Okay, that's really good to know now. Alright, let's speedrun this. I think we should be able to cook then, chat. Okay. Come on. Come on. Nice. Fudge. No! You've got to be kidding. Oh my gosh, come on. Yes! Okay. Run back. Here we go. Woo! This one doesn't work? Oh, it does. Okay. I just saw Pilly. Come on! 3 minutes, we can catch up, we're cooking. Okay. We're doing good, we just gotta speed it up a little bit. Okay. Come on. Fudge! Come on. Yes. Nice. Okay, I gotta get on that building. Somehow. Oh my gosh, come on. Nice. Nice. Oh yes, nice, nice. Okay, we're stocked. The speed run.
Let them fight. Let them fight.
Yo también me congelé.
48 seconds. Ooh, we may not have enough time. Okay. I don't know where that'll put us. I don't know. Oh, fudge. How much time do we have? 36 seconds. It's not enough. It's not enough. Ah! Let's go. We'll take this. We might be able to get an extra 5, maybe. Ah! Oh, you've got to be joking. Come on. Come on. Nice.
¿Qué pasa? ¿Te digo algo? No, gracias.
Yes. Ooh. Come on, come on, come on, come on. 8. Oh no.
3, 2.
Yes! Ooh! We just made it. Oh my gosh. We literally just made it. How many do we have even? Let's go.
No mames, ¿cómo que ganó un suplente?
Oh, mine was real embarrassing.
152. Let's go. I'll take it.
Mine was real embarrassing.
Could have done better, but I think we figured out the best strat. Woohoo!
Estuvo bueno.
I don't do cutscene. I didn't have the cutscene.
We supposed to be like, were we
Oh,
able to?
like I shouldn't get the cutscene, so chat.
Alright. That was fun. I think 152.
I really doubt that.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I didn't get that many. Wow. Nice.
Does she? Does she? Is she going to?
I wonder if we'll have a rematch. Stealing didn't seem very effective because you only got one
This was
per
one,
steal.
right?
Yeah. I'm wondering if you spammed it, would you get more?
Yeah. I think only those 5 hearts, going for those 5 hearts is worth it.
Dios.
Amigo,
el meta era los globos, ¿Qué pasó, Cuquita?
Parkour top 10.
I don't see Lauren's name anywhere.
I don't see your name anywhere either.
Shameful.
You should go to F5. Look at you. Look at yourself.
Good job.
Aren't you so cute? Your little
I am.
halo wings.
I am cute.
What about you?
Yeah.
No, you're right. I am cute. Thank you.
Don't you think so, Bear?
I'm very beautiful.
Do you like his outfit?
Gummy! You also have angel wings.
Hey, osito peruano.
I do have angel wings.
We're all little
Osito
cupids.
peruano.
Yeah, we are. And I'm gonna shoot you.
I think we now kill
you can fly?
everyone.
You can fly, bro? Bro,
Oh,
you can fly.
Well,
Fly,
you can
fly.
fly.
Oh my god.
He can fly, not me.
Oh.
This bird is magic.
Lilith!
Sí, ¿qué pasó?
2 things. How do I look? I know I
You
look
look
great.
great. You're slaying.
I-
Slaying the house, boots down.
I know. And the second question. Is people who getting eliminated?
Nope.
Okay, you're
Okay,
viva!
No
I got them on second place.
Yay.
I got them second place.
Focused on who wins instead of like eliminating.
Okay, so
Okay,
if I
nice,
end on
nice.
second place, do I get something or anything, or just if I
There's
win?
no cash prize.
The love of
No,
the
no, no. I know.
The
I
love of the
mean,
friendship is
I mean, in the next,
the prize.
is there going to be like a final point, or is it just if you win a minigame? I don't know if I explain
That-
myself.
Is a great question. You know what great questions deserve?
What? Don't buy any. Okay, thank you. See, I do really good questions. I do really good questions.
That is a good question.
Como la mierda.
¿Y él cómo se gana? Qué buena pregunta, hermano.
I want to be a
Bueno, sí, yo quedé en
statue.
segundo lugar.
Uy, otra.
¿Qué pasó? Nada.
¿Ganaste o qué? ¿O fuiste
Quedé sexto, me superó a Pogema por un punto.
80 puntos.
Es que fue culpa de que ese sección me congeló y me quitó justo ese punto, la puta madre.
Pero póngame a rolear.
Sí, andaba en meta congelando, yo ni había entendido al inicio porque como no vi tanto tutorial, estaba más perdido.
El audio 3D.
The world is better off with no
Sí,
Badboyhalo
está como bullada las animaciones, está como raro.
Dauta, Pili.
Sí, tipo yo estaba viendo la animación y no entendí nada.
¿Verdad que Luni?
Crazy.
¿Verdad que Gusi?
Hello.
Sí, sí.
That's so cool.
How many hearts you got, Badboyhalo?
152. How about you?
Whoa, really? Oh my god.
I want
Oh my god, thank you so
110.
much. Hi, nice to meet you.
I'm so bad.
You are. I'm sorry.
Thank you, I appreciate
I'm gonna drown here.
Oh, that's probably for the best, to be honest.
What the? What?
No, I mean,
Oh my
look,
God, Badboyhalo, I can't believe it.
100.
I can't believe it. No.
110.
Wow.
I mean, come on.
Wow.
Guys, there's parkour.
Like, you can do it. You can do it. Wait, parkour?
Parkour.
Where's the parkour?
There's parkour.
Oye,
I want to do parkour.
Potish acá. Potish.
How did you do, Van?
No,
Una
pasta
una potish.
todo. I did good. I got 1,
Ahí está.
Yo me estás
5,
coqueteando eso, pero
2.
no.
did you get leaderboard though?
Saltás y me estás coqueteando. Ok. Oso, pero no. Oso, pero no. No funciona así.
¿Sabías que Gusi está bien botón? Bien
You're
fuerte.
going down. I hope we have a rematch. You're flipping going down.
A rematch.
And that's why you're the meat shield, thanks. That's why you're the meat shield.
Yeah, pancakes.
Yes. We didn't get leaderboard, so you're the meat shield.
Not being a meat shield for you.
No, you're going down.
No, you're going down.
I'm gonna target you.
I
mean, there's gotta be a game where we punch each other. There has
I
to
hope
be.
so.
Wait, what?
Potish en la parte de atrás.
That's crazy, Badboyhalo.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm so lonely. I'm
So true. Oh,
lonely.
they're cute.
You excited? That was fun.
Yes, no, actually, I'm horrendous at it.
No,
but I
but
love
mine, look.
Potish desde abajo, Potish
it.
desde
It's so
arriba.
loud though, but it's so loud.
I'm trying to decide.
Oh, am I loud?
Acoustic shield.
No, everybody else.
Potish desde la silla.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Too many
It's really
voices.
loud.
You're too close.
Oh, man.
Oh!
Desde la otra silla.
We
Yeah,
can
you
sit.
said
There's
it.
parkour, by the way.
Oh my god! That's wild. That's crazy.
There's parkour.
That's wild.
Oh, no.
This is parkour top
What
10,
the
so I'm gonna
fudge
assume
is
there's
that?
parkour.
I understood how everything works way later than everyone else, but I still pulled through.
There's a monster.
Parkour
What?
minigame.
I didn't.
What? The muffin?
I kinda need it to like.
I thought.
I'm
Look, if there's
Potish, más
parkour,
Potishes, le voy a tomar Potishes. Ahí está.
Are you like an ice cream monster? What the fudge? Stop, come back. You're like a sentient Twinkie covered in chocolate and ice cream. Get back here! No, no running. What the muffin? It's trying to get away, chat. Oh no, it might get away. No, come back. Ooh, secret Easter eggs back here, maybe? Oh, wow, you just led me to a dead end to kill me. No, pasa todo. You will be my dinner. My dinner. Stop trying to get away. Oh, look. Wow, did you see that, chat? Did you see that? Oh, my dinner escaped. That is crazy. I saw an Easter egg. It was a Twinkie. It was like a Twinkie, but it had like chocolate frosting and strawberries on it. That's crazy.
¿Qué quiere decir esto?
¿Qué quiere decir eso, bro? Dios mío, hay mucha rosa, me duele.
Nós conseguimos, amiga, nós somos fortes.
Sí, entiendo.
I lose.
Arriba, Peru, coisa sua mãe, louco.
Amiga, vamos chegar as duas no fim.
Tudo bem.
Ai, tenho uma sala de
Mãos dadas no final.
Bueno, bueno. Ya va siendo hora de que comience el segundo minijuego, ¿no? ¿Están listos para trabajar en equipo con un extraño? O quién sabe, tal vez un posible amor.
Let's go. Let's go.
Bienvenidos a Flamingo Frenzy. Dentro de este mapa tendrán que conducir por cisnes y disparar a los flamingos que están dispersos por todos mis aposentos. Para dispararles tendrán un arco. ¿Qué esperaban? ¡Una escopeta! El que acierte el disparo recibirá 2 puntos y el que conduce 1. Pero cuidado, cada 10 disparos, independientemente si los acierta o no, cambiarán de posición. No se podrán bajar del cisne y tampoco podrán cambiar de posición de otra manera. ¡Suerte, parejitas enamoradas!
Oh, so we gotta pick partners. Only the first 5 will win. Ooh, here we go. Ooh, these tired. Okay. Where those? Do we choose partners or do we like run and look for swans? Oh, this is gonna be interesting. I'm curious. It's like we're in this area. I don't see any messages. Hello. Bing,
No, no te-
bing, bing, bing. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Let's
Bom dia.
go. Fire. Right there, right there.
Fire. Okay.
Hit the
Wait.
target. Nice.
Nice, I got one.
Okay. That one, that one, that one.
There's another one.
Oh,
Oh, never
fudge.
mind. They got it.
Oh, here. Let's go ahead.
Al cuadrado. Ajá, muy bien. Muy bien.
Gosh.
Where?
Aquí.
¿Dónde?
Aquí arriba.
Where are they? Where are they?
Oh wait,
Oh, right there. Fudge. Do you hit that one?
Right there, one on our left. Our left.
Oh,
got it.
Nice.
Nice.
Good job. Okay, I'll just paddle. You look.
Okay.
Oh,
wait,
right,
stop,
left,
stop,
left,
stop.
left.
Up. Okay, got
Nice.
it. Nice.
Oh, right. Do you see that one? Left.
Oh, there's one top left. Got
Nice.
it. Nice.
Good job. Good job.
Okay, keep playing.
Left.
There's one here. One here. Oh wait.
Nice.
Wait, our left. Oh, we are switching.
I'm sorry. Oh.
Okay, now you're shooting.
Okay.
If you see one, you can do it. Our left.
Okay. Oh, I see. Go.
Nice. Oh, there's. Never mind. There's one boat there.
Oh, stop.
Es ese.
Right, right. No, never mind. Go, go, go.
Yeah, they got it.
No, they got
Oh, stop.
Wait, top left.
Sí.
Nice. Another one.
Stop.
Here.
Nice.
On your left.
Stop.
Yep.
Right.
Puta madre, dale.
Go.
Go left. Go left.
Shoot bad.
Okay, there's one.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay. Do you see
yeah, we
the
switch
ones
again.
behind the
Nice.
bush? Oh. Here we go.
No.
No, we keep looking. Let's go this way.
Oh, top right. Wait.
Oh.
You
got it?
Oh my god, that's so hard. It's really hard now.
Nice.
Okay, got it.
Left.
Nice.
Front. Oh,
I got
never
it.
mind.
Wait, this game is actually pretty fun.
Okay, we'll go back. Left or left,
Wait,
left. Up. There you go.
Okay.
Oh, go.
Switch. Oh, I got it.
Oh, stop. Oh, never mind. Turn left. Turn left.
Oh, I see. The top one.
Nice.
Nice.
Got it.
Get away from my way!
Ah, I see it. Yeah.
One top right.
Right. Got it.
Oh, top left.
Left.
Wait. I'm a little too close. Nice.
Go. Nice. Oh,
Top right again.
right.
Nice.
Oh, they got
Let's
it.
go. Let's go.
Alright, go ahead.
Good.
Okay. Left. Oh, left or right.
Wait, right. Got it.
Right.
Another one. Got it.
Nice.
¡Quítense!
Date la vuelta, date la vuelta, date la vuelta.
Get out of the way!
Ahí derecho por acá.
Ahí, mira,
Ahí hay uno.
Oh, in front.
Quieto, quieto.
No, I can't.
Go get it, right?
Okay, nice. Got it.
Oh, nice.
Allá,
Let's go this way.
adelante.
Right.
Quieto.
They got it.
There.
Wait,
right.
left. Stop.
Oh, there's one. Sorry, right.
Okay.
Ahí otro.
Quieto.
Left.
Got it. Another one.
Quieto.
Okay.
Ooh, hold still.
Ah,
Or
ya
left.
le dieron.
Nice.
Nice. There's another one on our right.
That one. Take it from them. Take it from them.
Where?
Buenísimo. Ah.
Oh, one.
You're stuck.
Estaba rebugueado, sorry.
Mierda, quitaron.
Right.
Oh. Nice.
Here.
Left. Nice.
Left again. Left and right.
Oh. Okay, get the
Wait, I
right.
can get it.
Arriba, de arriba.
Nice.
Okay, nice.
Up in the tree.
Yeah.
Oh, left.
Got it.
Nice. Right.
Another one right.
They got it.
Nice. Oh,
A
right.
left one. Nice.
Nice. Left. Oh, they got it.
Yeah, they got it.
Oh, horses? What the
Ahí
fudge?
uno.
Okay, we'll go this
¿Lo ves
way.
derecha, pues?
Up on the left.
Más adelante,
On the
más
left.
Ven.
¿Quieto? No,
No,
le dieron,
they
le
got
dieron.
it.
Ve por afuera
Let's
mejor,
keep
por afuera,
going.
por afuera. No vayamos por dentro. Adentro una
Wait,
mierda.
one right.
Espera, espérate.
Estoy viendo a ver si encuentro, boludo, porque está toda gente acá.
There's too many people here.
Buenas tardes, buenos días, buenas
No, nada, bro.
noches.
Muévete, muévete.
Here. Yeah, I'll try this way.
There's
Oh,
two.
right.
See? One. There. One.
Wait, you're
No,
supposed to shoot.
Lilith.
No, in front.
No way, Lilith stole that one. Got
Nice.
it. Wait, there's another one.
Oh, nice.
Oy.
Where?
Oh my god.
Oh, we can go up probably.
Oh, there's one top right.
There's
And the highest
they got it. They got it.
Top right, really, really high now.
Fudge. What the muffin? Oh,
Nice.
go.
Left.
Perfecto.
Dang it.
Right.
Nice. Alright, let's keep going. Right.
Wait, there's one more.
Good job.
No!
Oh,
Nice.
fair.
That's crazy. They stole
Pasa
from us.
tudo.
Pasa
I mean, yeah.
tudo. Go up.
Oh yeah, nice.
Okay, let's see what's up here. Oh, I don't think there's a... Oh, left.
Oh wait, one here. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, excuse me.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, cut. Oh, up ahead. Right.
Oh yeah.
Okay. In front. Oh,
Oh
in
my
front.
god, I got it both.
Oh,
Nice.
fudge. Nice.
Uh,
Let's go back this way. Come on. Where? Okay, up ahead. Nope, someone got it. Right?
Look up. Yeah. Nice.
Oh, left.
Okay, left, up ahead. I'm gonna turn.
Oh yeah, I can get it. Got it.
Okay, there's one.
No.
Nope. 1, 2. Looking. Fudge, they got it.
Listo.
Right. Never mind. Not getting lucky.
Yeah, they gone now. Oh wait, there's one top left.
Up left? Yep. Oh, there's 2.
Got it.
One over there.
Another one?
Yep, got
nice.
it.
Top right.
Top right. Oh, I see
Really
it.
high.
Got it.
Nice.
Left. Oh, wait. Turn right. Oh.
You got
They got it.
Oh yeah, I see. Go here.
Okay, left side. There's one in the left.
Here.
Got it.
Oh, they got it.
Move back, move!
No, you move.
No, move.
Wait, 2 minutes.
Okay, let's go.
Never mind, they got it.
I missed it.
There's a lot of people here.
Left.
Okay, one here. Got it.
Oh
Left
my God,
again. Get
another
ready.
one.
Right here.
Never mind, let's go. Oh, you're
Left.
carrying.
Nice.
Front. Right.
Got it.
Nice. Okay. More over here. Okay, right and left. Right.
Oof. Nice.
Oh, nice.
Ok, vamos.
Right.
Uf.
Keep going.
Es complicado. Ok, 10 seconds.
Oh wait, there's
Hold still.
one here. You can do it. Nice.
Ay, casi.
Nice.
We're stuck.
Almost.
Oh, good job. Nice.
85. That was
Oh,
good.
62.
GG.
Okay, let's go.
Nice. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Chat, was it every 10 shots
Was using
that
my
it
Valorant
swapped
name.
us around?
I don't play Valorant.
I was thinking every 10 hits for some reason. So I kept firing a lot, and I think we ended up swapping. That's I didn't think about that makes sense. That explains that. I think we probably could have hit him from behind too. Yeah. That was fun. I like that. That was a fun game. That was very cute. That was a nice little teamwork. I think it would have been cool if we'd been able to like choose our teams, but I still enjoyed it. Okay, there's gotta be hints then for the next event. Okay, let's see. Something about shooting bears. So look, stealing hearts. Okay. Fountain. How do I get up there? Let me in! I want to be on the... I'm a statue again! Yippee! Okay, I think these are the events, chat. We've got this. Oh yeah, we totally could make something like this on Game Maker. We got Stealing Hearts. The target shooting one. Maybe shooting the bears while they run from us? That could be it. Maybe it's something up there. Let's see what's up top. Any more hints? I don't see any more hints, chat. Lauren's on the podium. This must be fictional if Lauren's in first place.
Ay, what the muffin? What the muffin? What the muffin? It's another one. Oh my god.
Fotish. Yo conozco a este chaval, este es Fotish con el muñeco. Fotish. Fotish. Ahí está, Fotish. Ahí. Lag.
It'd be so funny if the shoot the bears like Cupid. That's what I'm thinking. I think it might be like a shooting the bear thing. This is fun though. I'm enjoying this chat. Not gonna lie. I saw that. I saw that. I'm watching you. Hello. Hello. What? The muffin. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh.
What? Good luck.
Good luck. How many points did I get last game? I only got like 62. I didn't get a lot. I'm not worried, chat. We're just having fun. So I'm enjoying like the appreciation of the game.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. What point you heard in part here?
Oh, in the last game?
Yeah.
Oh, 135. 1,000.
I don't know numbers in English.
Oh,
I know
uno,
one. Uno.
Tres. Cinco. Zero, zero, zero.
You 2,305.
Yes.
Yeah, viste. I am teacher in English.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Bueno, hola.
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 Estoy practicando mi inglés.
Hola.
Hermano, un osito. Oye, oso.
Hola.
¿Cuál es el siguiente juego? Oso. Oye.
Hola.
Oye, osito. ¿Cuál es el siguiente juego?
Look who it is.
Look who it is.
That's crazy.
That's
Hello.
wild.
Follow me?
Hello.
Okay.
Te sigo.
Ooh.
Lead the way, bear. Lead the way.
New mission unlocked. Let's go.
I don't trust this bear.
No, I see.
I do. I will blindly follow this bear.
No, it better take us somewhere fun and exciting. Easter egg, bear. Easter egg.
What the fuck?
¿Cómo se llaman? Los flamencos, ¿no? Flamencos.
Minutos de pausa.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is... Oh! Look at this.
Meu Deus.
Ai, peraí.
Fofo.
Pedro, come see.
Oh!
Fofo.
Oye.
This is fun.
Cute.
Oh, that's cute.
This is
I
fine.
get it. That's cute.
That's so
So,
cute.
how much did you get?
Oh, this
It's
is
a
fine.
meme. Yeah, that's cute. That's funny. I got 6 million points in the last one.
I
Oh, yeah,
highly
we did
doubt
great.
it.
We did like 100
No,
points.
I just kept.
Guys, you can
Yeah.
snitch.
They gave me so many
yeah, it
points.
was like
No, guys,
yeah, we did
you can,
so many.
You can't.
Yeah.
Believe me,
Yeah.
you can't snitch.
I have it on good
You did great.
authority. I did better than both of you, so that's enough for me. The event's done.
Someone is like.
No,
I got
that's not
95. I got 95. That's I did my part.
Is that metagaming? I hear.
No,
I hear
fictional.
metagame.
Mods
We
get
need
them.
to ban Lionhearted.
Ban.
It's not my fault.
Yes.
Samu has the scores on hand.
That's
Metagaming, I hear.
crazy.
Metagaming, I
That's
hear.
But this one was really fun.
Oh, it
No, this was so fun. It actually gave me so much adrenaline. Actually.
I was like communicating like call-outs in another languages. It was so fun. Oh, hello.
Yeah, these are awesome.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, little guy.
It's a bear.
It's so cute.
Okay,
He
so
looks
the
angry.
pictures that I
Hi,
saw
bear.
was one of your.
Can I take you home? You're really cute.
Taking her on a date?
Oh yeah. My pillow.
Okay, just because it's
And I
under
saw the very
the
muscular.
height of 2 blocks, you don't have to adopt it.
No, I do. You know, I see something in Minecraft that's short and I take it home.
Sure.
Even more muscular man if I'm scrolling down.
Did you guys see the pigs? Did you see the
Yeah, I
pigs?
did.
Oh yeah, I saw the pig.
It was crazy. I couldn't believe
Oh no,
it.
I saw so
They're
much.
so
I saw so much.
I also saw like a huge thing walking by and I don't know what it was, but I've never seen it again.
The big pig.
Follow again.
Oh, step on the yellow block for parkour. What if I really don't want to?
Wait, what do you mean?
What if I don't
I
want
really
to?
don't want to either. What do you?
One chat, 1 second. One chat. Boop. There we go. Fixing sign. Thank you, chat. Alright, there we go. Where was I? Alright.
Got an achievement. I have a diamond.
Wait, Bad.
Yeah?
I was asked to relay a message.
Okay.
Michelle and Cactoid say that you're short. That's all. They just asked me to.
Oh god.
I'm gonna ban them later.
Damn bad.
Wait,
That's crazy. Insane.
No, mentira.
I'll
Yeah.
ban them.
I got a diamond.
I am so
Diamond?
Yeah, you won one.
Yes, please.
Don't give it to him. Don't give it to him.
Thank
No.
It's you!
You know him?
I found him, yeah, he led me into the woods and tried to kill me.
Oh, good job. Buena, muy bien, cerdo.
¿Te puedo comer? That's crazy.
Pueden comprar peluchitos.
Let's
That's
jump.
Can we eat
it? Jump.
No,
Yes, ¿te puedo comer?
And it's gone.
No, esa paja.
The parkour is working? Wait, where's the parkour?
Come here. Aquí,
Oh,
aquí,
here.
aquí.
No, me lo puedo creer.
Oh. Oh. This is the parkour. Okay.
We're amazing. We're amazing.
Let's cook. Fudge. We messed up. Okay, let's try again. So instead he wins the race, chat, because it's about a high score. Come on. This is kind of cool. Oh, does it get harder? It introduced the 2-block jump.
It
does get harder. It does get harder. Oh, that's cool. It like crosses over other people's, so it can get like crazy. Okay, let's try like this. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, what the fudge? Don't know if it actually does get harder, chat.
Yeah, it does, I was...
Oh, fudge! Come on.
Ey, ¿cómo se quita el dinámico?
Come on, come on. We're running out of time. Okay, we gotta focus. Focus. Oh, okay.
I only have 4-block jumps.
Orange glazed terracotta. I don't know why. Now what? I have no
What the
idea what's happening.
fudge? You fell at 30. 4,
3, 4,
Ya decía yo.
13,
Ah!
14,
In less than 2 minutes.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. That's crazy. I could have, like, disrupted my jump, chat. Oh. That's crazy. The bear is trolling me, chat.
My bad.
Hello. Oh. Cooking. We're cooking. Oh. You son of a gun! What the actual fudge? What the actual fudge? I'll kill the bear! I'll kill the bear! Die, bear! Die, bear! No, they broke my parkour! I was cooking! I was at 67. Nah, they closed it. What the mother?
Parkour ZZ.
Badboyhalo got top 10. Look at
Pero
that.
Hanks, that's crazy.
I can't see my name.
Saúl, ¿qué mierda sé, boludo? Es un evento de chill.
I literally don't trust the bears. Don't trust the bears.
Hi, Bad.
Literally. Hello.
I'm never getting invited again because I went with Lilith herself and we did like the worst.
Nice. Nice.
We did like 21 points probably.
I was kind of worried that...
Hi, Pilly. You smell, Pilly. You're going down, Pilly. I will eliminate you.
One more minigame.
No me lo puedo
So that'll be
creer.
fun.
Lo mejoraste,
Nah, me
I'm glad
robaron,
you're
me
happy with
robaron.
it.
No sabía cómo se activaba el Dame Pop.
Hay dos
Y
enanos
hice el
acá.
intento, pero porque lo intenté 2 veces y no sabía cómo desactivar el Dame
I'm
Pop.
so glad
Yo
to
no
just
sé
see
tampoco, yo no
everybody.
sé.
Este tipo, mira,
So
creo que me dijo opciones, ve
It's always
opciones.
nice when we all get
Opciones,
together.
ve a gráficos y pon Shift P, Shift P.
Alright, I don't want to keep it. Probably.
I want the parkour. Bring me back. Bring me back. Chat, someone make that in Game Maker. That was so much fun. Okay? If we tell me what we need to make that in Game Maker, I'll get it at it. Okay? We probably need some sort of random block placement based on your relative position or something. Because that was so much fun. That was so ridiculous. The fact that we can make it harder could be interesting. There's something to think about. That was a lot of fun though. I did enjoy it.
Yo quería hacer los
¿Qué pasa, señor TV?
That was so much fun. The trolls Skeppy did on you was so funny, and that's crazy. Why'd you celebrate a troll done on me? Why'd you do that?
We got this. We got this.
Hola.
Ya está bueno, ¿no? Ya mucho de parejitas. Jugadores, bienvenidos a mi coliseo, donde deberán batirse en el duelo hasta la muerte. No, es broma. Prepárense para jugar mi minijuego favorito. Digo, Heart Hunter. Uno de ustedes recibirá el Lovely Bow. Esta persona tendrá que enamorar a los demás jugadores en 10 minutos, más o menos. El resto de jugadores tendrán 3 minutos para esconderse en los alrededores del Coliseo. Pero cuidado, Porque aunque quede una sola persona sin enamorarse, los Forever Alone ganarán. ¡Mucha suerte, jugadores! Y que ganen los que mejor estrategia tengan. O al que más solo esté.
Okay. Everybody get teleported once. I don't know if we can move early. Or is everybody frozen? Oh. We moved earlier. Oh, fudge. Run. Is it the glowing person we're running from?
Adiós, chavales, hostia.
Run!
Hostia, chaval.
Run! No.
Aquí escóndanse los árboles.
Me encantan los árboles.
Oh, fudge. That ain't good. Okay. Wait. Is this a good spot? Can they see us? Are we glowing? Oh, what if we're glowing? Avoid romance at all costs. Oh, and that person was glowing for a second. Oh no, we slowly glow? That's how it works? We glow? Oh. So if you don't move, you glow, I think. This is how it works. No shot, that's so clever. If I hold still like this. That's so smart. Oh my gosh. You don't move for 10 seconds, you'll be revealed. Oh, that's so clever. What a cool mechanic. Wonder how it detects it though. Let's see if it detects just X and Z. Like, do slide movements work? Nope. You have to actually move a lot. Can I just backtrack the same path though? Find out. My guess is it's doing some sort of calculation based on movement. Either way, what a cool
Hello,
mechanic.
how are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you?
That's awesome. I'm doing good too. That's all I
Nice.
know how to say in English.
Oh, muy bien. Muy bien.
Gracias. Thank you. Hey, so do you know where the hunter is? I don't know if it's a
They
hunter
have
or...
a amarillo.
Amarillo,
glow.
yeah, yellow.
Yellow.
Awesome.
Oh, we should try and get up there. Can we get up here? Oh, we can't. Oh, that's nice. Oh, they're over there. Let's just run the circuit. This is kind of fun. I think we're totally going to be able to avoid it. Chat. Like, there's no way they're going to catch us. Like, look at us run. I can run around the outside, around the outside. I'm gonna keep running forever. 'Cause I don't have a glow. Gummy! Oh my gosh, there's more. Wait, people who are shot become hunters? Okay. Oh my gosh. That is scary to think about. Oh my gosh, that's not good. People who are shot become hunters. Shot. I want to be a hunter. That sounds like fun. All of the music is original. I love it. Here, we gotta stay like that. Here's a question. What happens if we... Oh, we can't get back there. Okay. Dang, I kinda wanna be a hunter, chat. Billy! Yvette, get good, Yvette. That'll learn them. That's what you get for passing on that mean message. Alright. Dang, chat. I want to go get shot just to shoot at people. Like, that just sounds fun. Just to do that. Okay. Going to the vines, like, you see how we can get, like, up there? I feel like that's a good spot if we can get to it. Ooh, lots of people getting eliminated, chat. There's a lot of people getting eliminated.
You good?
Fun. I hope you get out, Lauren.
Shut up. El coso es gigante. No sé, pero me lo voy a agachar.
Fudge, there's a guy there. If we can get there, chat. Oh, hold on. We may have found the best spot, chat. Fudge, I think we gotta move chat. Oh no. Why are we so bright pink? We stand out so much, chat. Oh my gosh. Fudge, they could see us. No, don't do it! We live in a society!
It's a biker! It's a biker!
Get good! Get good, nerd! Oh, get good! No! No! Top 10, let's go. I'm okay with that. Alright, let's go get the remaining memers. Honestly, once we fell down, it was just a matter of being seen. I feel like this area is super populated. We gotta cut to the side. Oh, there's only 2 left. Dang! Honestly, I should have let myself get shot. Being a hunter looks like it would have been so much more fun. I hope we do this again. Alright, where are they? I'm just gonna stand here and scout. Oh, is that them? No. Chris Green. Oh, we did it, chat. We did it. No one made it. GG. GG. That was fun. That was a fun game, chat. These are really, really fun. These are well put together. I am very impressed. These are well put together games. That was just so cute. What a cute little shooting game. Twitch is not liking the event. Twitch is lagging a little bit. Oh no, chat. Oh no! I want to do that again. That was so much fun. Chat, I hope they do that again. It was so much fun if they do it again. Another. I want to do it again. Let me get shot. I want to be the hunter.
Yes. The new one.
Good
luck,
guys.
Otra vez. Wait. I don't know where
I gotta let him shoot me. Shoot me. Shoot me. Shoot me. Shoot me. Yeah! Viva la revolution!
¡Me cago en Dios!
Die! Die! I'll kill you! Yes. Donde? Donde? I might get this guy. I'm a little bit, the latency is cooking me a little bit, chat. Fudge. The latency is cooking me a little bit. I really want to get him. Come on, come on, come on. 38, 38. There's a guy over there. And I see someone over there. Come on. See someone right there. Come on, I want to get a kill at least. Dang it! I think everybody had the same idea I did. There's a guy in the building. Hello. Where are you?
Let's go back. Let's finish this game first.
Let's go! Woo! Dang it! I wanted to get more people out. There's still 28 left. Just I think this side is kind of empty. Well, there's a bunch up there. Yes! Oh, we gotta figure out how to get up there. Oh, yes! 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 Oh, let's go! The one person I really, really, really wanted to get. We got him. Oh, let's go. We're spreading love, chat. Spreading love. Dang it. I don't know how to get up there. Because there's...
Para acá, puro azul.
But I saw someone over there. 13 left. Where are you at? Oh, there's one over here. Hello!
No, no, I need top 10!
No top 10 for you! No top 10! Let's go. Try going around the outside. Let's peek. There's 4 left. Where are they hiding? They've got to have like good spots. My guess is they're in the attic. Oh, hold on. Are they there? Saw one person. Oh, they're down. Pancakes survived really long. One left. Where are they? Where are they? I don't see anyone. This event is really adorable. Okay. Oh shit. My guess is they're in an attic. And we can't really get to them. So we can't see them. I wonder if they were crouching and like going back and forth. Come on. Die, 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 die. I don't see them anymore, chat. Where are they? Oh. The only thing I'm thinking about is that they're like in a building like this, and they're just sneakily like running back and forth, and like they're able to run far enough that we can't like find them. But I feel like you couldn't do that forever, right? I don't see him, chat.
Ah, por aquí. No me sale, espérate.
Awesome, okay. It would not be an event without a bug. That's so true. I feel like every good event needs one bug. How'd they go AFK? They must be in like just a really high place. Oh, there we go. We saw him over there. Let's go! We did it, chat. We did it! Victory! That was fun. I enjoyed that, chat. This is a crazy event. What do you guys think of that? Was that fun? I enjoyed that.
El apoyo del noble.
This time, chat, we run. This time we run.
Qué raro.
I like running just a teeny tiny bit more than shooting, because you don't get to shoot as many people as I would like. Plus, I spent all my time trying to shoot one person. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. I'm thinking the best strat, chat. The best strat is literally not falling and seeing if you can get like high up. Hello.
Un grito recortado.
Get up there. Fudge. Maybe a strat of like going down here. Because theoretically, if we were down here, but we're like running back, like along a wall, nah, you should go higher. You can always jump down, but you can't always like, you know what I mean? See, like, we can always do this. What if that's what the guy was doing? Oh, let's go up. Let's go up. Why do we have to have a pink skin? It's so bright. We don't blend in at all. Oh my gosh, we're such chat. Let's go up. Let's go up.
Bad boy!
Hello!
Hello,
Run!
bad boy!
Run! We can do it! Uh-oh.
Run, run, run! Run, bad boy!
Kill this guy! Get him!
No!
Badboyhalo! Kill Badboyhalo! He's here! Kill him! Kill him! Get him!
That's crazy. bald! Lauren is bald and I will not die! Yes. Yes! The violence inherent in the system! Yeah! Yeah! What's that? Oh, what's that? Let's
Don't
go!
talk to me! Don't
Let's
talk to
woman
me or my
go!
bears ever again!
I have won. I have won. Meh, 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 meh. See? Let's go! We did it. We fucking did it. GG. GG. We did it, chat. We did it.
¡Cuidado!
Hey, hello, Mina. How is it going? How is it going?
Bro, I'm gonna be so sad.
That one was fun.
I'm gonna be so sad.
That was so fun, chat. I really enjoyed that. Oh, I hope they did. They unlocked parkour. Okay, we gotta beat our record.
Hey,
watch.
I don't know if you saw.
Parkour. One. That was fun.
Gems.
Oh no. I enjoyed that. That was a blast. Fudge.
Bloque.
What'd you guys think? Was that fun? 4, 5. That was kind of wild. I gotta say, very clever game. Just a very cute little fun little game of a game. I thought it was good. Thanks everyone for playing. Thanks Lilith as well. Gracias a todo por jugar. Gracias a Lilith también. Clap chap. GG. Very nice. Oop.
Ah, ya entendí.
Now time to get the high score.
Estoy arriba tuyo.
That was amazing.
Of course. Did not have. Ooh, come on. Oh my gosh. Everyone middle. Let's do a big group screenshot. Or I can do the parkour. And keep doing that. Fudge. Might as well.
Está bien divertido.
No.
¡Shaune, pedazo de puto!
¡Viva el Perú!
¡Tormenta de arena!
¡Viva el Perú, carajo!
¡Oh, mira lo que se hizo!
¡Andamos a la mierda! Arriba, de arriba, ¡Ah, chaval! ¡Vamos!
Bueno, chao, judío, nos vemos, no los quiero ver más.
Espera, tengo que pasar a la segunda.
Ezequiel, me despedimos, vení.
¡A la mierda!
No! Oh! Let's go. Kicked by an operator. What? Let's see if the server's closed. That was fun. I hope they got a good screenshot. That was cute. Chat. Very cute event. Very cute music. Very cute. Honestly, just everything. I'm so impressed. Lauren was working on that for a while, chat. Lauren was working on that. I can see the vision, chat. That was a very fun after Valentine's event. Oh, that was a very fun after Valentine's event. I thought it was a blast. I think the event organizers did a great job. Kudos to them. That was very fun. Thank you for the invitation. You guys did amazing. What a great event. That was a great event, chat. That was a ton of fun. That was just the right amount of fun in the sun. Let me change the title. Here, 1 second. Realm Day 86. Let me change the title. Quests or Death. Quest or death. There we go. All right. Here we go, chat. All right. Oh my goodness. We're still pink. We're still pink. I forgot to get off the pink. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Ad time, chat. I'm going to run ads for 30 seconds. All right, chat. We're just going to stay pink for today. Whatever. Okay, chat. I want to show you some of the progress that I made because you might find it cool. Look, chat! We have an amazing thing set up, chat. Look at it! I set up a ton of... I basically set up all of these sheep shearing stations, chat. Look at it! Megan, dogs lover. Oops, my sub ran out. Sorry, Megan. No! Remember to resub, chat. And look at all the wool we've got already. I've been AFKing here. So for a while. Yeah, they don't deserve legroom. Chat, this was so much easier to build than that little gremlin hole underground. And oh, I discovered something else. That little gremlin hole we made underground, there's something you're gonna notice about it, chat. Here, tell me if you notice it. Ready? Here, let's go find it. Let me show you, chat. Let me show you. Ready? Watch this. Watch this. Ready? What do you notice? There's hardly any wool, chat! There's hardly any wool! Do you know why? These chunks are not loaded! That's right! For some reason, those chunks are not loaded. Yeah. I don't know why. I guess those were the wrong ones. I think they moved them, chat. They moved the spawn chunks. Yeah, so those chunks don't really work anymore. Doesn't really matter. I expanded the sheep farm. This one is, let me show you. It is literally, let's do a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Minimum 28. Minimum 28. 28. So it's like 5 times, chat. I ran ads, chat. I ran them. Lion Artemis, thank you for the resub. Hi! Raider from Lilith. Hello, Lilith. I'm still wearing your... I don't know if this was from you, but I'm still wearing this skin. Lilith, that event went great. I loved it. What an amazingly fantastical event. That was tremendously fun. The team did a phenomenal job. I'm very, very impressed. Mucho bien. Thank you for the raid. Wasn't that a fun event, chat? I really enjoyed it. Right now, I am trying to... Hold on. I'm trying to do something, chat. Oh, yeah. Hi, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. Hi, Lionhearted Muse, by the way. Welcome as well. Hope you guys had a good stream with Lauren. Hello. Okay. Aw, Tika, that's super sweet. That's very kind of you. Very thoughtful. Tika, you're crazy. And a chaotic? Aw. Thank you for the resub, Lionhearted. Thank you. Quack. Thick Frog. I'm gonna say a square word. Let's go. Kissy Skep, you did 41 months earlier today. Thank you. And thank you for the good luck wishes. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, Minty Dough. Minty Dough, thank you for the resub. 28 months. Hi. Zaimunya, thank you for the 15. Hello, everybody. Hi. But that was a great event, Lauren. I'm still wearing the skin. I really thought it was good. It was a lot of fun. Quest or we lose. Actually, I'm gonna change the title to Green Quest or we lose. There we go. Okay, so it was honestly a great event. I'm so proud of you, Lauren. That was so much fun. Like, genuinely, that was so much fun. Oh my flipping gosh. I loved it. What a great, phenomenal event. I'm glad I won a chill fun event for my first experience. It really felt like that. It felt like an event that was just like very casual and just really like, just solid, like just the right amount of like fun, I think. It was just the right amount of fun. I was very impressed. As far as like how it was run and everything like that, I was very impressed. I think you did a great job. Good for you, Lauren. That is great. Also, I also learned, chat, that it is possible to fly an elytra basically infinitely. Isn't that funny, chat? I learned you can actually do it. Do you want to see? So, you have to start from a really high spot. Here, I'll test it with you. Check this out. You can basically go unlimited distance if you get high enough. Here, I'm going to try it. Okay, watch. So you start like this, and you jump off, and you get velocity. And then you have to go up a certain amount. Then you wait till you slow down, and then you go down. Go up. Basically, the velocity can take you higher. It's just about, like, finding the right, like, meme. Well, you can fly really high, apparently. Alright. The Screaming Labs team is full of amazing, talented people who wouldn't have been able to experience something like that without their passion for the creating. I gotta say, Screaming Labs people, you guys killed it. I was so impressed by how you guys did it. That was so incredible. Increíble. You guys really did a good job. Like, genuinely did a good job. Good job. I'm so impressed. Excellent work. Like, seriously, you guys killed it. Good work for you guys. The games are so creative. Everything was so creative. I am just very proud of the whole event. That was just so much fun. I love it. That was great, chat.
Quack.
That was genuinely great. I think that was one of the most fun events I think I've ever been a part of. Like, kudos to everybody involved. I'm so impressed. I'm really looking forward to anything else you happen to do, and Screaming Labs happens to do in the future. I joined their Discord. I was just really impressed by it. Also, chat, on the subject of events, look what we've got. 2 sniffer eggs. That's right, chat. I went and found them last night. It actually was really easy. Do you remember that War Motion we went to before with Chip, where we found whatever it's called? I found them, and I got him, chat. I got us 2 sniffer eggs that apparently hatch faster if you put them on moss. Whatever that. So we're just gonna leave them there. Let's go. So I'm gonna let them hatch. Then I'm gonna breed them or whatever. I don't know. I'm gonna figure that out. I'm gonna let them hatch. It was really, really fast to get these, actually. Bad, use Amesy's Island. Tons of room there. That's a good idea. I can take him to Amesy's Island because it's got a wall, so it's already going to be isolated and safe. That's a good idea. Alright. Look, chat. We've got two little eggs, chat. 2 little eggs we're taking care of. Anyway, chat. There's like nobody online right now. There's nobody online. Just me and Sneak at the moment. Alright, let me show you my contraption that I set up, chat. So here's how it works. It's literally just a sheep prison. I put a bunch of sheep in them. And all it has, chat, is redstone minecarts that just go back and forth. And it's got a hopper that just collects the wool and brings it over here. And I set up a sequence of hoppers. So it just goes deposit, 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 and then just drops it in. So it's pretty cool. I'm very, very happy, chat, that we have a sheep prison. I'm going to be honest, because flipping... Oh, this is so annoying. Let me show you guys how quickly it is to actually get sheep. Okay, so look at this. Look at this. If I actually run around and collect sheep, watch this. Watch this. Ready? Here it is. Here it is. Watch this. This is what it does. This is what it does, chat. If I go crazy and I just run around, I'm like, Oh, look at this. I'm going to collect all of the sheep wool or whatever. Like, you'll see how much I get. Here we go. Look at that. Only like 30, and we sheared like 15 sheep. Now, to be fair, the server is flipping lagging, so it's like hard to actually pick up stuff. So, anyway, food for thought. All right, let's keep going, keep going. Do you guys remember on the SMP chat when Tubbo's lag machine would make the whole server lag? Do you guys remember that? When Tubbo mined... Oh my gosh! Do you remember when he mined the whole chunk? Is Ross here? Oh, I thought Ross was here. Ross! When are you coming back? We miss you, and if you don't hurry back, I'm gonna have to burn your house down, by the way, so you gotta hurry up. I'm just making a note of that. I'm gonna start placing lava on top of the whatever it's called, on top of the castle. Thank you, T-Guth, for the gifted sub. Thank you. I'm gonna do it. You think I won't do it, but I'll do it. I remember when the realm didn't lag, chat. I missed non-laggy realm. I gifted 10. Oh my goodness. You did. You gifted 10 individually, T-Guth. Thank you for the 10 gifted, T-Guth. Thank you. Let's go. I remember when Tubbo had a chest of 10,000 entities. Oh my gosh. I remember he had the chest that was full of entities and he would break it and the whole server would go down because it would just be a million. T-Guth keeps gifting, chat. And duties that are done for the day. Work time. Aw, T-Guth. I appreciate that. Thank you. But I had a lot of fun in Lauren's event. It was probably one the muffin? Probably one of the best events I think I've ever been a part of. No names, chat. It was genuinely fun. Show Ross your skin. Oh yeah, Ross. Well, I can't show it because I'm gonna die. Because there's a stupid, what it's called. Here, let me go sleep really quick. I can't remember if you have to turn quickly to go up. Oh, Pilly's here. What was... That was suspicious. Okay, hold on, let me put this right here. Minecraft! Thank you for the 5 gifted! We have a hype train going, apparently, chat. Let's go. Thank you! Alright, here's the skin. I'm gonna back up in here. Let's say hi to Pilly. Hold on. What the muffin? Here, let's do this. Okay, here we go. This is the skin at the moment. Look at me! I'm pink. I'm pink. Yeah. Pink. I'm pink. I'm pink. Pink Badboyhalo. Pink. I was pink for Lauren's Valentine's Day event. So let's go. Show the back. I don't know what's on the back. Look at it. So cute. So cute. I'm cute. I'm pink. I'm pink. I'm pink. Okay. I feel safe again. Safe and hidden. There you go. Go more. Oh yeah. Let me pick this up. But today was a lot of fun. Oh, Pilly's here. Hello, Pilly.
Oh my god. I didn't know you wanted a match so bad with me. You could have just asked.
I cannot stand you. I flipping cannot stand you. Die. Die.
What? Whoa, why?
Also, look, I'm hatching some eggs right now.
Oh, congratulations on parenthood.
Thank you. Aquila Cat, thank you for the 5 gifted. Hello.
Anyways,
how are you
we
doing
should take
today? Billy too.
Good. We should. Awesome. I was just saying, the pink looks awesome on you.
Thank you. The pink looks on you.
I think
Awesome.
you're missing a word. Oh.
Yeah, no, it looks awesome on you. Did you know sniffers hatch faster if they're on blocks like this?
Really?
Yeah. Alright, wait. Come on! Let me show you something, Pilly, too. I made a little addition to,
When do you do this?
So, I came on earlier.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because I logged on last night.
Thank you, Aquilicat. Thank you for the 5.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
I found, oh yeah, so I trapped them all in, the sheep. And, basically, yeah, no, it's going pretty good. Basically,
Oh, you should put the pink tape that I'm wearing on your skin.
no, I'm not gonna do that. That sounds crazy.
No, I think it makes you look better.
No, I think I'll be fine without it, to be fair.
Oh, bad. We now look like a team. This is awesome.
That's crazy. No, we do not. We are not a team.
Oh, really? Because I feel like
Yeah.
you're forgetting who helped you get so many stacks of the frog lights last
That's
night.
true. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell that part of the story. So last night I came on and Pilly was over there cooking up the frog lights at the frog farm. So we finished getting the frog lights. Here, let's go show everybody. Assuming I can get out. There you go. Whee! Sunbeam! Thank you for the raid! And in exchange, I gave Pilly a fixed up Unbreaking for Elytra. Wait. Sunbeam! Thank you for the raid! Hi! How are you doing? Welcome, Sunbeam and Jars.
I
Hi!
can't believe the pink faction is real, Badboyhalo.
No pink faction.
What? Because I'm
wow.
seeing 2 pink
That's-
faction members right now.
That's crazy. Sunbeam won the event. Let's go. Good job, Sunbeam.
What?
Yvette, thank you for the raid as well. Hello. But yeah, these guys, this is ironically probably the easiest class. Right
Yeah,
here.
this is really so easy.
Yeah. You just have to, I don't know, set up
Put,
like a
a
place
million
beneath
chickens?
the wither.
Yeah, just place like a million chickens.
No, exactly. Start a chicken farm, have the withers kill them all. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Glad to hear that, Sunmean. Hope you're doing well. But we're pretty much almost done gathering the wool. I think we're almost to like 1 wool chest, so we need like 2. And then this, I don't even know what this is. But I know we can get it from sniffers. Thank you, Sunmean. Hi. Thank you. Billy, let's go see. We gotta stay by the eggs to see if they're hatching. Woo! Okay, let's see. Alright, let's just wait here.
Wait, they're breaking!
Yep, they're hatching. They're gonna hatch soon. Oh, it took about 20 minutes to find both of these.
Oh wait, you were doing that yesterday or last night?
Yeah.
When was it?
It's a lot easier to hatch them, to be fair, than I thought.
So, do you know how to get the other thing? Is there a farm for it? You should start looking into that.
Farm for these?
No, for like the seeds, the things that we need to get.
Oh yeah, you basically just take them somewhere and you literally just let them do their thing, and you have to, when you get the seeds, you basically multiply them.
Okay.
We got one! We got 2!
Oh my god!
Alright. This is easy. Look at that. They're a lot bigger than I thought they'd be. Come on. Alright, let's take them. Come on. Right.
Just make sure to not kill them, okay?
Yep, that is on the to-do list to not kill them. Fudge. There we go. Alright, come on. I'm gonna take him over to, I wonder if it'd be smarter to take him over to the castle? Take him over there. You know what? What do they need? Chat, what do they need to breed in order to get, like, the stuff from them? Like, what is it? Billy, can you execute all but 2 of the sheep inside the thing?
Execute all of them?
Actually, I think we'd be close enough. I just want to keep this area running.
Well, you can make an expansion to it. Still space.
Yeah, just kill all of the sheep except 2. Choose the 2 survivors. Yep. Actually, leave 4 alive. 4. They can have 4 friends. Look at him waddle. It's so silly
if only
looking.
I had a weapon that had looting on it.
Look at him go. We're gonna need hundreds more. We'll have to name them all.
Weapon with looting.
Nice that they don't have to watch the sheep going to the upstate farm.
I'm gonna I'm gonna get my axe back. This is crazy.
What? Just kill him. Come on. I love this. They're so cute. Look at him go. Hello. Hi. Hello. Yeah, let's go over here really quick. There's still too many. Let's leave 4 of them. And we'll, No, I don't think chunk loaders work, chat. Go. You have to pick up all the seeds dig up, and you can't multiply the seeds at all. Really? Bye. Oh, sorry. Bye, Tiga. See ya. Alright. Are they gone?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Oh, wait. Hold on. Pick up all the meat. They have a delicate constitution.
Yeah, I picked up the meat.
Come on, little guys. Up you go. Come on. Come on. Come on. In you go. Come on. What are you doing? Come on up. Get up there, lazy bones. There we go. Alright. Welcome to your new abode. You make such silly sounds. Alright. I need an anvil. Let me grab one. I sleep as well. Sleep. Okay. Here we go, chat. I would recommend a larger area since they remember the last 20 blocks. They sniff and won't sniff them again. Are you serious? Oh my gosh. Fudge! I was really hoping to do it here. Okay, so Pilly. Apparently, they will remember the last 20 blocks they sniff. So we gotta take them to the island instead. But good job on the sheep massacre. That was pretty fun to watch. Alright, come on, little guys.
What island? Excuse me?
We're gonna take him to Amesy's island. Because apparently they remember, quote unquote, like the area they're in. Oh, we have an escapee. Can you put that guy back in?
Yeah, I'll do
that. Oh, can you... clear the area over there. I'm gonna take him over. Mojang hates people who don't want to grind. I feel you. Thank you. Alright, well that's unfortunate. Wait, what if we turn this into it? This is technically close enough. Is this 20 blocks enough? The pen is bigger than 20 blocks. Yeah, but literally barely. I feel like we could do like right here. Thank you, Pilly. What do you think about right here, chat? We could literally build a giant pen. Yeah, I feel like I want to keep them closer, chat. The closer, the better. Here, let me do this really quick. No shot. It's raining. There we go. Okay. We'll count out like an area that's like 40 by 40 square. And then we'll just put a big old fence around it. You remember the last 20 blocks they've sniffed? Is it 20 blocks square, or they like remember everything within the last 20 blocks? So like if they sniff in the center of an area, is every block within 20 blocks hooked? Oh, the last 20 total locations? Oh, never mind then. Oh, dang it, this son of a... Bro. Come on, guys. Okay, if it's just the last 20 locations, this should be fine. No escapees allowed. Come on. Come on, guys. Oh, bro's like... Come on. Okay, this should be fine. We'll put this right here. We can jump out. And this right here so we can jump out. Okay, that's pretty good. Alright, we got 2 sheep friends. We should probably get a few more, but that's probably fine. Okay, let's put these over here. See, now, as we come over here, we gotta let them grow up first. You know what, T-Guth? Thank you for the gifted subs today. Do you want to name one of them? Oh, here, let's go over here. Do you want to name one of the sheep? Or one of the ragamuffins? Unless you don't want to get attached to them. Yeah, T-Guth may have left. And then I'll let the mods pick the other name. So, Ensmy and Quadalata. You two can pick the other one. Let's try to pick not too heart-wrenching names, chat. Because we don't want to be depressed if something happens to them. Look at it. Oh, look at him go. Okay, we can't name... We're not naming it that. What the fudge? Viviana, Diana, Alexi, Cynthia de la Cruz. We're not doing that. That's ridiculous. Mick Sniffles is a cute name, Aquila Cat. Alright, write that down, chat. Mick Sniffles. That's what we're gonna name the next one. Aquila, I'll remember that. Okay. Alright, pick a name, Tika. And pick a name, and Smommy, and, Fudge. I lost my train of thought. And Smommy and Quatlata. We're not doing the De La Cruz thing, sorry. Quada slayed with that. We're not doing that. Find them Tiny Gremlin for ours. You know what? I like that other name a lot. Let's go with the other one. I thought it was pretty good. Viviana, Diana, Alexei, Cynthia de la Cruz. Okay. Viviana, Diana, Aluxe, Cynthia de la Cruz. Look at that, chat. There we go. Potter and I agreed, Tiny Gremlin. No! No! Ah! Alright, and what one does T-Guath want? If anyone can get me that at some point. This is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Just pick a different name. It makes no sense. Look at it waddle. Don't look at it waddle. Give it privacy. Okay. And then one of them we gotta name let me write this down. McSniffles will be the first child. Tiny Gremlin is going to be huge. No, I don't think you're wrong. BRB. Alright. Chat, I need a better fishing rod. Didn't I enchant like a crazy one somewhere? Unbreaking 3. You know what? I bet you, chat, that one of the, I bet you there's probably a really good fishing rod over here. Let's check in this area. No. Where are all the good fishing rods? What do they do with them? Do they just let them despawn? I think they probably let them despawn, chat. Huh. Okay, so we don't have a good fishing rod. Yeah, Pilly just left. Pilly will be back, though. Okay, let's look for one. I'm assuming we've got one somewhere, chat. Guess I left it at the base? Okay, well, we'll just take this one. And let's see how good of a fishing rod, chat, we can make by fishing up stuff. Why is bad pink now? I was just in an event. Just ignore the mods. They're being silly. They're just being silly. Ignore them. Alright. Let's see how good of a one we can pull up. Oh yeah, it's raining. This is the best time to fish, chat. Is when it's raining. Come on. I need a better fishing rod. Come on. I just need a good fishing rod. That's all I'm looking for. Let's periodically check on our little guys. Nope, they're not big yet. Do you see bad fishing all pretty and pink? So mindful, so demure. Stop it! Leave me alone! No, the rain! We were cooking with the rain, chat. Dang it. It's gonna take us a little bit longer now. Oh, okay, what was that? I'm debating, like, is it worth, like, power 3? You know, could be a theoretically a good idea, chat. Power 3 piercing. I have a crazy idea, chat. Why don't we set up like a wall behind us? And I really want to run back to the really want to get a better fishing rod. I just feel like I'm wasting time. I don't. But let's first verify that we don't have it in here. No. No, I don't think we do. Okay. Let's run home, chat. Start your timers. Here we go. Alright, let's do it. Remember, it takes like about a minute to get home. But it takes a minute if we don't do a particular thing. You guys ready? Watch this. Oh boy. I just realized we can shave like literally 10 seconds off our time just by doing that. Back here. Should we make a better fishing rod, chat? I think we can make a new... I just forgot to do it, chat. Because we have 4 where we have to wait like 5 seconds. Okay. I think we can make an even better. Let's do it. Assuming we don't have one. Okay, step 1, 1, 2, 3.
Well, I think you look really fabulous in pink. I miss the halo and the wings. They reminded me where you come from.
Aw, thank you. Thank you, Mary Moo. I appreciate the dono. Tina's sniffer name and DMs. Perfect. I will check that momentarily. Hopefully it's not something ridiculous. Oh, Pilly group. Forge. You didn't have a group set up, Pilly. Dang it, I totally wasted a gamble just now. Oh my gosh. No. Okay, that's pretty good. I'll take it. Hilly! Where's the iron? Hilly! Hilly!
Hi,
Hilly!
Pat.
Okay. How are you doing? I'm currently cooking some iron real quick. Because I need to get some hoppers.
I see. Well, I'm just... I'm at the sheep farm. Are we supposed to be doing something?
We're just waiting for the little guys to grow up.
Okay.
Yep.
So I should
That's
be
it.
like here, just like waiting.
Yeah, just
loading
hang out
each
with
other.
them.
Alright. Isn't there a way to like feed them and make them grow faster?
There might be. I need, let's say, get 12. Do 3 by 4. That should be good. There may be a way to feed them to grow faster. But we don't have what we need to feed them. Can I put lure 5 on this? I can. Oh my gosh. Fudge. My enchanting level's not high enough, Pilly.
Oh, what level are you?
I'm gonna see now. No shot. Still no. I need to get more enchanting levels, but this is pretty good. Okay, I'm coming back, Billy. Billy, I am going to fish like a madman.
Oh, why?
Just for fun.
Just to get fishing levels?
Kind of. Like, I do want the fishing levels, but I don't really want the fishing levels. I want the enchantment books. Because you get a bunch of free enchantment books.
Are the enchantment books that good? I don't know.
They can be. You can get some pretty good ones on occasion.
So do you look how to make the sniffers grow faster?
I don't think there's a way to that I know of.
Oh.
Yeah. But thank you for your help yesterday in getting all those frog lights. That was
no
a
worries.
crazy amount of work.
Hey, you.
Hello.
What are you doing?
I am setting up foundation. Okay, so we need this right here. This right here. No. Fudge. And then like this, 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 this.
I might need to leave for like 40 minutes.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Yeah. Oh wait, swatting is saying hi.
Oh, hi, Swatting. Hello, how are you doing, Soaring?
Yeah, I'm gonna go hang out with my op now.
Your op?
You know, I wish I could stay here with my bestie. Yeah, me and Soaring, we're ops.
What's that mean?
Like enemies.
Your enemies?
Yes.
Crazy. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, have fun.
I guess
Let
I'll
me know
see
when
my
you're back.
bestie later.
Yeah. I'll see you later. Bye.
Bye.
See ya. Okay, chat. I just got memed. Billy just abandoned me. I've been abandoned. Did you see that? I'm gonna hang out with my op. What the fudge? We just got abandoned by Pilly. Okay. What are we naming this one? Let's see what T-Goeth wants to name it. Bloom. Bloom. That apparently, chat, means flower in German. What a cute name. I feel like we should rename Tiny Gremlin in order, you know, to have a match a little bit better. There we go. Alright, Bloom has been named. Let's go. Yeah, German Sunmin. Let's go. Okay. Here I am. I'm on the fishing platform. Now, here's what we're gonna do, chat. We're gonna fish while we wait, just for fun. Okay. Hanan flower is Japanese. Let's go. You know what just occurred to me, chat? What is the point in making it so you have to move around to level up fishing? Can't they just like disable AFK fishing? Like just base it on movement? I feel like fishing would just be better if they just made it so if you fish and your head doesn't move. You know what I mean? I guess they're trying to prevent like easy fishing farms. You know what? I'm gonna offer that as a suggestion because that just occurred to me. Because I know they're trying to prevent people from doing AFK fishing. But there is no AFK fish farm that you can do like in the open. That I know of. There may be a secret one I'm not aware of. But I'm pretty sure there's none. So like, you guys know the trick how you have to have like 6 blocks beneath it and sunlight above it. And if you have like, I think it's like 8 total blocks beneath it, it counts as a different spot. How are you doing, by the way, Sunbeam? That was a fun event, wasn't it? It was a surprise seeing you there. I mean, it was nice. Flipping pancakes, though. I'm honestly always surprised with the people I end up running into in various events. It was nice to say hi. I'm taking this iron, chat. Actually, no, I don't really need it. Do I need the iron? Fine, I'll grab the iron. Where'd it go? No! Pretty good. Yep, as Bad said, bloom is flower. That is what you meant. Yep. Bloom. B-L-U-M-E. How do you pronounce it? Blume? We'll do this. Boop, boop. Okay, let's put these away. Here we go! Are you ready, chat? It's time! Let's go see if our little guys have grown up. Okay, how long do they take to grow, chat? They've been the same size for what feels like forever. And I'm not even sure they're discovering anything. They're not even sniffing up anything, chat. It takes 40 minutes for them to grow up. What? Oh my gosh. Should I feel like I should upgrade my farming stat to increase the speed time. Holy fudge. Chat, I don't even know if it'll work though. Like, look, we have... Oh. No, because they grow from eggs. So it's 10 minutes to wait for them to hatch. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go insane, chat. Maybe we should go look for more eggs. No. Because if we unload the chunks, chat, it'll take forever for them to grow. Oh. This is so depressing, chat. Oh well, at least we can chat. So, anyone do anything interesting today? That's kind of wild, chat. I really liked the event that Lauren put together. I got my nails done. Alright, random question, chat. Why do people get their nails done? Couldn't you do that at home? I feel like that's such an easy at-home thing to learn. So I'm guessing the whole point of getting your nails done is more for the experience of getting your nails done. Like the feeling or whatever, like just being like, ah, someone else is doing this work for me, you know? Is that like the vibe? I've tried to do chunk loaders. I don't think they work, chat. If they do, then there's another trick for them because they were not working when I was trying to use them. Yes, but I use acrylic nails, so they have to put them on. 3 reasons. 1, I am very bad at painting my own nails. I guess that's true. You would have to paint your right hand with your left hand. Which if you were right-handed, that would be a little hard. 2, I require gel to make my nails strong enough. Pretty colors I don't have to buy. Okay, you know what? You've convinced me, Quada. It might actually make more economic sense to just get your nails done. It can't. How expensive is it to get your nails like trimmed, treated, and painted? And how much time does it take? Because I'm trying to think about the economics of it. Like I'm wondering. Depends where you live. Depends. It takes me 2 hours every month. $100. $30 for gel and about 30 minutes. Okay. 40-ish and about an hour. Okay, so how much is basic paint? Wait, nail polish is like $20 to $30? Wow. That's pretty pricey. Okay, I'm thinking economically. I think it's probably always going to be cheaper from a certain perspective. Just to, what's the word? Like do them at your house, right? However, chat, how long does it take to do your nails yourself? Like how long does it take? One of the things Quada convinced me of though was if you're getting your nails done like professionally, you can pick from all the colors they've got. You don't have to keep an assortment of like 100 colors, right? So you can change up your style all the time without having to buy. You don't have to manage any nail stuff. Yeah, no, that's true. It's definitely a luxury thing. And I'm also gonna be honest. 100% honest. I don't like talking to people. And I feel like if I was getting my nails done, I feel like they'd try and talk to me. And that would drive me insane. Oh my gosh, your nails look so good. What are you doing this weekend? Like, how's your life going? And you're just like, it's going good, I guess. Just in this fun Minecraft event this week. Oh, Minecraft! What's that? Is that like a video game or something? Oh my gosh, I love video games. Have you ever played Candy Crush? Oh, it's so good. Like, it's actually for realsies one of my favorite things. I'm on like level 78 or something. I play it like every single day. Yeah, it's a video game, but it's like on the computer. Oh, computers! I don't understand computers. Like my nephew knows computers. He is like a genius or something. He helped me install Microsoft Word. I need to install it to get my degree. And like they required me to take a class on it. I just paid someone else to take all my tests because it was all online because it was during COVID. And I just didn't have to do anything, but it was so boring. Like, what even is that? And then I got my job as a secretary, and they were like, oh my goodness, do you know how to do Microsoft Word? And I was like, yeah, I know. I have a degree in everything. And then they sat me down in front of this computer, and like stuff popped out, and it was too much. I just had to quit right then. But that's so cool, you know computers, so you can like, fix them and stuff? Like, can you put them together? Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's so cool. I mean, computers are basically magic to me. I don't even know, like, how does that even work? Like, I've got my iPhone, and I know there's like technology and stuff, but I just feel like we're advancing, like, so much, you know? Hi, Mine! Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome, raiders. The timing is crazy. You seem like you had the conversation before. I've had a conversation similar to that before. I'm losing it slowly. Thank you for the raid, mine. How are you doing? Hi, Bad. I'm doing good. How about you? I'm doing really good. Wasn't that a fun event that Lauren put together? Son of a gun! I've lost my precious belongings. That was a really fun event, wasn't it? It was nice seeing you. That was a blast. I flipping loved it. I hope you had fun too. It was a blast. I think Lauren did really good. I was very impressed. Do I need any of that? Maybe a saddle. Can't believe I'm actually fishing. Isn't that crazy, chat? Aimsy's not here and we're fishing. That's really funny. But notice what I did, chat, is I said I'm gonna take and do technology to make my fishing experience better. Isn't that funny? But that was so much fun, mine. It was nice to see you. It feels like it's been a hot minute. It is good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. There we go. Alright, let's go back. Let's check on our whatchamacallit. They're still not grown! Ugh. Very nice to see you. I hope you have an amazing day and stream. Thank you, mine. I appreciate that. I hope you have a really good day too. This poll is slanderous. As gross as nail polish is, Bad would look really good. The red nails / claws. That's crazy. That is crazy. Where were we, chat? Ashtred, hey Bad, I'm the girl who spoke to you on Lilith's event. Thank you for being so nice to me. Love you, dude. Aw, thank you. It was nice seeing you. Hi, I remember you. Should we continue? Were you guys enjoying our nail salon combo? But thank you for the kind message. It was nice seeing you. I hope you had a good time at the event. Alright, we'll continue. Oh my goodness, computers are basically magic. Like, how does a phone even work? I don't think anyone understands. Well, it's like, a phone is just like a tinier computer. It's like got the screen and the processor. Processor? Oh, what is that? Like, you're just making words up. That's not like a real thing. Come on, no one understands it. It's literally magic. Like, oh my goodness. Like, I can't even figure out how my toaster works. Good luck figuring out how a computer works. Like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So what are you gonna do, like, later? Are you just gonna, like, you gonna, like, go out on the town? Like, you're getting your nails done. I was thinking about going and doing some fishing. Oh, fishing! Look at you, getting in the great outdoors. That sounds like so much fun. You know, I saw a fish once. I was at the zoo and they were feeding it to a penguin. Fish are so gross. They're like actually the grossest. I just can't even stand them. Like, why do they exist? Like, really? Just ew. I feel like we just should clean the water out of them because they're just like tiny little lizards, but they don't have legs. Like, think about it. Lizards are cute in some way because they have tiny little legs. But without legs, they're basically snakes. Like, fish are just the snakes of the sea. Like, it's so gross. Like, oh my gosh. Why'd they even put them in the water in the first place? But they didn't. No. Like, I saw a documentary once, and, like, that's how the fish get there. Because they, like, take them, and they put them in planes, and they fly over the lake, and they, like, drop them. And then they have the people fish them up. But it's just so gross because they poo in the water. And that's just nasty. Are you talking about Colorado lakes in the mountain? Yeah, Colorado. Oh my gosh. I need to go skiing someday. One day, I keep telling myself, as soon as I get some vacation, I'm going to go skiing and, like, just go explore. I I feel like I'm an explorer, you know? You know how like 100 years ago they were like riding horses and stuff? I feel like I'm like that. I feel like deep down I'm like adventurous, you know? I feel like I'm just like so adventurous and just so just like much more like I just like experiencing life, you know? Like I just like trying new things. I want to go camping, but oh, not like in the outdoors, like in a camper. I hate grass. It's gross. Hi, Auntie Skebby. Welcome. We're doing a little bit of randomness. Please forgive me. You picked a very interesting time to show up, but welcome, welcome, welcome. We're doing nail salon RP. Channeling our inner nail salon tech. But hello. Yes, Slay, you get it. Forgive me, I apologize. You guys came at the craziest time. This has to be so confusing. People are like, what the fudge did I walk into? This guy is crazy. And they're still growing! Chat! They're still growing! Oh my gosh! Oh. Bye, please. Alright. But thank you, Auntie Skippy, for the raid. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome, welcome. Just doing some fishing. I hope everything's going good with you. They seem full size when you flew by. Wait, what? They did! They grew up, chat! Oh my gosh. Am I coming? Sniff! What the actual fudge? They throw their faces like in the ground. Did you see that, chat? Bro stuck his whole head in the ground. He had to, I've never seen them pull like stuff up. Oh my gosh. They literally like splay their legs like, and then they're just like, just like put their faces in the ground. That's awesome. Okay, chat. We're gonna keep doing this. 1 second. I gotta check on Lucy. Hold on, chat. BRB, 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Hello, chat. I know why Lucy was barking. Okay. Where were we? Did they pick up anything else? I wanna Bloom! And Tiny Bloom. I wanna watch them dig again. That was really funny. Hold on. I think one of these things picked it up. Nope. Okay, the card didn't pick anything out. Let's wait. Let's watch them dig again. One of them's named Bloom. I think is Bloomy. The other one is named Tiny Gremlin. No, chat. Lucy was barking because my food got here. Oh. I got a sandwich! My cat kept trying to eat the hot glue I'm working with. That sounds dangerous? Be careful, please. That could be dangerous for your cat. You know what's funny? I have literally burned my fingers, chat. Every single time that I have ever... Yeah, we need to use this to heal the things. Or to get them to breed together, but we can't do that right now. I have burned my fingers, chat, every single time I've ever worked with hot glue. There's a funny story for you. Every single time I've ever worked with hot glue, I burn my fingers. It just occurred to me. Because I know how many times I've used hot glue. How? Because like usually when you're using hot glue, you're like gluing stuff together. And then you take your fingers and you're like, okay, press. And as you press them together, a little tiny bit of glue seeps out of whatever you're pressing together and it touches your finger and then you're like, ah! I bought an industrial glue gun, by the way, a hot glue gun that is like, it's like for industrial purposes. It's amazing, chat. It makes a glue gun look like those regular glue guns you can get. It makes them look like nothing. It just, like the glue, you put it in, heats it up like immediately. It's not for like craft projects, chat. It's for like gluing boxes together and stuff like that. Like if you need to do a lot of gluing, like gluing big things, yeah, it's awesome though. That's why you burn yourself. You might be right. It's got a motor. Crazy. Be careful. You can get such bad blisters. I've gotten bad blisters before. Okay, how often do they dig? Because we have not gotten anything except one. We've gotten one. Here, while we're chatting, chat, let's go over the event again. Okay, so first event, I really liked. It was really cool. I thought the instructions for the most part were pretty clear. Second event was also very fun. Again, I thought the instructions were very clear. Right? And the third event, I think, was the most fun. I think everybody had the most fun with that one. That was the more PvP event. But they were also clever and creative, chat. Hmm. 8 times 20 divided by 2 is 1,000. You need to use the seeds to breed them. I can't do that right now because I only have one. Bad, check your shears. What? What am I checking? Dispensers? What are you talking about? Bye, Mozzarella. See ya. Velcor, what are you saying? I'm confused. I'm waiting for these guys to do digging. Dispensers are failing? No, they aren't. See how all the sheep are sheared? It's work. They're working. Definitely need to increase the pen size though. I thought they only needed 20 blocks. Are you sure it's they remember the last 20? I guess depending on how many we have, you might be right. I'm telling you, the dispensers are not failing. Where's the unsheared sheep if the dispensers are failing? What you're hearing is in the containers that are multiple. See, that's what you're hearing. Trust me, it's fine. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. Get to work, Bloom! Dig up seeds! You too, tiny gremlin! Wow. He listened. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh, would you give me? Yeah. Come here. Come on. Yeah. It worked, chat. Tiny gremlin, Bloom. Okay. Oh. 2 sheep! They gave us sheep and twins! Holy crap! That's shocking, chat. Alright. I'm mind blown. Oh my gosh. Alright, we'll put this little guy right here. Hopefully that's within range. Actually, I'm like paralyzed to them. Let's take him over there. Let's sleep first. There's an 8-minute cooldown before they sniff again. That's actually wild, chat. Okay, chat. If you ever want proof that the Minecraft devs, and I say this without meaning any offense, are hippies, we have the proof, chat. Think about the sniffer, okay? There's no other mob that has a radial thing like that where you have to, what's the word? Like, take it more, like, remembers the last 20 blocks, right? But, you know what I think the devs thought? They said, oh my gosh, look at how sheep are treated. Sheep are kept in tiny enclosures and forced to give wool. What sort of message is this sending? What I'm thinking they said is we can't let that happen to the sniffer. The whole thing is it's an animal that went extinct, chat. It went extinct. They don't want us like boxing them in like this. They just don't want that to happen. So they're like, nuh-uh, not around these parts. You're not getting away with that. We're gonna make it so if you try and do that, so 20 blocks, look, is 1, 2, 3, 4 by 5, right? Which is big enough where you could literally put them in and it would give them like a block on each side. They purposefully are doing that to make it so that you give them like plenty of room to move around. So that you don't stick them in like a 1-by-1 hole or something like that. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty cool. They're just babies. They're profitable babies that will give us stuff. Our left sniffers, they're so cute. I'm gonna be honest, kind of growing on me a little bit, chat. Just a little bit. I fixed my sandwich. The tomato came off. You remember how Dapper collected the sniffers? I don't even remember how we got them, chat. I don't even remember. I think we traded for the eggs. Fine, you guys can have a bite of my sandwich. Here you go. You guys want to hear a funny story? Raise your hand if you've ever had a cavity. Raise your hand. All right. I'm going to tell you a fun fact. The bacteria that causes cavities, chat, do you know? Here's a fun fact that's going to blow your mind. Humans are born without that bacteria. We don't have it in our mouth, meaning we cannot get cavities. There are some people, chat, who do not have the bacteria and they do not get cavities. Now, do you want to know how humans end up transferring it to each other? Because when you're a kid, your parents feed you, right? So like, they're trying to give you like some food, so they share their food with you. And that's how that bacteria gets introduced. So next time your parents go, you got another cavity. Say, it's because of you. It's your fault. That's right, chat. You can blame all your cavities on your parents. Good advice, streamer. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I didn't say to blame your parents. Add it to the list, Quana. Remember, chat, cavities have nothing to do with you bathing your teeth in soda. Okay? Zero, nada. It is 100% caused by the cavity bacteria. Okay, that's not true. Okay. Technically, there are exacerbating circumstances. It's not that simple. That fun fact was about 50% correct. That squid just appeared right in front of us. Do you see that, chat? I think he's a spy. Got him. But anyway, it was kind of interesting. I saw that in the documentary the other day. I was watching this documentary. This guy brought that up. And I was like, what? That's crazy. But, however, there was a recent fun fact that I heard. That's crazy. That's fine. That's crazy. There's a recent fun fact I heard that I tried like looking up. And when I looked it up, it just turned out not to be true. Hold on. I'm gonna give the Realm some feedback. Alright, I just gave a suggestion, chat, regarding fishing. I'll explain it, chat. Here's my thoughts, okay? Fishing, for some reason, I think, but I'm not sure if this is 100% the case, but let's find out here. I think fishing is chunk based. So let's do a calculation. 370. Okay. 370. Wait for it. Okay. And 454. 370, 454. Okay. Let's find some sufficiently deep water, though I don't think it matters. 370, 454. Fudge. 454 minus 370. It's like less than 100. Alright. 934 minus 454. That's like 400. So it's like 400 times as much, or whatever. So, we did know that already. But, here's my thinking, chat. I think they're doing it in such a way, chat. So, I'm going to explain how Minecraft fishing works. Ready? So, Minecraft fishing works like this. When you fish, if you don't have sky above you and a certain threshold of water below you, like, I think it's like 8 blocks or whatever, it will not give you the full rewards. So you need to basically, so like, I'll show you. Like, if your bobber is out there and there's 8 blocks of water below it, you have a good chance of pulling up the rewards, right? But if your bobber is, say, in 1 block deep water, like say over here, right? You don't get the good rewards for fishing. You feel me? In other words, the rewards you get are dependent upon that. At least that's how I think it works in default Minecraft. So you can make an AFK fish farm where you can just stand there and AFK fish, and it'll do all the fishing for you, right? So here is my thought, chat. If they just ran a check, I don't think you can make an AFK fish farm that has 8 blocks of water deep that is also exposed to the sky. I don't think it's possible. So, here's the thought. They could theoretically just make it so that it only checks if it's chunk-based if you are not in a deep water source. You feel me? So in other words, it only checks if it's chunk-based in the areas where it would be impossible to AFK fish farm anyway. That's my thinking anyway. Because I feel like right now it just kind of defeats the purpose of trying to level the fishing skill if you have to run around constantly. But it could be possible they're trying to make it more immersive. You know, and in real life, if you just fish in the same area all the time. The baby! No! Oh my gosh! McSniffles! McSniffles, come back! Alright, we got McSniffles, chat. The baby hatched and succeeded to escape at the same time. Come on. Alright, mix. Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Aerial attack! McSniffles! Okay. We're good. We're good, chat. Come on, McSniffles. Get out of there! Get out of there! Come on. Do you see that sneak attack from that creeper? He's coming right at us, chat. You saw it. Come on. Alright. I need seeds. What do we got? What do we got? Wait, what? Pitcher pod. It's not what I need. Give me another baby! Give me another baby! We got another one, chat! Here we go. Alright. Let's push this a little bit further back. And we're like this. There we go. Alright. Let's check chat. Nice. Look at that. Explosive crayon. That's funny, chat. Explosive crayon. Those pitcher plants are a lovely blue. If I put the pod down, will it grow and can I get more from it? Like, can I put it down and like pick it up later? Like, how does this work? No. It grows, but no. Should I put it like here? What do you think, chat? Till the soil. I don't even know what these things look like. I'll just hold it for now. You plant the seed on farmland, then you pick it up. You can place the flower. Okay. You're bad. I met you at TwitchCon Las Vegas. I was the one that made you sign the Charizard. I remember you. Nice to meet you. Again. Hello. I do remember signing a Charizard. Not the craziest thing I've ever signed. They are my favorite flower. What do they look like? Let me look it up. Here, let's look it up. Pitcher pod Pitcher pod Minecraft. That is pretty. Oh my gosh. Okay, those are pretty. Okay, I remember that plant. Yes. That's a good looking plant. Okay, we'll get a couple more. Ross, are you having fun? On your forced vacation? Ross, I'm gonna be 100% honest. When Foolish gave you the prize, there was a tiny part of me that felt like at that moment you were going to be cooked. Right? There's a tiny part of me that felt that way. I felt like at that moment you were going to be cooked, and that it was going to be like, and these three are picked for death, or something like that. And you know what? I'm glad he picked you. This is awesome. This is really funny. Plus, I get to blame him for anything that happens as a result of that. I get to go, Foolish, you could have saved Ross. You could have saved Ross, Foolish. Oh, it's great. It's great. I'm so glad it wasn't me who had gotten banned. I don't know what I would do with myself. I literally would have nothing to do. I'd just be sitting in somebody's chat like you are right now, yelling at them. I'd be going, I can't believe this. They banned me. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. That would be me. But thankfully, it's not me. It's you. To be fair, it's not like I could have picked you, so. Could you imagine if I had said, you know what? The best person from green team is a yellow. I should have picked Foolish. Honestly, 100%. $1.50. If it had been Foolish instead of you, I would have tried to fail. I would have literally tried to fail. I would have sabotaged us finding all the bugs. 100%. I would have done it on purpose. I would have totally done it. But because it was you, I tried. It was you and Pangy and AMZ. I tried. But had Foolish been on that team, in fact, had it been all three of you and Foolish, I would have sabotaged it so hard. I would have been like, yes. But I tried. I put in maximum effort to try and save you. I don't know about maximum effort. Maybe like 85% effort. I was really like, no, Ross is dead. No. And you just went poof. They poofed you out of existence. Poof. Actually, no, they banned you. All three of you at the same time. It was great. You know they had like a coordinated like thing. Quick. 3 admins type the messages at the same time. And they were like, 1, 2, 3. Boop. And they all did it together. That's probably how it happened. They were probably in a call. 1 second I was there, 1 second I was gone. Yep. I'm gonna be honest, I think we were all shocked. I don't think we expected it. I don't think anybody expected it. Like 100%. Genuinely. I don't think anyone thought that was gonna happen. Which makes it sort of more exciting, I think, on one level. Because, like, it was genuinely, like, a shocking. What the muffin? I can't salvage that? Huh? What do you mean I don't have the skill to salvage it? This is baloney. Alright. Curse of Vanishing? That would be kind of fun to put on something. I should put that on my bow. There we go. Okay. Great. I gotta add another hopper. Have you run ads lately? I have not. Ad time. But I hope you come back soon. I mean, not too soon. Just soon-ish. I enjoy your vacation, Ross. I think you're having fun. Enjoy your vacation. Soon, but not too soon. You know what I mean? Like, not too soon. Come on, chat. I'm being silly. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We can't wait to have you back. But enjoy your vacation. It's food for that. Stop saying soon, please. That's crazy. See how much the chat bullies me? I bet your chat is nice. I bet your chat doesn't bully you. Mine is like verbatim, like just a bunch of bullies. That's literally their motif. They do nothing but cause me pain and woe. Okay, let's empty this. Okay, we'll put it all in there. But don't trust the chat. They're a bunch of ragamuffins. Don't believe a single thing they say. It's not true. Okay, there we go. Alright. I am back to cooking. Look at that. Oh. There we go. But, no, not a bunch of sillies. But, oh, Ross. Hopefully wherever you are, there's good stuff. Like ice cream and cake. And things like that. You also, dang it! I just realized you guys missed Foolish and I dying. You guys missed it canonically. Oh my goodness, that's so sad. It was a great thing. I watched Snoozer kill the king. and then I died. Yeah, Snoozer assassinated the king. It was cinema. Yep, Snoozer. Snoozer did it. It was crazy. Canonically, that's what happened. Foolish and I were on a lovely outing together. Some would say holding hands. Some wouldn't. But we were together. And all of a sudden, before we knew it, holding hands in a very friendly way, by the way. Like friendly as friends, just friends. Oh! 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 We got another baby! Alright, who is the last person to gift 5 gifted? And are they here? I will pick them to pick the name of this creature. Wait, I love friends. Friends are great. Yeah, you can get friends, Ross, probably. I'm sure you could get friends. If you work hard and you completely change your personality to match another person's wants and needs, I think they'd be willing to be your friend. That's literally all it takes, and you can make friends just like that. Just like that. It's very easy. You find somebody, figure out what they like, what they don't like, and then you just match yourself to that. Let's go. Alright. I need to be like this. Come on, little guy. Even the chat agrees. You can hear their screams of yes. Just kidding, just kidding. Oh, Aquila Cat picked McSniffles. I took Aquila-Cat's McSniffles name. The person before Aquila-Cat is Mindgran. Mindgran, are you there? I don't know if Mindgran is here, but Mindgran, you get to name this baby sniffer if you're there. If you aren't here, we will move on to somebody else. Let me go back in time a little bit. Let's see how far back I can go. Sorry, Ross, he's literally insane. I'm not insane. Alright, let's see. Who is the longest subbed person from today? It looks like, okay, Kissy Skep has 41 months. Is there anyone who has more time than Kissy Skep today? And then Elizabeth9428 gifted 5 subs yesterday. Well, I think you look really fabulous in pink. I miss the halo and the wings. It reminded me where you come from. Thank you, Mary Moo, again for the dono. Mindgran is here! Okay, we'll reserve. Michelle's at work. Okay, good. I didn't want to give Michelle one anyway. Yes, victory for me. Alright, Mindgran. Name it Mindgran. I could have a mini-me. Alright, that is a good name. Because it sounds like something related to Minecraft. Mindgran. There we go. I like that. That's a good one. Fine, I'll let Michelle pick the next one as the longest sub to resub for today. Michelle can pick the next one. Come on. There you go. Mindgran! There you go. Okay. We have completed that objective. Let's see if we got any more seeds in here. I don't see any others. Fine. And we missed it at the last second. I don't see any more. So I think we're good for now, chat. Let's just let him keep growing up. We need to get more seeds before I can get another. Okay, so let's do the math, chat. Just so you know how long this is going to take. Okay? So here we go. One sniffer, according to I think it was Velacor's calculations yesterday, was 32 straight hours to get the required. 32 straight hours. So imagine me doing this for 32 hours. Right? 32 hours. Okay? 2 of them would be half that because we would go twice as fast. Right? So instead of 1 sniffer, that would be 2. So 1 plus 1. Now, if we did 2 more, that would be half that. So times 2, 4 would be 8. So it will take 8 hours with 4 sniffers. Now let's say we want to do half that. So instead of 4 hours, we want to do, wait, 32 is 1, 16 is 2, 8 is 4. Okay, 8 is 4 times 2. Okay, 8 is 4. So 8 is 4. So we need 8 to do 4 hours. Times 2 is 16 to do 2 hours, or 32 to do 1 hour. So we need 32 of these things, chat, to do to get it all done in 1 hour. And keep in mind, chat, that doesn't count the fact we're going to use a bunch of the seeds we get to feed them and have them grow. This is like a 5-hour project regardless. Because remember, chat, it's not like we just start with 32 of them. It's going to take us like 5 hours to get 32 of them. Would it just be better just to do 1 and just like not worry about getting more? I feel like maybe 4 would be the best. It's gonna take forever, chat. But then I remember this, chat. The idea of getting, like, here's a thought that would just be kind of cool. Imagine getting like 100 of them and releasing them. The sniffer armies just multiply. We totally got the hardest quest in terms of time and attention required. This is the hardest quest. No, I didn't message Simons about it. Last night, I was gonna look for the seeds, chat, and if I didn't find the seeds, I was totally gonna message the admins about it. But I ended up finding the seeds, so I was just like, okay, I'm just not gonna worry about it. Had I not found the seeds... Oh yeah, and let's not forget, chat, it's literally just me. It's literally just me. It's literally just me on my team. For now, until Pangy comes back, which I hope is soon. Please, Pangy. I don't want to craft all the beds, Pangy. I want you to craft them all, not me. Wait a minute. Are we missing one? Oh no, he's in the corner. Hi. Mine, Graham. Hello. Can I help you? What the fudge? Where did you come from? Oh my god. Okay, well, back to fishing, because we're waiting for him to grow up, chat. So, hey, does anyone want to take a stab at it? How long does it take him to grow up? Oh, it takes 40 minutes for them to grow up. Okay. If it takes 40 minutes for them to grow up, okay, each one, 40 minutes for each one to grow up, and say 10 minutes for them to hatch on that thing, that's like, say, an hour of waiting for each one. Then we get, say, with 2 of them, 8 seeds. We get a seed every 8 minutes from 2 of them, which is... I don't know how many seeds that is. That's like 5 seeds an hour. 6 seeds an hour, give or take. No, 7 seeds. So 7 seeds an hour from 2 of them. Oh my gosh. Chat, I'm starting to think. I'm starting to genuinely think, chat, it would be worth it to just set up an AFK farm with these things. And just let them run for 16 hours. Because, oh my gosh, it is going to take us forever to do this. Because we're going to use the majority of our seeds, chat. We're going to use the majority of this. Think about it. It's going to take us 64 seeds just to get 32 of those things. Think about that. You know what we could do? We could build a giant thing and build a giant rail car system underneath it. And we just fill the sniffers in the arena. We just put all the sniffers in the location. And we just have them just go boom, 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 just rail like underneath it. Should we do that? Because then, theoretically, we could get, like, 8 sniffers, and we could just let them go. Just go for it. So bad, you mentioned yesterday you were thinking of putting a mini chat on screen for the VODs. I assume the upper right corner with big heels. This isn't used normally, and for every lore moments chat, the temp be hidden, like the October ones stream. I like that idea. That's a good idea, Zora. Yeah, I just need to add rails to it. So theoretically, this isn't that hard to do. We just need like a ton of rails. Should we just add rails to the system, chat? Like, should we just do that? Like, we might just want to do... Oh my gosh! Ah! I'm gonna die like Filza! No! Not like Filza! Help! Help! No! Ah! Ah! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that was scary. I was really worried for a second, chat. I was worried for like half a second. Okay. Feel better, chat. Almost got Phil said. That was close. Thank you, Chrissy.exe. Okay, let's make a ton of rails, chat. I think we've got a lot of iron, so we'll just do this. Heavy weapons 90, chat. Come here. Fans at the door? That's crazy. Open the door! Open the door! So chat, do you know when a creeper spawns, it rolls a dice to determine if a second one spawns? And if a certain number comes up, it rolls the dice again to determine if another one spawns. Like, it's basically entirely probability centric. Come on. Come on. Bloom and Tiny Gremlin. Come on. Oh, look at this chat. So wholesome. See, chat, we didn't get any farming XP for that, which makes me think that they're not a part of the plugin yet, stat-wise. Okay. Theoretically. Okay. So theoretically, chat, if we want to make sure we get every single seed, we have to go fudge. Whew. That was close. Okay, we're gonna basically, chat, set up an automatic collection system. Here's my question, does anyone know? I got a question for you guys. Does anyone know, does the minecart have to go all the way? Does it have to get, like, right up to the thing? Or can it just be within, like, one block? Like, so does it have to be right beneath it, or can it be close? I guess we can test that. Let's test it really quick. Sai, what are you saying Sai about? What did I do? Why are you saying Sai, chat? Okay. So if it works, okay, let's throw it up there. Then that should get picked up. Okay, that did not work. Okay. So yeah, it's gonna have to go all the way under it, chat. We're gonna need it to go completely. It's gonna be crazy. We're annoyed with the quest, not you. Hey, look at it this way, chat. At least we get to spend quality time naming sniffers. That Foolish will probably kill later. Something to think about. A little bit of comedy, a little bit of the spice of life, chat. Let's go. Okay, that's pretty good. I like this. Alright, so now, chat, we need to have the rail system essentially go all the way around this. Wait a minute. Needs to be higher. Son of a gun. Yeah, the LA could do a better job, I think, of collecting it. I kind of like the idea of using an LA chat, but you know what we used to have a lot of that we don't have anymore? The LA's chat! Because Foolish killed them all. Those would have been really useful right about now. Gosh darn it, Foolish! You know what? Every day I get reminded of reasons why Foolish deserved to die. He deserved to die on that day. No one's gonna convince me otherwise. How many hours of work being saved is it worth killing somebody over? It's $1 million question. Yeah, don't worry, I'll do the rails. Okay, did any of them grow? Seeds! We got some. Okay, let's check. Any others? Don't see any others. Could be beneath them. Oh, I don't see any. Okay. There's definitely the most inconvenient thing about this is having to collect all of the stuff. Okay. What do we need more of? We need more iron. Do we fish up any iron stuff at all? Doesn't look like we fished that. Dang, that would be pretty useful. Hold on. Is that an ability we can get? Okay. We need more iron. We don't have enough iron, chat. Oh wait, I got some iron from here. Didn't I? I just don't have enough rails. I can't be bothered to finish it now. We'll just keep waiting. Like, there's no point in doing that yet. We'll just keep checking every, like, 5 minutes. We gotta go check for seeds. What happens if you fail the quest? We die! I think the odds of us failing the quest are really low. It's just the funny aspect of it. It's really funny. You dig some up from the bottom of the lake? I did. I think I cooked it or something. I don't know where it is. Guess we can go fishing. Come here. Iron fishing, chat. Come on. Look at that, chat. 8 iron. I feel like we can do better. See how easy it is to get iron? Yeah, chat. Look, chat. Think about it like this, right? One, complaining is nice, and I do like complaining, especially when I feel like I'm being picked on. But at the end of the day, we're getting some fun challenges to overcome. Look at every bit of time where they give us crazy quests to do on our own as an opportunity, chat. I mean, literally today, chat, I offered one of the other factions. I was like, hey, do you want to, like, work on this together? I showed them the big sheep farm. And they were like, yeah. And then they never came back. So I was like, all right. And that's the thing, chat. Sometimes you just want to work alone on a quest because it's easier to just grind it out rather than, you know, working on processing it with other people. That's kind of my thought process. I'm not against group projects. Like, I can work in a group and do a group project. And I like doing certain things in group projects, but I also like, there's something about just like putting your nose to the grindstone and just going for the goals, right? And sometimes I can just like focus and just do things and not have to talk, and I can just kind of vibe with it. I mean, talk to anyone but you guys, because obviously we like talking to you guys. But that's the thing. I feel like the quest, maybe in a lore sense, right? From a lore perspective, they're making the quest harder and harder to try and motivate us to work together. Or, here's another thought, maybe they just recognize how much more awesome I am that the fact I can do all these quests alone, chat, that they're just like, give Bad's team the hardest quest because we're gonna challenge him. Think about that. They're sitting there going, we know this dude is the GOAT at doing quests. We're gonna give him the hardest quest ever because they know I'm just that good, and I'm gonna get them all flipping done by myself, you know, like that. Think about that. There's something to think about. I mean, genuinely, they know, like, you know, when they did the, you know what? I bet you there was like a staff little discussion / drawing where they were like, you know what? Let's roleplay the back room of the staff team and how that went down. All right, guys, it's quest time. As we all know, the topic we're going to start off the meeting with is how hard should we make Bad's quest over everybody else's to where it looks like it's still fair, but it's going to make it really, really hard this time, and Bad will have to be motivated to actually talk to his team. Ah! I dropped a can. Dang it. How hard will we do that? Ooh. I got it. Let's make him mine for 600,000 diamonds. No! That's too obvious. It has to look fair and balanced, but it has to not be. We have to give him a quest that will take so much time. We're just gonna motivate him. He'll finally have to talk to another human soul because he won't be able to do it alone. Have you seen that guy? He's on that server for like 50 hours a day. And he keeps doing the quest by himself. Last time, he actually talked to me, but we want that again. Okay, any ideas, chat? Any ideas? You in the back. What if we pick a mythical mob you can only find by finding a warm ocean, randomly getting an egg, hatching it, and then we make it so he has to get essentially hundreds of them and collect their seeds. It'll take him forever. It's perfect. That's a good idea. Write that down. Oh, what if we give him slightly more beds than even the faction with the most players? So it still looks fair and balanced, but it still makes you scratch your head and go, why does his team have slightly more beds than the other team? That's another good idea. Write that down. That one's perfect. We're doing that. Anyone else? Oh my goodness. You remember how we said we were going to do frog lights? Let's give him the one frog you have to take to a cold biome to grow them up and then somehow transport them to the flipping nether. But we can justify it by saying that, oh, we just matched up the colors. Even though the other frog lights are purple and yellow. We'll just give him the green one. We just thought green would just go good with yours. But in reality, we're giving him the hardest frog light. So everyone else will be able to just make a nether portal right where they're standing. But he's gonna have to transport them 1,000,000 blocks. Anyway, just for the record, chat, I say this all in jest. I'm gonna be honest, chat. They didn't make it hard enough. We overcame all adversity, and it just occurred to me, chat, we could have just built a nether portal where the baby frogs grew up. We didn't have to transport them, chat. We could have built the nether portal and moved them through the nether roof. Why didn't we do that? Why did no one say anything? Chat, we're like a bulldozer. We go, someone's like, oh, just go around the building. We're like, I'm going through. It's not even the fastest way. We just did it, chat. We could have expedited and made this so much easier. Why? Why do we bring upon this suffering, chat? Why do we do this to ourselves? Why? Ah! The rivers do look nice now, though. That is true. And I kind of like the fact that, like, all the waterways are kind of connected now. I like the idea of, like, we're sort of connecting all the rivers together. So all you have to do is find a river somewhere and you can just get back to spawn. That's kind of cool. You know what I mean? Like, we're slowly connect them all. So anyway, chat, back to the point at hand. No memes, chat. And I've said this in the past. Just so you understand, chat, that I'm being very facetious, chat. Very facetious. One, I don't think they put that much thought into it. I don't think they thought, oh, this particular frog, like, being all tongue-in-cheek, it's fun to kind of imagine they did as if they were trying to torture us in, like, some kind of comical sense. But I don't actually think the staff team did, just for the record. I don't think they were sitting there going, The green frog lights the hardest. I don't think that even crossed their mind at all. I just don't think that was on the, I don't even think Bloom and Tiny Gremlin, they're gonna wind up being the parents of all of them. I don't even think that was on their radar, okay? I think it was literally like, oh, we have 3 frog lights. Let's do that. But that's a good one for the quest. They probably watched Foolish do it and they said, that'll be fun. And so that's the thing. And I'm gonna be honest, chat, I kind of like the challenge as well. I think it's fascinating. I love the challenge of having to do stuff. Hi, Pilly!
Hi, hold on, give me a second.
I'm growing the gremlins. We have 4. Yep, they're growing and multiplying right now.
Oh my god. There's 3. How do you... What? There's 4?
The baby is gone? Huh? Wait, what? No, we got one here. Tiny Gremlin, McSniffles, Bloom.
Hold on.
There's a baby outside? Whoa, where's the baby?
Hi.
Oh my goodness. Hilly!
There's another. Oh my god.
Hilly, help me find it! It's here! I found it. Oh my goodness, a baby ran off. Get over here. We found the baby. Sorry. I just had a panic attack for a second.
So, what do you need me to do?
At the moment, I'm just doing this for the moment. If you want, grab some wood and you can start crafting some of the wool into beds.
I can start crafting the beds? Okay.
Yeah, start crafting the beds.
Okay.
That's the, and then, I'll make a chest for you to stick them in. Here, the wool is, there's wool right there.
I hope you know
Okay.
I can't submit it because...
Yeah, no, I
I'm
know
not
you
green.
can't submit it. That's okay though.
That's okay. I'll just give me a second.
But anyway, chat, I just want to clarify, that was all for fun, a fun, genuine discussion. I'm not actually bothered by it at all. And I'm gonna be honest, I do really like the challenge. It's kind of fun to be like the underdog, you know what I mean? And get like really hard quests and then like figure out like, how are we gonna beat it? I just don't want you guys thinking I'm even remotely upset. I'm not. If I was like, oh, these quests are too hard, I'd shoot the admins a DM. Okay. So, food for thought. Just want to let you know that. Just food for thought. So, I can't use tone indicators, chat. There's no way to use tone indicators in a voice memo. But anyway, I'm just teasing about the quest. I'm sure the admins know. They know I'm not being serious. It's fun. It's all in good taste. So, but I also know, chat, that I don't want anyone... Well, I'm just saying it. Don't want anyone walking away thinking I'm genuinely upset at all. Okay, because I'm not even the slightest. And we relished the challenge, chat. We relished the challenge, don't we? Oh yeah, I guess you can say /J. We relished the challenge, chat. We will overcome it and grow many sniffers. By the way, did Michelle decide what Michelle wants to name this one? Michelle gets to choose for this one. It does feel good finishing hard challenges, doesn't it, chat? We also wanted mustard and ketchup, the challenge. What? Mustard and ketchup, what does that mean? I don't know if Kissy Skip is here. So if Kissy Skip is in here. Thank you, Chrissy.exe for the 21 months. Elizabeth9428. Kissy Skip is not here at the moment. If you're here, you can pick one. Just a Human. Yes, Just a Human. You got here a little bit late. I was just reassuring everybody. You missed a very fun conversation, Just a Human. I was sharing with them my thoughts on the quest and doing a lot of memes. If you go back like 10 minutes, you can see like I role played out this whole discussion where you guys were like purposefully trying to give me the hardest quest possible. I did like a whole roleplay discussion where the team was just like, we're gonna give him the hardest quest possible, and it was very fun. It was a good one. You can go back and watch it 10 minutes, but it just wasn't a serious one. It was just some fun. Oh yeah, I also have a fun skin at the moment. You can check out. I'm pink. There you go. That's why you get to see that. Anyway. We must try hard to catch up to the quest, and only then can we relish it. We must do that. But anyway, it was really good. Because, just for the record, Just a Human, okay, this is like, so every week we've had quests. We always seem like we have the hardest, or some of the hardest. So, like, we like to kind of discuss that and be like, why do we have the hardest? So, look, Yellow Team has like 1 million people. And they've got 3,100 beds. We've got 3,275. What's up with that? The green frog light compared to the yellow one. This one, I had to take the tadpoles to a cold biome. You don't need to do that with these ones.
Okay, ignore me, I see.
You don't need to do that with these ones or
mean.
these ones.
Such a meanie.
Plus, this is pretty easy to do. You just create 1 million chickens, and then you get the wither to kill them. This literally would take me an hour to do. Like, not even. I could get 1,000 of these in an hour. So easy. So the point is, they're all super easy except ours. Ours are hard. This is gonna take me forever, Just a Human. It's gonna take me forever. And that's assuming everything works out to the best of my ability. But that's the point, it's the challenge. And I relish the challenge. Come here. McSniffles and Bloom. There we go. Bloom, you're cheating! On Tiny Gremlin. No! See, chat, this is how we get more animals. 2 animals look at each other, and they multiply, chat. Okay, chat, we need a new potion crash out. Yeah, oh, I love the potion crash out. It was something similar to that. That was a great crash out. I'm not gonna. Yeah, you ever see that one? That was a good one. That was a good one. Bad, have you seen a specific painting? Are you talking about the yellow one? That looks like the Yellow Kingdom. I saw that one. That crash out is art? What do you mean? Are you saying it's like, it's art? Or are you saying like it's actual art? Am I gonna have to make a painting now? Now you got me curious. I don't know how to make a painting, actually. Okay, we just gotta make some wool. I'll put the rails away for now. Just remember they are, chat. I do tend to like overreacting, chat. But all in good fun. Not in any sense of seriousness. It's never serious with me. Unless I get really quiet and upset, then it is serious. Okay, what size is it? 4 tall, 6 wide area. I need a giant area is what you're saying. 4 tall, 6 wide. Okay, let's go in here then. And then I also gotta check on Pilly in a second. Yeah, it should be good. Okay. Oh my gosh! They added it! Oh! That's so cool! Ooh. I love it. It's beautiful. Look at it, chat. Oh, this is so cool. Let me go show it to Pilly. A couple others too, but that's the one I wanted you to see. That is so cool. Okay, you know what? That makes up for you guys giving us the green frog lines. I forgive you. I forgive you. That makes up for it. Pilly, you gotta see the painting. That's
What
in
painting?
the there's a painting on the they made a new painting.
You can just like.
It's
Can
I put
where?
in the cathedral if you want to go see it.
Okay.
Go in and
what part of the cathedral?
just go in and go to the left. You'll love it. That is so cool. Thank you. What a nice thing. It's nice to have the cathedral put in stuff. That. I like that. +1. Thank you, admins and devs. We appreciate that. Very cool, very cool. Almost 1/10 of the way there. On, I think a sniffer just hatched.
You can see my
Hi.
flowers on it. Hi.
Yeah, you can.
That's
It's so isn't it cool?
cool.
I love it.
It is so cool.
Yay. I'll make a group chat. Yeah, we gotta finish green base now, so we can have a painting of that.
Hi.
Hello. Thank you, though, Just a Human. I appreciate that. That's very thoughtful. No worries, no worries.
I'll let you know when the chests fill up again.
Oh, okay, Pilly, thank you. By the way, if you just want to leave them on the ground, you can just leave them on the ground and I'll come over every few minutes.
But what if they despawn?
They shouldn't despawn. As long as I don't leave them there for like more than 5 minutes, they should be good.
Alrighty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's easier to just like break the chests and replace them, but whatever you say, Dad.
Okay. Dang it. 2 pitcher pods. Rosalina. Come on, little sniffer. In you go. But thank you for your help, Pilly. Come on. Pilly, do you want to name one of the sniffers?
Yeah, can you name it,
Yeah.
No, I'm just thinking if I should. I'm gonna DM you a name.
Okay.
Why are you so quiet? Why are you so quiet?
I'm checking. Yeah, I can name it Panky. That's okay.
That is crazy. That's not what I said.
Well, that's
That is
literally
not
what
I
it
just said.
says.
That is not what I said.
Do you want to read what it says then?
No, I mean maybe.
Well, then it says
does not
Panky.
say Pangy. No, it does not say.
Yeah, it
That's
says-
a really long name for Pangy.
Hangy Wanky Muffy Wuffy Ragamuffin.
It's insane.
That's literally what it says. Huh. And see there.
No, I'm pretty sure I put a
organs.
name that starts with a C.
That's true. You did put a name. You really want to name it that?
No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, I'm vetoing that name. It's a crazy to pick. That's wild.
No, yeah, you can name it Pangy now since he's dead. I guess you need some sort of company.
No, that's fair.
You know, it's like he's never gone, and it's like a better version of Pangy because it's not annoying. What are you thinking? Hear you thinking.
I'm just thinking. Okay. So my little ragamuffins are growing. Oh yeah. Do you have a good name? Like, do you want to do that name for realsies, or do you have a different one?
Pangy? Yeah.
Wait, you want to name him Pangy?
Yeah, because the original is dead. We need a
Oh.
replacement.
Okay, I'll name one Pangy Wangy.
No, just Pangy.
Yeah, Pangy.
Name him the better Pangy.
Okay. You realize if Pangy ever sees him, he's gonna die. Oh, we gotta keep him safe. Alright, where is he? Alright, come and see the better Pangy. You know what? He kind of looks like Pangy, actually. Kind of looks like him. Alright, there we go. Add time chat, by the way. See you in 30 seconds. Honestly, Pangy Wangy is kind of cute. I'll rename him to that in a second. But that's cute. That's cute. The better Pangy. Alright, now we just
Let
wait.
Let me see it. Hold on.
So we're currently sitting 2, 4, 6, and we're gonna get another. I think in the next like 8 minutes, we'll get another 2 seeds.
Where is he? Where is he?
He's one of the little ones. Try this one. Right here. Yep, the better Pangy.
Wait. Help me push them. Help me.
Okay.
I won't. Move.
Here, let me hook him. I'll pull him over here.
Yes, yes.
There we go.
That's great. That's great. Oh, he's so cute.
He looks just like Pangy.
Already better than the old one.
5 large
Can't believe
cookies.
Pangy's
Just a
actually
human, you're
helping
gonna
us
die.
on
That's
the-
so much sugar.
On the weekly
In one
task. Isn't
sitting.
that crazy?
Holy fudge. Oh, fudge. Are the beds there? Oh.
No, they're not. They're not.
Oh, you put them in the box?
Yeah, because...
You don't need to put them in the box.
No, because I'll fill the box, and then they will destroy the box. You
That's
know what
fair. No, that's probably a better idea, yeah. You know what? I like this strap more. This is a good idea. Yeah, that was pretty good. Thank you, Pilly.
You're welcome, Bad. Anytime.
Yippee. Alright, there you go. Sit up again. Wait, what's our number at? So Pilly and I finished the frog lights. That's true, I've had a lot of help from Pilly. On the frog lights. We finished those yesterday. Me and Chip got 350. Pilly got a bunch of the rest, then we finished those. 508, 3275, and 0 of these. So we're 6 away there. Oh my goodness. Chat. Just a human's gonna die, chat. That's so much sugar. That's so much sugar in one sitting. Be careful. Be careful. No, I just want another baby. Come on, give me another one. Give me another baby. Oh, another baby! Alright. Elizabeth, are you there? You get to name this one. Elizabeth, you there? You get to name this one. If Elizabeth isn't there, I guess I'll pick somebody else. Thank you. That's such a cute animation. Alright, we need to finish the seed collector.
So bad. You had fun today?
I did. Did you?
Yes. Yes, I did. It was so much fun. You know,
Oh,
it's
we
kind
already
of sad that I
named
couldn't
one.
get to kill you.
Rosalina. I'll show you guys Rosalina. I'm glad no one got to kill me. Only one person, I think, shot me. In the first one. Oh. That.
I'm not gonna lie, it would have been very cool if we went together in a boat one.
Oh! Oh! Yeah. Oh, sorry. No, that would have been fun. Oh yeah, you're right. Elizabeth named Rosalina. I totally forgot. Thank you, Elizabeth! Okay, has anyone else gifted any subs today? Did we ever hear from Kissy Scap? I don't think we did.
I need more. Let me get more wood.
DMs? Let me check.
We're not even halfway with the beds. Oh.
One down. One down. Minty Dough! You are next in line. You had 28 months. Minty Dough. Michelle is stuck at work. Minty Dough. You want... Oh my gosh! 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 Minty Dough, do you want to name one? Go ahead and pick a name. Hi, Minty. Do you want to name one? Sorry, we were having a little fun. Okay, let's do this. We will do there. Huh?
Huh. That's weird.
That's weird.
My heavy armor isn't leveling up. Oh, now it is.
It is weird.
Sometimes it levels up, sometimes it doesn't. Owie.
Aw, thank you, Just a Human. Okay, have to do that? Thank you very much. That's very thoughtful of you. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're having a good day. I wish you had been able to see my rant. It was really funny. You should watch it later. I feel like you'll enjoy it. Just a human. Do you want to name one after what's it called? Or better yet, who's it called? Names one. Who's next, by the way? Have they come up with a name yet? Minty, you gotta name one of the sniffers. What do you want to name it?
Oh. There's like 10 phantoms on me right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
I follow
7,
you.
8.
10 phantoms. Excellent. And thank you for the 28 months, Minty, as well. You were the second longest sub person for today. Do. You need him to read chat. Bartholomew. Wait, did they say M-U-E or M-E-W? Picture pods. No shot. We got so unlucky. We got bad RNG chat. You can line art. Oh my gosh, I can line art the rails. What am I thinking? Okay. Alright, here we go. Let's put this way, this way, this way, this way, this way. Don't need that. This goes in here.
Badboyhalo, surely you can sleep, right? Surely you can sleep. Surely.
Or
you can take a quick nap. Oh, my hero, my hero!
Yep, I slept. Alright, Pilly. We've got another one on its way. Here, I'm gonna come over there and... Are you still crafting beds? I'll come over and do another batch.
You can come in a little bit. I'm still filling the chest.
Sora! Thank you for the
kinda
5
slows me a
gifted.
little,
Hello.
I'm not gonna lie.
Thank you, thank you. Sir Bartholomew. There you go. Sir Bartholomew from you, Minty. And where's Rosalina? Rosalina. Here is Rosalina for Elizabeth. There we go. Hi, Sim. Hello. Thank you, Zora, for the 5 gifted, by the way. How are you doing? Seeds! We got more. Okay, come here. Come here. Oop. And... Oop. There you go. Alright. Oh, wait. Can't leave this. Alright. just a human, this one's gonna be yours. And whatever one we get after this, we're gonna give to Zora. Zora the Twilight Dragon. I'm not sure how many more we're gonna get. We're gonna keep on cooking, chat. They need to grow up faster though. They take 40 minutes to grow up, and I don't think there's a way to speed it up even. Oh, wait a minute. There is a way to speed it up. Because can't you have it by feeding them something? 40 minutes is rough. It is. That's the thing. We're going to spend almost like 4 or 5 hours just multiplying them. There's a seed. But yeah, we need to finish the seed collection system. I'm not getting it. Are you sure there's a seed? I don't think there's a seed. Drowning for Zora? Okay. Hold on, let me finish the rail system. You heard a pop? Oh. That may have been the
what
egg.
Are you doing?
I am multiplying the
mitosis?
Oh. Yes. Through mitosis. Exactly, you figured it out.
About time. So we're gonna have a Badboyhalo 2?
Probably. I hope. Thank you, Sassy Stay. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you, thank you. Just a heads up, chat. No promises.
I didn't realize how many bets we needed.
Yeah, we need a ton. It's crazy. There we go. Wait, what? Oh. No promises, chat, just for the record. On anyone who gives subs getting one, because we may get more sub gifts than we have been available. So just food for thought. If you gift 5 subs, I'm gonna keep that trend going, but we may not be around that long. But I'm just saying, food for thought. Just keep that in mind. Anyway. Oh, Pilly took him. That's why. Oh my gosh, my heart, chat. I just had a mini heart attack. I was like, where did they go? Okay, let's bring this over here.
You can do a round of bets right now, by the way, Bad.
Oh my way. I'm coming. Awesome. Thank you, Pilly. We're at 1,000!
Yay! Yay! Woo! Woo! We just need 3,000, 2,000, 2,000 more. Yay!
Yay!
Hooray!
Keep getting pitcher pods. This is not good. I need the other one. Past 4 things I've gotten have been pitchers. Yeah, I guess I can use the cathedrals around the, or the pictures around the cathedrals. That's a good point. There we go. No shot. That's crazy. It should be in here. Yep. Here we go. Hopefully this is enough. I don't know how much room these things will hold, but I think it'll be able to hold enough. Alright, let's see if this works, chat. We gotta make sure it goes the entire loop. Fudge. Oh, bye, Just a Human. Thank you for coming. See you around. Feel free to stop by anytime. We'd love having you. Hope you're doing well as well. Thank you, thank you. Bye. See ya, see ya.
Sleep, sleep, sleepy time. Sleepy time. Honk shoo. Honk shoo. Honk shoo.
Oh.
Why are you laughing?
I didn't realize I was unmuted. Sorry, Billy. I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping, Pilly. I slept. You're welcome. You owe me $8.
Oh, can I tell you something? Can I tell you something that someone said yesterday that I found so interesting?
No. Yes, yes, you can. Go ahead. No! Pilly, no! Pilly, I kid! Pilly, I kid! No! Ah! Pilly! Ah! Oh, look who comes crawling back.
Crawling is an exaggeration.
So yeah, go ahead, tell me. I'm curious.
Oh, you know about like how people sometimes compare sun and moon dynamics.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, no, I saw a picture yesterday because of how I'm very like white and purplish, and then Owen is orange.
Yeah.
And yellow. Yeah, I wanted to share that with the class. Oh, I know. Oh, yeah, no, I.
Neat.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Huh. Neat. No, that's awesome. I kind of like that dynamic a little bit.
Yeah. You know, there's just like movies, I don't know if you know them, but some of the movie titles are like called like New Moon and like Eclipse and like, you know what I mean?
Are you talking about Twilight?
No, it's another movie. It goes to another school. You wouldn't know that movie.
Sounds like Twilight.
No.
No, I mean, it sounds like identical to Twilight.
Pengy's orange. Can we ban that person, please? It's in your chat, by the way. Who's modding in your chat right now? Can we ban the person that said Pengy's orange? Oh my god, I can't escape it, can I?
Pangy is orange. You're the one who picked the name Pangy is Grape, though.
That's interesting because I already took a screenshot of the old name.
Pangy is great?
No. And you know who I sent that screenshot of?
The
you
better Pangy.
standing in front of the better Pangy?
The better Pangy.
Yeah, someone's gonna wake up and see that screenshot without context.
You picked that name. That's on you.
But guess who's standing on the screenshot? Not me.
That's insane. That's actually insane. That's crazy. I will tell him the truth. That's
Sure.
insane. I'll do it.
It's
I'll
your word versus a picture of you.
Yeah, versus
Evidence.
Pilly 2. Who's gonna send him that? Pilly 2?
No, that's Pilly 1. No, that's Pilly 1
yeah,
sending it.
Well, looks like our machine is working appropriately. Oh yeah, no, that's true. That will be pink Badboyhalo, not regular Badboyhalo. No one will believe it.
So it's like Badboyhalo 2. That's what I'm getting then. No?
Yep, Badboyhalo 2, not Badboyhalo 1.
Let's see. Oh, I just imagined something so cool. Oh, ooh, I'm cooking in my mind. I can't believe it takes so long. Oh my god.
Ah! A baby's on the loose! Oh my gosh! Ah! Ah! The child! Hilly! There's a baby on the loose! Where is he?
I haven't seen any baby.
Ah!
I mean, how fast can they walk? I don't think.
Not fast at all, which is surprising how far he's gotten in such a short time. Oh my goodness, I need fireworks to find him. Yeah.
I don't see it.
I'll find him, thank you. Ah, containment breach! Where is he? How did he get so far? I literally don't see him. Oh my goodness, he's gotta be under here. What? Where is he? Down here, maybe? It's been like 20 minutes. He could be anywhere. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness, we're gonna have to pull open the replay. Okay. Check this side of the river. You can't even walk that far. Or fast. Where is he? He's got tiny legs. Maybe over here? Oh my gosh. Someone's gonna be walking around and they're just gonna find a random sniffer. I gotta check the replay. Let's see where he went. Oh my gosh. Oh, I hope we saw him. Come on, we'll find him. Hmm? Oh. No. Not the berry bushes. Not the berry bushes! Oh my gosh. What is wrong with you? He's under the tree. Oh my gosh. Don't go to the berry bushes. Please don't go to the berry bushes. Stop! Hi.
My main pob's in the noodle. Oh my god, you're gonna have so much fun because I feel like my pob's so different. But right now, I need to go feed my cat real quick because my cat's sick. I need to go give her
Okay.
medicine real quick. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna give her her medicine and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Be right back. Be right back.
See you in a bit.
This is to you too. Be right back.
That's insane, chat. This is why you need a wall that actually keeps stuff on the other side. That was genuinely hilarious, though. Yeah, removing the mossy block inside the pen. It doesn't hurt anything, right? Having it inside the pen, like there's no way for them to like step on it. That's what I was concerned about. Because I didn't want them like stepping on it. I'm so upset, chat. I'm so upset at this turn of events. I can't believe that. I'm thinking, oh, this will be cute. This is what I was watching it, chat. I'm thinking, oh, this is gonna be great. We'll be able to go back on. He's hiding under the tree. That's why I didn't see him, chat. He's hiding under the tree. That's what I was thinking. And then I'm like, oh, this will be great. We'll just go pick him up. And then he walked back into the bushes, chat. Why? Rest in peace, little guy. Okay, so that one will get the name. Okay, they all have names, chat. We only lost one. Honestly, that was pretty good. Yeah, he was just under the tree, chat. He's just under the tree. That's why we couldn't see him, chat. You gotta admit, though, that's a very funny, if horrifying clip. Watching him just waddle around. Oh, Drawning the first. We'll miss you, Drawning. I don't know who said it, chat. But someone told me, chat, once that toddlers spend the first, like, 2 years of their life, just trying to die. And that most of a parent's job, chat, is just trying to keep their child alive. Because they literally just spend the first 2 years, like, trying to die. Which is kind of fascinating that humans are kind of like that. Humans just be that way, chat. We just be cooking. I like this. Now I can just sit here and we can just hang out, chat. Because we know the seeds are being collected. Now, how much room do you think we have? I'd say 6, 9, 12. I'd say we could probably hold like 20 of them comfortably. Yeah. Should we do the beds now that we have the free time? Yeah, we can cook some of the beds up. Here, I've got some wool under here I need to grab. Whew. Honestly, I kind of think making an auto crafter would probably be good. I really thought the beds stacked, by the way. I did not realize they do not stack. That is painful, chat. Let's do some of the beds. Oh, wait. Whoopsie doopsie. That's actually crazy, chat. How do the beds not stack? What's up with this? hear that? I swear, I've almost died so many times. Just due to the, what do you call it? Okay, we need wood. Let's grab some wood, chat. There we go. And we need wall. Nice. And you just hang out. That was pretty quick. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So every 3 stacks is 64. There you go. 1,200 chat. Thank you, Billy. This is very cumbersome chat to make. It's very, like, just kind of silly. Alright. 16.35. Let's go, chat. We are officially halfway there minus 2 beds. Halfway there minus like 2 or 3 beds. Let's go! By the way, you know what's funny, chat? There is a barrel roll mod that will let you do a barrel roll. Did you know that? We should totally get that. The Dove! Thank you for the 5 gifted. Hello? Here, let's see if we've got any more, chat. Hold on. Come on. Come on. All right. Oh, 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 oh! How did they spawn? There should not be a light in there for them to spawn. That is nightmare fuel. Okay. Another baby. Thank you, the Dove. Thank you for the 5 gifted again, by the way. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Uh-oh.
Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding.
Thank you! Ah, I love that rat emote. Yeah, how cute that is. You can only sleep at night and during thunderstorms. Oh boy. Okay, that one's almost done hatching. So we'll just hang out over here, chat. Keep an eye on that one. Look at him go, chat. Look at him go. Okay, so what is the name we're gonna name that one? Remind me in a second. Drawing the second. I know it was drawing. I needed the correct spelling, chat. Drawing, how you doing? Was that supposed to be what you say when you tend Lucy? What the muffin? But thank you, Sassy Stay and the Dove. Wait, so we had just the humans. Who was Zora's? Was Zora's drawing, or did just a human pick a name? Oh, hi, Billy.
Hi, I'm back.
Drawing is nice. Got it, Zora. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Pilly. Pilly, what are you up to?
Well, I was gonna still do more beds if you need to.
I don't know if we have the wool to make any more beds.
I have the wool to make a last batch. I'll just throw it on the floor and you can pick it up later.
Okay.
So, how's your sniffer thing going?
It's good. I've been at it for 7 hours.
7?
Yeah, and I've got 7 sniffers. Let's go.
And how many seats have you got yet?
0.
So you've been
I've been using them all
doing-
to multiply the sniffers.
Okay, so let me understand the situation. You've been
Tricky.
doing sniffer things for 7 hours and you still have 0 seats.
Yes.
Why?
That's just the way the muffin crumbles. They just give us the hard quests because they believe in us. They think we can do them. Yeah, none of the other. If you join green, you just need to be prepared.
No,
Be
I'm not joining
prepared.
green. No, I think I'm fine.
No, I'm saying if at some point you ever felt like you wanted to join green, I was just saying you got to be prepared.
Don't.
Because green is the faction for tough people.
Yeah,
See,
not me.
All the other factions get really easy quests. We get hard ones.
Yeah. You know, Owen did invite me to join green.
Yeah, you should. They might have
And
room
you know
for
what I
you.
said?
You said,
No.
I'll think about it. Am I right?
I said no.
Hey, really? Why'd you say
Yeah.
no? You'd rather be in yellow than green?
Yeah.
Gross.
Also, can you submit the best time? It's
Yeah,
not
I'm
too
on my
much
way.
to ask. You took the chests. That's materials, yeah. Ooh.
Here
Thank
you
you.
go. We're halfway there on
Maybe,
the
okay,
beds.
here's the thing. Maybe
We
if
have
we
no
kick out
seeds.
Pangy out of green, or if Pangy never comes back, then I'll join green. How does that sound?
Really?
Yeah.
You're saying you would join.
If we kick out Pangy or Pangy never comes back, yes.
Really?
And I'll be the most loyal, hardworking faction member you've ever met.
I don't know. He's kind of been there with us since day one. I feel like he's just really valuable as a member. I don't think I could kick him out. He stood by me from the beginning. He's as much a part of Green Faction as I am. He's Pangy the Pangolin.
And where is Pangy when you need help?
Dad! He's in the void being consumed. Oh, watch him live like 2,000 years, but it's only like 5 minutes. What if 5 minutes in the void is 2,000 years in his mind, and he comes back and he's a shell of his former self?
I'll be really sad.
Oh, I'd finally have someone to relate to. That'd be awesome. I miss Pangy.
So is that a no to kicking him out of?
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. Sorry. Whole family says
guess me
Cathedral
being
looks sick.
in green is never gonna be a reality then. Sorry.
Well, what? I got an idea.
Mm.
Thank you to the dub, by the way. That was nice to hear. What if, here's an idea, you and Pangy just get along?
No.
No? As in, you'll think about it?
No
Or
as in no.
no as in, like, no.
Yeah, no as in like no. There's no chance, no possibility.
Huh.
Never.
0% chance?
0% chance. Also, can you submit the bets I finished?
What if Pilly 1 comes back?
Then I'll send them back to the grave.
That's great. Done. 1900! Yay! Oh my gosh!
Wait,
This is a nightmare. Just let me die.
There we go.
It's not over. Oh, it's so
Well-
much time. This is taking so much time. Well,
I
guys.
finished my part.
Dig. Thank you, Pilly. I do appreciate the help. Do you think Purple Faction has room for another member?
You want to join Purple?
We didn't even get the chance to get a new life, Pilly. We didn't even get the chance! What's
Hey,
the
I mean,
point?
we can always start the pink faction.
I'm just saying, what is the point, Pilly? What is the point in being on any faction if we don't even get the chance? Ooh, I've got 4 seeds. Should I turn them in? Or do we get 2 more
7 hours
snifferish?
before.
Yay! Snifferish! Sniffers! We got 2 more sniffers. Let's go. On our way. Okay. I need more moss. I'm out of moss blocks, Billy.
Moss box? I can get you
think-
some.
Nah, I know where some are, but thank you. I've got some over at the castle construction. Oh, Pilly. I'm almost done. I'll almost have enough sniffers to success. Stop singing along with the song, chat. Ignore the head shoulders.
This is crazy.
This isn't your song. What the fudge? Hey, look, Billy, I almost have enough. My army grows day by day. Look at him go. Look at him grow. Oh!
I mean, if
Alright,
it makes you feel
what's this
better,
one?
so far you're the only one that's kind of like doing the weekly tasks. Blue is on 0, like absolutely 0, and yellow
No, that's true.
only submitted a couple of beds. So
Hopefully yellow loses a life. That's because they all like doing their quests at the end. Here's the problem though. Our quest can't be done like at the end. Like, have we done this quest at the end, like the sniffer one? Like, you could pretty much speedrun almost any other quest except this one. This one's in Hey, where are you at?
I see.
There you go.
I'm in
The true king! Alright. Oh.
So if yellow loses her life, that means that foolish is down to 1?
Yeah, but we got 1. Then we just gotta finish him off, theoretically. Give him the big old reset. We got another! Wait, no. Never mind, that's just drawing. Do you know ghosts don't have heads, shoulders, knees, or toes, Pilly? Did you know that?
Oh, really? Are you a
Yeah.
ghost expert?
Yeah. They don't have a head, shoulders, knees, or toes. Knees or toes. Head,
I think we
shoulders.
should play Phasmophobia Badboyhalo.
We should. I want to say hi to Ruth Garcia again. Good old Ruth Garcia.
But I
now
can't believe we're not gonna be friends when the realm is over.
Nah, that's a good point.
I can't believe we're never gonna talk to each other again.
No, that's a good point.
We're just gonna, like, you're gonna unfriend me on Discord. I was gonna say you're gonna unfollow me on Twitter, but you don't even follow me on Twitter, so...
No, that's a good point. Wait, I don't follow you on Twitter?
No.
Weird. I need to remedy
Yeah, it's weird because I think you like a lot of my tweets.
Yeah.
Especially when you're streaming.
I'll make sure to throw you a follow. I just can't do it while I'm streaming because I don't look at Twitter when I'm streaming.
To be honest, I find it kind of funny. Especially when I see you liking my tweets, like, oh, Badboyhalo just like your tweet. And I'm like, wow, isn't this guy streaming? And I open your stream, you're talking to someone.
Bro!
Badboyhalo. Okay, I think I'm gonna do... Okay, so is there any task for me? Any other task for me?
I can't think of any unless... I don't know. What do you feel inclined to do?
Well, it's either I help Badboyhalo or I go do potions. So if you need help with anything, right now it's rolling to ask.
Go do potions. I don't really have anything you can help with, really.
Alright.
I think someone stole a bunch of wool from Yellow. There's a ton of wool in that chest, and now it's gone. Should we kill all the yellow sheep to make it harder for them?
Honestly...
Oh, they turned
I
it
mean,
in.
Ross isn't here, so Ross wouldn't get upset by you because I know that you have like a little...
See, the problem is this isn't actually that crazy. They could do this pretty quick. All of Yellow's quests, like, are pretty straightforward. I don't think it'd be worth trying to interrupt anyone. I don't know. I'm just kidding, by the way. mess with the
Yeah, I
fellow.
feel like the only person you may actually anger is Sneak, and I don't know if he can actually survive Sneak.
Oh. There we go. Let's go. I got 2 more, Pilly.
Isn't it crazy how at the ball they're all giving like speeches and they're talking about Red Faction and all that, but no one really honored the old Pilly? It's kind of crazy to think.
I was thinking about
No one
the
said
old
it
Pilly.
in loving memory of the one who kept Red Faction alive. No one.
I was thinking about that. Yeah, I was hoping Red Faction member would get up there and say words about Pilly. But I don't think they did. But to be fair, though, it kind of makes sense because Pilly wasn't actually there at that time. Say anything.
Yeah, but
Alright.
it's kind of, you know, like when someone dies and then they're like, oh, you know, in loving memory of...
Oh, sorry. Wrong. Didn't mean to type that. I was saying to chat. Another name, chat. But, I would have said that. But I will admit, Pilly 2 was sitting right across from me. Oh, we already have the True King. It's the Dove's turn, I think. Sassy, I think we got
Haley one
yours.
would have
Yours
sent
was the True
themselves
King.
to the...
So we need
the
a
void.
Dove. Do I think Pilly
Thing,
1 would have
whatever.
what?
Like, send themselves, like, chosen themselves. You know, if there was still, like, Red Faction, you know how you chose Pangy and Amy chose Amy, and Foolish chose Ross. Do you think Pilly 1 would have chosen
Yeah, the
themselves?
True King was humans, so that means we need Sassy and the Doves. Sassy and the Doves in that order. You're right. That's fine. You're right. Sassy, what's your choice? And then we'll do the Dove after Sassy. I'm sorry, Pilly. I'm doing like 3 things at once. What was the last thing you said?
Okay. No, I'm pretty sure chat heard.
Chat her what? Oh, come on. Don't be that way.
I was asking if you think Pilly 1 would have chosen themselves as the most valuable faction member.
Probably. To be fair, though, I think it's true.
I would say though, I feel bad now because it's like, what, I feel like Red's just gonna slowly die, like if we're gonna do weekly again, or is it just like this week? Like, what if they never get their task done?
But
And
you're
then
not
they
on Red,
just
so
slowly
you-
die off.
You don't need to
Just
worry
like a
about
two-
them. Just let them all die.
Alright.
I mean, they have a kill quest. Honestly, I think they should die at some point and not get the quest. Because Pilly kind of carried that team. So let him get cooked. That's my thought.
Out of character, I was talking to Sneak earlier, and we were like talking how it would have been so cool if they were like, how cool it would have been to have a Red Faction, but with people that are like, they know what they're doing with killing, you know what I mean? Not maybe like a big faction, maybe just like small, but just like with a few people that actually like committed to the killing bit, and they like
Mhm.
insane traps and stuff. And we're like talking, like, imagine Sneak on Red Faction. Like, that's actually like a nightmare scenario. Like, I don't even want to imagine what sort of contraption Sneak would make in Red Faction. Like, I would actually be terrified for my
Yeah.
life.
I can't imagine someone like putting together maybe like a nether portal trap, decorating a house around it, and putting a pit with boats and creepers in the boats at the bottom of it with spikes. Could you imagine someone like doing that?
Bad.
That'd be
In my
crazy.
heart, you're always gonna be an honorary Red.
I'm just saying, like, I feel like having someone on Red who was dedicated to killing would just be a lot like me being on Red.
I agree. I
I'd be
agree. I
cooking
would have
everybody.
loved.
Though, to
I
be
think-
fair,
I
I don't
think-
think it'd be that different than the regular traps I make. I just think there'd be
Yeah.
more of them.
They didn't put us in the same team because they knew we would be too powerful.
Yeah. No, yeah.
But
I
imagine
know,
like something like me, you, like Sneak, and Clown and like Red Faction. Like that would be actually like doomsday. That would be like actual doomsday for the realm. Like I'll actually be so scared.
Honestly, that would be awesome.
That would be
Got
awesome. We
another-
should do that for like a week.
I think we should have a trap week. Something where like
trap week?
yeah, a trap week where we just encourage the killing of other members and you get like credit for your faction for getting a kill or something like that. Think about how
We
cool
do
that
like
would
a red moon week. And it's just like the and it's just like everyone's on red now and everyone has to do kills.
That would be
Everyone is a
awesome.
red faction member. Oh, that would be where everyone's just an op.
Thank you, Erica Moon. We've got some slots open. I think I've got 2 running around. Did the dove pick a name? I know Sassy picked Sassy, and we named Sassy. And I think the dove picked Grandma's Couch. Grandma's
Alright.
Couch? They
I'm gonna
do kinda
call
look like a grandma
my
couch.
Firefly.
Grandma's Couch. That's insane. Okay. We may have won, Erica Moon. 5 gifted. You want to pick one? Alright, let's see. Sassy is here.
You're so awesome. Know that oh, you definitely.
Sorry.
I hope you.
You're pretty awesome too, Billy.
Yeah, I hope you know that I miss making silly traps with you.
Aww.
It was like bonding time.
I miss you too, Billy. I'm glad you're back. You being on vacation is torture for me. I do all of this stuff by myself. It's crazy.
Oh.
And I had no one to hang out with and talk to.
But I'm not going anywhere again because I'm broke. Oh my god, Leon Kenning is here. Because I'm broke now, Badboyhalo, and I don't have money to travel. So yay!
Let's go. Being broke.
Hold on, give me a second. Both of you, I'll be right back in like 5 seconds.
Okay. Death Wish, Erica Moon, what the muffin? Alright. I'm naming it that. That's actually crazy. Oh. Oh my gosh. That's weird. 2 Chris didn't kill that one? Okay, let's see. No. 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 Yes. There we go. I also think we have to do something about these. Oh, fudge! Holy fudge. That was so scary. Almost died. That's crazy. Ah! Fudge! Stop it! Ah! Fudge! Ah! Dang it! Almost died again. Yes. Oh my gosh. That was scary. Okay. Don't think we're waiting on any. I think Erica, you already gifted 5, so thank you. We already named yours. Alright, so I think we're just waiting. Yep. Oh my flipping gosh, you've gotta be kidding me! What in the world? This is absurd. Gosh. It's not the torches. Not the torches! We gotta sleep.
Hi!
Hello.
Leon is here.
Hello, Leon.
Okay. But if you come to the potion room, can you, like, feed the turtles?
You really like me doing all the turtle feeding. I've noticed.
It's because I just think that you do a better job than I do.
I think you
know,
do a way better job than I do.
You know, it's like when you're like doing schoolwork and then you designate someone to work that fits better.
It just does a really great job. You just cut out the letters, align them on the poster, and do the entire assignment way better than I do. That's literally what you're saying. Like, that's...
I promise I didn't make this on purpose. Sorry about it. I just... There's a very peculiar shape right now.
Aww.
I promise I didn't make this on purpose. It's kind of fun.
Crazy. Just do it. You're just amazing at that. So good at that. That's crazy. I'm calling BS.
Oh, Bad, by the way. oh, Bad, by the way. If you
Yeah.
happen to see some, like, sand before you come by to the potion room, do you think there might be a chance where you, like, bring it? Because I feel like we need more bottles.
You just want me to do everything. Feed the turtles, bring
my
the sand. Feed the sand to the turtles. Need. What about my needs, Pilly?
Okay, what do you need, Bad?
Nothing. I'm good, thank you.
You're something. You're something. Okay, Bad, quick. If me and Pangy are on an island and you're with us, and you found a boat, but this boat can only fit 2 people.
Okay.
Who will you save? And who will you
Yes.
leave stranded on the island?
Yes.
That's not an answer.
Oh, who would I save? Who would I leave stranded?
Mm-hmm.
Me. I'd save me.
So you will leave yourself stranded?
Oh no. I'd save me and leave you two.
Oh. No, but there's 2 spaces on the boat.
I'm indecisive. I can't pick between you two. Wait, hold on. Am I allowed to eat either of you?
You're allowed to eat whoever remains in the island.
Oh. How big is a pangolin compared to a cat?
Very big.
Oh.
A lot. Not a lot, but like a bit more.
Well, looks like we're having pangolin for dinner.
Oh, you made the right choice, man. Right choice.
I'm still not getting you, Sam.
I mean, I don't know. I swear to God, I don't know why there's like no bottles. I don't know if they like despawn sometimes or something, because I always refill them and there's no bottles. Like, you know how we have like 3 columns of chests?
Yeah.
They're never full. I don't know what happened. There's no bottles. Also, I'm feeding the turtle.
I need more sniffers. Oh, we have like 2 unnamed babies. If anyone wants to name a baby, 5 gifted subs, you can name it. Your choice. Because we've got a handful more. Otherwise, I'll just scroll through the thing and pick somebody. Yeah, we got another egg in the hopper. Let me grab it. Plug down! You get a pet. Hi, Billy. Alright, plug down and Jabobo.
I need to do this quick because apparently I can only have a fire flat for an hour.
Oh,
I should have probably fed the turtles before feeding the firefly.
Yep, that's probably a good idea.
Okay, I gotta be quick.
Alright, plug down. Bobo, Jabobo the snail.
So,
you
yeah,
need to pick a name for a sniffer. What name are you thinking of? Let me think. Okay. Thank you for the 5 gifter, by the way. Thank you, Jabobo, for the 5. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding.
Jabobo. Smail. Snail. Manail and Pla.
Alright, run.
Blah. Okay. Blah and Smanail. That sounds like a noise an animal makes when it's disgusted. What?
Oh, is this full?
Okay. Death wish.
Oh,
La.
I should have probably.
Smanail. Let's see.
didn't know about the time limit.
Blah. Grandma's couch.
like,
Do we have room for another? Drawning is still baby? What? I feel like Drawning's been a baby forever. We might need to wait for a hatch. The egg, did it hatch yet?
Alright.
Blah. Okay, hold on.
Where is it? Ooh.
Death Wish.
What?
Ronan. Sassy. Dang, we have a lot of babies, chat. This is wild. We just have like an endless supply of babies. Alright. Yep, grandma's couch. Okay, we got no new ones, but we have 2 more of these.
Yeah, this is gonna be a problem. There's no bottles.
Alright.
Oh my god.
Alright. We'll name the next one that hatches Jabobo Smanail. Smanail. Alright, let's keep an eye on it. There we go. Oh, oh. We're close, chat. Oh. How much sniffers will you get? That is a good question. Dad, when do you plan to stop breeding them and actually collect the seeds for the quest? You spent 6 hours to stream doing this. Hippoops! Thank you for the 5. Hi, Hippoops. Start thinking of a name for yours. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Look, Velicor, here's something to think about, okay? Let's do a head count, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, let's just count the adult ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. So you say start collecting seeds. So if I stopped right now, and let's assume in an hour's time, all the other ones would be grown up. That's 1, 2, 3 babies, 4, 5. That's 5 babies plus 2, 4, 6, 7. Oh wait, 6 plus 6, so 15. That'd be 15.
Like enchanting boots still like the meta?
Yeah, I think so. So if we round that up, it's 8 seeds every 8 minutes. Or no. Yes, 8 seeds every 8 minutes. 60 divided by 8. That's 7.5. 7.5. 120 divided by 7.5. I don't know how long that is, but it's still a long time. It's 8 seeds every 8 minutes. 120 divided by 8. That's 2 hours. 15 batches times 7.5 minutes. That's 2 hours. It would take me 2 hours if when these all grow up, I just said, nope, no breeding. I just said no breeding. Okay?
Do you see this, Leon? I'm not getting the XPs.
So it's still gonna take 2 hours.
Lagging?
Of me just
Is the
sitting
server
here.
Lagging? Bad?
Let's go. Huh?
Oh. No, I think I
Tiga,
was lagging or the
thank you
server
for the
was
5 gifted. Math, everyone. Math. 7 sniffers will take 29 hours. I don't know if that's accurate. To collect all. Wait, what? No, hold on. It's not 750. What? No. Shot. Okay, it's only 120. Giving me a heart attack. Like, what the muffin?
Bad, do you know what's the best way to level up smithing?
The best way to level up smithing. Go mine a ton of diamond ore.
Okay.
And then you just craft a bunch of diamond chest plates. That's the best way.
Okay.
Okay. Last name Pla. Tank just hatched. Pla! Or wait, no, we already have Pla. Smanail! Smanail! There you are, Smanail. Alright, we got Smanail and Pla. Alright. Let's go, chat. Come on. Oh, nice. Oh my flipping gosh. That's frightening. Hatsune Miku. Or Tina / Murmur. What? So one of them needs to be named Sniffed Dirt. Sniffed Dirt. And then Hatsune Miku. Hatsune Miku. Sniffed. Sniffed Dirt as a child. I was thinking like as a child. Sniffed Dirt as a... Got it. Sniffed dirt, sentence end. We had a good run, chat. Alright, there we go. Boom. Alright, let's wait for Sniffed Dirt as a child to hatch. We do miss Eat Cement as a child. Maybe we'll find him someday in another universe, chat. You never know. It's gonna hatch, chat. Oh, I called it. I flipping called it. Hello. Eat dirt as a child, or sniffed dirt as a child. So cute. Why couldn't they all been animated like this? They're so cute. Look how their noses work. Thank you, the dove, for the 5 gifted. We may need to call it after yours, the dove, because I'm not sure we're gonna have any time for any more after that. Just food for thought. They're so loud. They are so loud. They're cute. Because I'm still not getting a lot of seeds, and I need more seeds. There we go. Okay, that one's not done hatching. Okay, so we're gonna name the next one Hatsune Miku. And then Grandma's Recliner. Oh, Grandpa's Recliner. That's funny. Alright, Grandpa's Recliner will be the next and most likely last one. Grandpa's Recliner. Grandpa's Recliner. Grandpa's Recliner. That's insane. That's insane. So why does that name work? International Championship of Who Gives the Sniffer. The names were like kind of normal up until we had a couple oddballs in there. They were kind of normal for the most part. And then someone just jumps in. Grandma's couch! I sniffed dirt as a child! Like, it just went, like, from 0 to 11. Someone else is gonna come in and be like, down with the government! Yibbity skibbity doo! We live in a society. That'd be crazy. Oh my goodness.
Alright, Leon, let's do this. Let's do this finally. Probably like 20 minutes left.
Dad, I just got the hilarious message. Hey, Pilly, thank you for the follow, by the way.
How do you notice that? That's crazy.
No, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that.
Hey, if
Hatsune
it makes you feel
Miku.
better, I never used this account.
Hatsune Miku! Nah, you're good. I'm just teasing you.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, no, I never used this account. How much of it? No, wait. I should probably let me check. How do I? Is there a command? Follow.
Huh?
There's no command in your chat. How do I? How long have I been following? Surely one of the mods can see it.
Oh.
Mods. Mods.
Way too
March
many
20,
badges.
2021. There you go. There, you can't complain at me. You cannot complain at me.
Crazy.
But yeah, no. You're welcome for the follow. You know, I love supporting small streamers.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Next stream, I'll.
Let's go. Okay. So, I'm gonna have like 16 of these, and with 16 of them, it will take 2 hours of sitting here to collect the appropriate amount of seeds. No, you're right. That's actually not bad at all.
Yeah, because you already sat there like 7 hours.
Yeah. It's true. I can honestly just sit here and AFK as soon as I end stream and just collect names. I just collect names. Or collect little seeds. I'm gonna be honest though, I don't think they drop a seed every 8 minutes. I think that's propaganda.
What I'm hearing is that you want to feed the turtles again.
No, I don't think it's that.
Because that's what I heard. Oh, Pelly, I want to go feed the turtles now. I can just AFK this later.
Wait, it's a 50-50 which seed? Oh yeah. So it's like If I have 16, I get 8 times 8. They're so silly. Look at him dig. Keep getting, like, the worst. No, not pitcher pods. I keep getting pitcher pods, Billy. Billy, I have 25 pitcher pods.
What is that? What is that?
It's the thing I don't want. It's basically the only other seed. So that means, if I do the math, I would have gotten a total, I've gotten a total of 25 seeds. That just does not seem right. Like, that's it? In the entire time I've been doing this, I've only gotten 25 regular seeds. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. I can't. This is a nightmare, Pilly. This is a nightmare how long this is taking. Oh good, we've got a lot more wool coming along now.
Would you have taken the ×5? Now that you see how much work it is?
Yes. Yes, I would have. I would have taken, I just would have increased the grind. I would have had like 30 frogs instead of 20, or instead of 10. I would have made it a lot bigger. I would have made my sheep farm like 5 times as insane. It would have been printing wool. And all that would have done is, instead of stopping at like 32 of these, or at like 15, which I'm probably going to stop at, I would have stopped at like a full 64. So it would have been probably like maybe 7 hours of grinding. I would have totally taken the +5 on this. Because that's the thing with laws of scale, is once you start farming, it's just a little bit more work. Oh my gosh. Oh man, that's crazy. Chat, I just got the craziest message. Badboyhalo, in his 75th year of sniffer slavery, they've sniffed over 45 square miles of land so far, and have found out even 20% of the final goal. Maybe nature was a mistake. Nah! Nah! We're not even 0% of the way there. All those seeds we had to spend. We had to spend all of the seeds to get the sniffers you see behind me. Every seed we've gotten so far, chat, has gone to multiplying the sniffers. We are still net nothing. Think about that for a second. Return on investment is negative, chat. Alright, we got 3 more. Honestly, though, it is a bit ironic, because this does sort of is a good ironic example of if you were starting a business, chat. So if you were starting a business, you're not immediately gonna start off with making a profit, right? For the most part. So if you were starting a business, you're gonna be at a point where you're like, wait, one didn't hatch, right? We didn't miss one. Okay, that one's gonna be Grandpa's recliner. Dad, turn them in. I don't have seeds to turn in, chat. I don't have any seeds to turn in. You know what? You're right. Cars are a better analogy, chat. Oh my goodness. Chip, I think, just showed up. I'm not sure. We'll see if Chip pops over and says hello. We just get punched. We just got punched by Sonic, chat. Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Oh, I just got punched by something. I don't know if Chip's here, but invisible. Yeah. Chip, where are you? I want to cover the land with sniffers. Chip! I want to cover the land with sniffers. Hi, Chip. Good morning. Alright. Nope, that's Grandma's couch. Death wish. Blah. Let's see. Good gosh. Hatsune Miku. Okay. Snail. Go check out the names, Chip. Chip is friendly. Okay. This one. Boom! Grandpa's recliner. Chip, go look at all the fun little names all of them have. They've all got fun little names, Chip. Take a peek. Good morning, Chip, by the way. How are you doing? I'm on the grind, Chip. I'm on I'm on the grind. I'm gonna sleep, Chip. 1 second. Oh, we're on the grind. We're on the grind. Oh, this is pain. It's actual pain. Chip, I just realized we've got one more egg. You can name whatever comes out of this one. Yeah, Chip, you can pick the name for this next one. Chip, I gotta kill this. I just love, like, sending him, like, just skyward. He's just gone. Alright, Chip. Where are you hiding in the sea of sniffers? There you are. What do you think, Chip? Do you like them? Aren't they goofy little creatures? They look so silly, don't they? They go, woo! They're crazy, Chip. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, I can get 2 more. Chip, I think we're gonna get 2 more eggs. I don't know why, I just feel like that'll accelerate the timetable. We did it, Chip. We got 3 eggs waiting now. Yay! Can't miss an opportunity, Chip. Can't miss an opportunity. They'll hatch in 10 minutes, Chip. Chip, they're gonna hatch in 10 minutes. Yo, Chip, I feel like going over here and cleaning this up. Okay. We have 2 more spots. Chip gets to name one of them. And we have 2 more for the others. So yeah. So yeah, chat. If 2 more people want to gift 5 subs, you can pick a name.
Leon,
Only
I
the
think
first
it's
two,
time
first
in
come,
that
first
live
serve.
where a parent shows their kid the future. You know what I mean? Like to learn new techniques, new abilities for the future. I think it's time for you to learn to do bottle duty.
Wait, who are you talking
what do you
to,
mean no?
Leon? Oh, Chip, you're sitting on it.
Leon, it's
How
time.
it works. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it works, Leon. It's, you know, sometimes you start to grow up and then you need to learn about the real world outside. And it's time
job,
for you
Chip.
to learn how to do bottle duty.
Yeah.
Leon Kenny yearns for a job. It's your first job, you know, first job of many. You need working
Keep it up,
experience. You're
Chip.
gonna apply. You're gonna apply
Nice.
to a job. You're gonna
Wait,
have this
what?
on your
You're actually hatching them. What the fudge? How are you doing that? It's actually working. Good job, Chip.
What are you gonna
Kinda
do when I
shocking.
retire, Leon? You need to do bottle duty. You're gonna need to learn that. That's a real life task.
Are you really gonna put Leon on bottle duty? You're gonna make Leon empty potions? That's crazy.
I mean, would it be so bad?
For Leon, it would be.
Taking the 3-day-old being worked, this has to be illegal. No, Leon, you're not like 3 days old. Like, I mean, you can start like learning. That's what life is about. It's about learning, and the sooner you start, the better.
Oh, we got one. All right, Chip.
It's family business.
Chip,
You know, it's family.
go name a name tag with what you want to name it. Okay. And then bring it to me and show me, and I'll put it on this little guy. You've had 3 days, Leon. Time to grow up and get a job. Get a job, Leon. And that job is bottle duty.
The sooner you start, the sooner you'll have a house. Maybe when you're 30, you may have enough money to buy your own house. You just gotta
They
start
totally
now.
hatched faster. This is crazy. That's a lot faster, Chip, for some reason.
What?
It's the way they hatched. Alright.
Okay, let me
does
show
anyone
you
wanna
how to do it. Let
snag
me show you
one?
how to do it, okay?
5 gifted, and I'll
So-
name it in your honor.
Follow me. Did I send the...
Otherwise,
Okay,
I
so what
guess
you're gonna do
I'll
is you're
figure
gonna grab the
something else out.
bottles. Okay, you're gonna grab the bottles. Bottles are gonna be here, okay? So you're gonna grab them. And you're gonna throw them here. And
Oh, you went
then,
back.
when you're
Okay,
in
sure.
here, you're gonna like click, and then it's water
Yeah.
again. Because it goes through the thing.
Alright,
You gotta click
Chip.
it through the water. Okay, you see the water?
Here, Chip, name
Water.
this one.
So if you click it, it empties, it fills, and then you throw it with Q. So
Go ahead, Chip.
bam,
Pick one.
and like that. So
Okay, that's a pretty good name.
pow.
And Smommy, Chibobo, you each get to pick the name for the last two.
Leon might be lagging hands at
It's
the
a
moment.
good name, Chip. I think we're gonna.
I don't
call
know
that
what you
one
mean by that. I
Snail.
can see perfectly working.
That's a good name. Good selection. We'll just
Bad. I
pronounce
don't
it
think
Snail
Leon
instead.
wants to work. What do I do? You're more trained as a parent. What do I do?
Kick him out of the house. That's the strategy.
Okay, if you don't do bottle duty, you're on the street.
Off
I
the
don't make
stream.
the. He just left. Dad, he just left.
Wait,
away.
you
I don't
didn't
even know where he
actually.
went to.
You kicked him out of the house. You evicted Leon.
That's what you told me to do.
I didn't think you'd actually do it. That's crazy. Okay, maybe don't do that
Now
strategy.
he's
then.
gone.
Alright, here we go.
Isn't
Instead,
Leo job boosting your XP? Kick him out. Kick out the boost. Oh,
That's a
Server,
good
you're
point.
so right.
That's such a
Server,
good
you're
point.
right. Hey, do you know what, Leon? I think you're doing more than enough. You're more than enough. Come back, Leon.
There we
Oh,
go.
hi, Leon.
Smlug.
It's okay. You can be a nepo baby, Leon. You don't need to do the job, okay?
A nepo baby. And
Yeah,
hello.
I'll just do everything as your parent. Then you can live a happy life and be like a micro celebrity on like Instagram or something.
That's crazy. Alright, that is officially the last one. No more. Alright, now we just start submitting the seeds. We got 6 to go, Chip. Yippee! Here we go. Yeah! Let's go! 1/20th of the way there.
Yay, Alchemy 80.
Started making progress. What do you think, Chip? Our sniffer army will grow and multiply.
Are you still hatching more sniffs? Like,
Some-
why aren't you like getting the seeds?
Because
you
I
have
needed
enough
the
already?
seeds to get more sniffs. So I
Yeah,
got
but
2,
you have
4,
enough already,
6,
don't you?
8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. There's never enough. Never enough. There's never enough, Pilly. You don't understand. There's never enough, Pilly.
I've just been here, sitting here for 8 hours and I have no seeds. I wonder why.
That's crazy. Maybe I should get more. You know what they say, Pilly? The more the merrier.
I think you're addicted.
It might be.
Also, did alchemy get nerfed?
I don't know.
Just a question thrown out in the air. I'm sensing things.
That's crazy. No. I don't know. It might have gotten nerfed. Why? Why do you ask? I know it like randomly stopped working one day. Maybe when they patched it, something broke.
No, it's kind of slow. Slower than I remember it to be. Even
Maybe when they patched it, they reset the stats.
Like, would it be so funny that I had to do the original grind and then it got buffed, and then when I have to do it again from 0, it gets nerfed? That was so funny.
That's true. You've
So
got the
funny.
buff, don't you? That's so wild. Chip's riding a sniffer right now. Oh my gosh. Manual, when we updated VMO, it was the updated alchemy formula.
Okay.
Why don't
What does that mean?
you-
Bad?
Ooh.
Explain that to me, please. Explain that
Here,
to me,
one
please.
second. Let
Bad.
me read it. When we updated VMO, it was the updated alchemy formula, where manual potions is doubled XP wise and automatic is half. But not sure if your machine triggers automatic or not. I can make automatic not be nerfed if it does, since actual automation is disallowed anyway. Okay. Yeah, I feel ya. Yeah, we can't automate it, so... Yeah, that might be the good...
This might sound crazy, now hear me out. I'm having a thing that boosts my XP. And this might be me with a tinfoil hat. But this is like... This is like
No, it's
slow.
okay. Grab your hat. Oh,
No, no, no,
automated
I
is
mean-
1/4, not even 1/2. Yeah, it's probably
No,
being
it's just like, it's a little tinfoil hat. And I'm sensing.
Well, it looks like you're right, though. I think the voice is saying you're right. Wait, Chip, where'd you run off to?
Isn't
Seen
it
you
crazy how much
somewhere in there.
alchemy we could do a quick restart? I mean, fat
No,
ones,
no, no,
but-
no, no. I'm content to wait. I'm content to wait. Don't worry about it. No, it's alright. Don't worry about the restart. I'm content to wait. It's fine. Take your time. Hey, check out what I said in feedback regarding fishing.
I hope your sleeper dies while you're logged out.
Food for thought. Do you want to read something interesting? I said something interesting in fishing. So, Dev, if you're watching, here I'll summarize what I said in feedback. Okay, this is the thought. So I know how we have to move around to fish, right? Oh, okay, you've seen it, and you get it then. Think about it. Think about it. Like, we can't use AFK fishing farms anyway. I'm almost 100% positive it's impossible to make a fishing farm that has the sky and 8 block check. So boom! We can get that fishing grind going without having to run around constantly. We can actually... I feel like it would make fishing like... Because right now fishing feels like, oh, I should run around if I want to fish. But we could fish in place. And people still couldn't farm it. Food for thought, just sending it. But I guess, Pilly, if you really want to restart for them to fix the potion thing, I guess I'm okay with
Yay! Yay! Yay!
Yippee!
Yeah, we can restart.
Yippee! Oh, we got 5. Wait, I got 5 more seeds. Don't restart until I submit them. No! Wait, where'd they go? What the fudge? Did I just drop them? Never mind, submit it. Wait, no, where'd they go? Did I not get them? Did I press Q? Where'd they go?
How do you lose seeds?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I literally... Oh, okay. I guess I didn't pick them up. That's wild. Okay. Ah! I'm coming! And we are now 1/10 of the way done. Let's go. Okay, you restart it. Thank you. Thank you for waiting. Sure, being airborne's not gonna have any ramifications, will it? I'll be right back, chat. 1 second. I gotta put something up. Give me a second. Send Leon to the blender. That's what Pilly tried to do. Send Leon to the blender. That's what Pilly tried to do. Toss Leon in the wood chipper. That's what Pilly tried to do. Whee! Hello, my little ragamuffins. Let's make sure the mine carts are still a-flowing. Go, come on. You gotta be snappy, chat. Okay, here we go. 13! We're almost done, chat. I don't know if we're gonna finish this whole thing tonight. I'm back. Hi. How are you guys doing? Good, good. Hello, Mr. Gandalf. How are you doing? Are you guys sure we don't need more eggs? Yeah, I got nothing. Carry on. Look, Mr. Gandalf. We have sniffers. Including this one, which is named Snail. Let's go. You're right, we can remove some of the
Also, oh, hi! Okay, Leon, we're gonna test this again. Let me see if we have turtle shells, because I don't know why I feel like we're running out of turtle shells so fast. Call me crazy.
How are you doing though, Mr. Gandalf? Hope you're having a good day. Chip! Paintings just appeared next to you.
Like, didn't I make a lot of helmets? And they're all gone. Oh, never mind, I just found them.
Oh yeah. We have 20 sniffers, Chip. 20. Okay, Chip, here's what I'm thinking. Right? 20. In 8 minutes, that'd give us 10. That's 5 more sniffers in 8 minutes. So if we can get 5 more sniffers in 8 minutes, that means in an hour, we could get 20 more sniffers easily, Chip. Okay? So what I'm thinking is, as soon as we beat the quest, we take these sniffers, and we basically, they become like the parentage of a sniffer army. Okay? And we literally go to Amesey's Island, and we just get like 100 eggs. Like 100 eggs. Boom. Doing. Should I place it down, Chip? You just giving it to me? Cathedral, Keepers of the Realm. Thank you, Chip. Yeah, I saw it earlier. Will this always come up as the same one? That's awesome. Thank you, Chip. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Gandalf. Mr. PBH, you have single-handedly created the meme. There are 2 chairs. Congrats. I did hear Amesey say it the other day. I thought it was very funny. Oh no. Oh no, Chip. We've created a meme. Here, come on, Chip. Yeah, let's go inside. Oh, almost ran into you. Chip, there's room inside. We can put it up on the wall. Go to the right, Chip. Right here. There we go. Chip, ready? Wait, what? Whoa, cool. Cool. I love it, Chip.
Bad. If Panky was trying to kill me, will you save me?
Chip, look over there.
Avoiding the question, I see.
Yeah, I'd totally try and kill you. I mean, save you.
This is why I'm not joining green. I'm never joining green, by the way.
No, I would try and save you.
I don't believe you.
Take it out, Chip.
How are you gonna ensure my safety if you can't even protect me from one of your faction members?
Which chair would you sit in, Pilly? You've got 2 chairs in front of you. You can only choose one. Hey, Chip, I want that. Fudge, he's got it. Give it. Give it back. Okay, let's see. What does it say? Bob! Chip, I had to steal one of these yesterday. Thank you. Chip, yeah, I stole this from the music
be
area.
right back.
Let's go listen to it. Come on, Chip. It like chicken likes it. This is cute. I like this song. It was a pretty song. Alright. That is cool. We're gonna miss Ross. Ross was such a talented artist. It's a shame that they, well, you know. Come on, Chip. Oh! We live in a society, Chip. Hold on, let me scoop this up.
Hold on.
Contraband!
Leon, can we leave the group chat for a second? I need to talk to you.
Come on,
in
Chip.
private. I need to talk to you in private.
Oh! Hey, Chip, I gotta sleep. Hold on. There we go. Alright. Chip, I think I'm about to call it. Just a heads up. Okay. Mission has been achieved. I've got the wool farm cooking. I'm probably gonna come on later and AFK here. But look at the army, Chip. It grows. It grows. It grows, Chip. It grows! Chip. You've got Smale, Claw, Rosalina, McSniffle, Sir Bartholomew, Hatsune Miku, Sniff Dirt is the Child, Death Wish, Mind Gran, Smulug, Grandma's Couch, Tiny Gremlin, Grandpa's Recliner, The True King, Sir Bartholomew, Sassy, Bloom, Snail, The Better Pangy, Enstad, Drawning, Blah, Sminail, McSniffles. Think we got everybody. I think we saw everybody yet. This is not how you say it. Oh, come on. How am I supposed to say it? How do you say bloom? Bloomy? Bloomy? Is it bloomy? All the letters? Wait, are you talking about all the letters? B-L-U-M-E? B-L-U-M-E? Bloomy? 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 Luma? Luma? Luma. Oh, Chip, you found yours. That is so cute, chat. I want the fudge. That is so cute. Aw. Bloomy? Bloomy! Okay. Bloomy! Alright. Ready. Oh, let's go. We got 8 more, Chip! I'm gonna go deposit them. Oh my gosh. 21, Chip! Chip, we've got 21! I'm so happy, Chip. 21. 3 more, and we'll be at 24. We'll be 2/10 of the way there. Oh, this is awesome. Yeah, I built the redstone cart myself. I don't think we need to put a roof over them, but kind of debating it.
Hi, Bad.
Hello.
How's the getting sand going for you?
Doing good. Oh yeah, no, I'm not getting sand, sorry.
Yes, that's okay.
Chat, I'm gonna tell Pilly a fun fact. And you, get ready.
No, that's okay.
Hey Pilly, do you and Chip and Leon want to hear a fun fact?
Yes.
So, do you know lightning rods don't attract lightning?
What?
Yeah. Do you
So
know?
what do they attract?
They don't. What they do is they release stored electrons, which make it harder for, say, like a house to build up an electrical charge to attract lightning. See, electrons like to leave pointy stuff, believe it or not. So when you attach a pointy piece of metal to the house, it causes that house to dissipate electrons further, which makes it less of a lightning target.
I see.
But it's also the highest point of the house, and they do ground it. That way, if the house is struck by lightning, it'll be struck at that point and redirect the electricity, hopefully, directly to ground. So it does serve that purpose, but its main goal is not to act in that way where it attracts lightning. Its goal is to actually just dissipate electrons to prevent lightning. Kind of fancy, isn't it?
Really fancy, actually. We did have a grounded thing in my house.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of wild when you think about it.
Yeah, there was a lightning once that fell
like struck the tree right next to my house, and it bounced into my house and it burnt everything. Not the house, but like electronics.
Uh-oh.
So we lost like every TV, we lost my PlayStation, we lost like the phone, the Wi-Fi, the router, like everything.
Everything? Holy crap, that sounds awful.
Oh, I mean, it's kind of usual in Costa Rica. I think there's like seguros.
So there's a lot of lightning?
No, yeah, especially during winter, just thunderstorms every day. How do you say seguro? I'm waiting for someone to insurance. Yeah, there are insurance for that. So
gotcha.
It's very common for like if a lightning strikes your house and it burns a bunch of things, you get like insurance or those things.
Oh, okay, so they'll cover it. That's wild, though. Holy muffin.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of people don't realize how much it rains here. And it's not like light rain. No, it's like storms. It's to the point, like, for example, during winters, like, during, like, rain, winter time, there's, like, times in the afternoon where I can't stream because I can just risk my computer just die.
Shit.
It's, like, a moment where you're just like, alright, gotta unplug everything in the house. Gotta wait for the storm to pass. Or you can just be silly about it and not do it and then take a risk.
Take the risk. No, that's a fair point. I always, whenever I get a really bad storm, I always unplug the
I mean,
computer.
If the realm is still going, meanwhile it's winter here in Costa Rica, I'm just gonna like unmute one day without like noise suppression or anything, so you can actually hear how loud the rain is. Sometimes people be like, "Pilly, is there a fan in your mic?" And I'm like, "No, that's a rain. That's a rain outside." And my windows are closed, and I have like everything to the minimum, so you can't hear it, but you can still hear it. It's crazy. It goes wild.
That's awesome. That's wild, not gonna lie.
Yeah. You kind of get used to it.
Yeah, I can imagine. Crazy though. Uh-oh. Fudge!
Leon, I think you need to grow hands.
Leon, you notice how Pilly's trying to get you to do more and more work?
No, I'm just asking for a single thing.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Pilly. Or, don't do it, Leon. Resist, Leon. Resist. Fight the oppression, Leon. Rise above. Be better, Leon.
Leon is sick of this treatment. Like, whoa, this is sick and awesome. Right?
No, Leon is sick as in sick of being treated like dirt. Isn't that right, Leon? Fight the oppression, Leon. You're doing
Leon,
great.
do you know you have rights? That's wild.
Better Call Saul. The Constitution
I can't believe
says
no one
you do.
helped me. I can't believe my life's in danger and no one's helping me.
Your life is in danger?
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Ow.
Starts with a P and ends with an I.
Pangy?
Yeah.
Is he trying? I know he killed you once. Is he still doing that?
Oh, no, yeah. He wants to reset me.
What? Why?
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, I bet he wants to reset you because if he manages to somehow kill you, maybe that'll bring Pilly 1 back.
No, that Pilly is like that. Have you seen the corpse? I think we should dig the corpse.
No, I ate what was left of it.
Oh, you ate it?
Yeah, I saved a little bit of pilly jerky somewhere.
Oh, you should give that to Pangy. I think he'll love it.
No, I'm saving it for a rainy day.
Oh, so you don't want to share it to him? I'll let him know.
Yeah, I want to share. I don't think he likes pilly anyway. Too salty.
I don't know, because he did tell me he was gonna eat me, so...
No, that's a good point.
Maybe he wants to eat Pilly 1? I don't know. Yeah, it was like, yeah, Pilly, blah, 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 I'll eat you. And I was like, oh. Interesting.
Like, yes.
No, I just asked him one way. I asked for clarification.
All right. We are at 2,468. We need 3,275 left. We're at 26 over here. Chip, I think, vanished, but did Chip come to you?
No. It's just
Chip
me
may
and
have just
Leon.
vanished. Alright, I don't think they dig during the day or night, so I'm gonna... Boing. There we go. Nothing quite as comfortable as the floor. Where is it? Here we go. 29! Let's go. We're almost 1/4 of the way there. Done. Almost done. I think I might be able to finish these up tonight. Knock on wood. Alright. Pilly. Chip. I think I'm going to call it right there. I feel confident.
And you didn't even feed the turtle one time.
Huh? Yeah, I'm not gonna feed the turtle. The turtles are all the way over there. I'd have to fly all the way over there.
Okay, Mr. Elytra. Okay, Mr. Elytra. Okay.
You know what? How about I come over there and I bludgeon you with a stick?
Okay. Will you feed the turtles?
I'll feed you to the turtles. That's it. I'm on my way. Murder's about to be done. I hope you're ready.
I hope you remember what happened last time you trying to kill someone.
But I've taken proper precautions. I've got a crossbow now. Come here, Billy. Do you remember this crossbow?
Not right
I gave
now.
it a names.
I'm a
I
bottle
renamed
duty
it.
right now.
I renamed it to Pilly's Death. Alright, let's find out if you're actually on bottle duty or not. Come here, Pilly. Here, Pilly.
Not right now, sir. I'm in bottle duty.
Me too.
Oh, really? How convenient. Ow! Don't you... Leon! Leon, do something!
Come here, Billy. Leon, let me kill Billy. Oh, gosh darn it. You win this time, Billy, too. Next time,
No
though.
one is matched for Leon.
Leon's a little scary. Fireflies are scary. Alright. Oh. I do have to skip out a little. So, you lucked out. I know.
Didn't even feed the turtles. Didn't even feed the turtles. Paley, thank you for helping with the frog lights. Paley, thank you for helping me with the bats. Yeah, no bad.
Hey, Pilly, thank you for helping with the frog lights. Thank you for helping with the beds. Billy, I'm sorry. I'll help you feed the turtles tomorrow.
Oh man, I'm so glad. Thank you so much for helping with alchemy.
I didn't know you. You're not gonna die if you don't do alchemy. Besides, that's not even the fastest thing to level up. Is that what you're just trying to do? You're just trying to level up?
No, I'm just trying to level alchemy.
Farming's the best way to do it.
Oh, I know. I'll do it later.
Alright. Well, on that note, I will see you later, Pilly. Goodbye.
Badboyhalo, goodbye.
Pilly, bye, Chip,
Goodbye.
bye, Leon, bye, Pink Boy Halo. See ya.
Goodbye forever. It was nice having you, and then I'll have to stick with the other boring Badboyhalo.
Don't worry, I fed the turtles while I was over there.
I don't believe you.
I did, just go check. Hold a piece of kelp.
Don't believe you.
No, trust me. Hold a piece of kelp in your hand and check each one. One at a time. Just right click them to see.
I genuinely don't believe you.
Trust me, trust me.
Are you here waiting for me with a crossbow to shoot at me? You're waiting to kill me. Where are you?
Goodbye. No one trusts me, chat. No one trusts me. This is what I get for shooting people with a crossbow. Oh, this is what life has come to, chat. This is what life has come to. Alright. Hold on, chat. Thank you, everybody, for the gifted subs today. I really appreciate it. That was very sweet. That was almost like a mini sub goal in some regards. So thank you. Consider that your compensation is me wearing this goofy outfit, chat. I almost didn't wear it when I checked my DMs, Quada, and then it's like, Bad, check your DMs. We got a skin for you. I was like, a skin for me? And then I saw it. I was like, I was sitting there going, should I really wear this? I'm not gonna wear it. I was thinking that. I was thinking, no, I don't think I will. But then, I wore it anyway. So, what I do for you guys to make you happy, I do so much. You're welcome, by the way. Also, let's check out the cute art. Okay, chat, I'm running a smidge late. I've got something I gotta do. I just remembered I'm running really late. So here's what we're doing, chat. I'll fill you in on the deets. I know you guys are owed squishy. I'll fill you in on the deets, okay? We're gonna check out the art, which, whoa, this looks wild. Sora, I love it. We're gonna check out the art, and then tomorrow, chat, we have a map that was built to celebrate something for the Brazilians. Because did you guys know what today is the start of? Today is the start of Carnival! That's right! Carnival! Let's go! I'm so happy. Carnival! Carnival! Yippee! So if you guys don't remember, we're gonna get to see some amazingness. So we're gonna check that out tomorrow. So that way we're not like doing an end of stream rush. And it goes, Carnival goes all the way from now until Wednesday. By the way, that's really cool. I like it. Oh no. I'll never be able to look at a frog light the same way again, chat. La la la. Oh my gosh. No! What the fudge? No! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, he walked in the sweet berry bush. No, that's insane. You're demented. Who made this? What the actual fudge? That's crazy. Drawing one. No. Space cactoid. Hello. Very cute art. I'm not short. I'm actually tall. Just for the record. Don't know if I did it right. Span 500. I think I did. This is cute. Scampy! Scampy! Scampy and bad. High-fiving. Yeah. Tiny Scampy. Tiny bad. These are cute. I'm gonna use that as my little Skeppy next time I make a tiny Skeppy. Just gonna make him look like that. That's cute. Stealing hearts! Nice job, God Koala. Oh, I'm very impressed with that event. That was a very fun event. Oh, this is cute. Oh, you know what? I have another piece of art to show you, chat. The final day of Ink Start. They weren't gonna be here for us to see it, so I'm going to show you it in a second, chat. BBH's pet turtle. Do not type turtle. Do not type turtle. By Moza, very cute. Crab Halo. Oh my goodness, under the sea. This is cool. Huh. This is kind of cute. Oh yeah, Foolish would 100% be Squidward. He would 100% be Squidward, chat. Alright. You don't want to see the art, chat. It's so sad. I'll show you it at the very end to end on a really sad note. Cutest cat here. Let's go. Gift for Kit Kat. Very cute. Oh, wow. Holy muffin. Dang, shoe. This is crazy. This is very colorful. By the way, chat, that art the other day that I was like, Shoo, you're in timeout. Looks like that wasn't Shoo. Shoo was just catching strays. I didn't have a problem with it, chat. I was teasing that just a little bit. It was... What the fudge? I take it back. I did have a problem with it. I did have a problem with it. Good job, Shoo. This is cool. What will my ghosties draw today? Look at all the ghosties, chat. Ban time! Ban them all! This is cute. This is a hilarious comic. Okay, that's very funny. What will my ghosties draw today? Ban them! Ban them all! I love that, actually. This is very accurate for me. I definitely want to ban you all right now. Also, Murmur is very pretty and cute. Very nice. I like it. Look at that, chat. That is so cool. I'm impressed. Holy muffin. I'm shocked at just how good you guys draw on this. I'm just shocked. I wish we had a higher reach. I feel like it would be even more epic to draw if you had a high reach. You know what I mean? Anyway. Food for thought. That is really cool, though. This is awesome. Ugh. Look at the clouds. Look at the hearts. Look at the tail. Look at everything. Very nice, Murmur. I really like your style a lot. We got a course down here, and this is very cool. Alright, chat. Lots of cool art. I gotta show you guys something. Here we go. Okay, where is it? They sent it to me. Okay, it's Rachel. Sent me the final piece, chat. They went and did it on another map for us to enjoy. It's like taking a while to come up. That's odd. There we go. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. It's like taking forever to save it images for some reason. Some ragamuffin-y reason. There we go. Alright, here we go, chat. You guys ready? Oh my goodness, like, it takes forever to load this. That is strange. Oh, please don't crash. Hold on, chat. Oh my gosh. Oh, we were gonna crash for a second. Alright, here we go. Boom! The final day of angsty art, chat. Wow, that's pretty darn angsty. Oh my gosh. Why? Ugh. Why? Okay, there's some additional canon lore. We really need to do the alternate ending. We really need to do that. I'm gonna write that down. Alternate ending time. I'm gonna get started on that. Food for thought. This is so cute though. Oh my gosh. Someone needs to do a documentary about the SMP at some point. And then here's the final piece. Is the credits. BHY angsty art. You do scare me a lot. I win. What the muffin? Why angsty art? Secret Ghosty Good. RJ, it's Rachel, Mio, Miona. Very nice, guys. You guys killed it. Awesome art series. I loved it. Thank you. Alright, chat. We're gonna call it there. Let me see if someone I know is live really quick. Also, just for the record, the person who drew this, Riches says, cute art. I would not throw a brick at you. So, just a heads up. That's your compliment. Everybody else gets a 90% probability of the brick. So, just food for thought. Somebody passed that on to me, so thought you'd appreciate that. What the punch? Alright, chat. In the alt ending, even more angsty. It is on some level. Alright. Alright. Chat, let me check on something. I'm gonna check something, chat, 1 second. Aw, look at this, Gabby. I love this little version. It's so awesome. Hello, Tiny Skeppy. How are you? Tiny Skeppy is small. Alright, chat. On that note, we're gonna say goodnight. I'm gonna raid somebody. Let's see who's live in a second. Who is our live ragamuffin? I don't know who our live ragamuffin is. Checking chat. I'm looking. Seeing. Oh, Pilly's live. I didn't even know Pilly was live. What the muffin? Pilly was probably live that whole time. Alright, I'll raid Pilly today. Go say hi to Pilly, chat. Tell Billy I said hi, and I will never feed the turtles again. Tell him that. Alright, bye, chat. Bye, Skippy. Alright, thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Let me save the art while we chat. Bye, everyone. See ya, Zia. Aw, thank you, Zora. Be on your best behavior, chat. Whee! Let's go down. I'm gonna save down here. There we go. And copy, skim, save, museum, canvas, day 86. Oh, look, chat. Someone who's bad at hole punching. No, Pure Rain, not you. Hello, Pure Rain. Alright, bye everybody! See ya! Bye, chat! See ya! Thank you for hanging out! Y'all smell, but I love you anyway. Good night! Bye! Goodbye! Good night! Bon night! Bon nuit! Bon dia! Bon night!